sending a message, you understand, you have to wait for days. That is the point. You have to spend extra days, weeks waiting for you to get what you have been expecting. And before the message gets to who you intend sending the message to, maybe a lot might have happened. But on the other hand, I will be talking about modern day. I said the word change, right? Then the first change I made emphasis on is technology. So under technology, I picked a unit which is communication. So under communication, I spoke about means of communication in the old days, before technology became something that almost every one of us have access to. Do you get? So communication in today's, how do we communicate? Communication is faster. I remembered when we were waiting for an important speaker who was coming from Abuja. What did you do? Picked up the phone and asked him, "Hello, have you moved from Abuja?" Then he said yes, that he just landed at Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos. So that gave an assurance that, oh yeah, the speaker has left Abuja, he has arrived in Lagos. In few minutes, in few hours, the speaker will be speaking to us on what he has got. You get me? So now, come to think of it, if it was during the whole day and we are expecting a speaker to speak at 12 p.m. in the afternoon, and now it is 11:30 p.m. So it is 11:30 a.m. and we have not found the speaker. So how do we do fast communication? Are you following?
Yeah.
I said in the old days, communication is what? Slow, because you have to write letter. Probably you send through night post, or you send through persons who are going to the states you intend delivering the message to. Do you understand? So now, I now make example of using today's world where we are very fortunate to have so much technology. So if that speaker was to speak at 12 p.m. noon, but at 11:30 a.m. we've not seen the speaker, what do we do? How do we communicate? We can't call, because I'm talking about what if it's the olden days. What do we do? We will be left with what? No hope. Do you understand? So the best we could do for ourselves is to keep hoping that I hope the speaker will be around, because he knows the weight of this event. So he won't want to let the event wait because of him. Do you get? Perhaps something might have happened to the speaker on his way coming. Things like probably his ticket. Okay, his ticket was cancelled, and there is no way for him to inform us that my ticket has been cancelled. In today's world where communication is faster, you would put a call through. "Hello, Mr. Sampson, my ticket has been cancelled," because I'm sure if you would have ticket issue at the airport, you would have been notified at least 1 hour 30 minutes before time. Do you get it? So because of technology, you put a call through. "Hello, Dean, my ticket has been cancelled, and I would like to inform you that I would be 3 hours late to the event. So from that point, what the deans do, the dean will start looking for other means to cover up for that person. Yes or yes? Are you getting the point?
Yes, boss.
So the dean will look for other means to cover up for the person. So now, the difference between the old and the current day is what? That we move from patience to immediately. We move from patience to what? We move from patience to what? Immediately. So we move from the days where we would have to exercise more patience to the days where we would get things very quick. Distinguished guests, are you getting the point? I said we move from where? From patience to what? Instant action. Because at that time, you would have to wait while you put call through. So now, you've got enough technology, you've got a lot advancement to make those things you want to do easy for you. Do you get it? So now, another part of technology I'm going to speak about is at the level of information. Please, this row. 3 persons stand up from this row, please. So now, at the level of information, at least a guy and 2 ladies. So now, how many of you? Now, I've moved from communication towards information. So now, I want to talk about source of information. During the olden days, before now, we have what we call, we have a place where we call library. How many of us here have used a library before? You understand? So, at that time, when you go to the library, what do you go and do at the library? You went to do what? Please, be very audible. To read. So now, while you read, what are you doing? You are sourcing for what? Information.
Yes, sir.
So, at this time, you might have to go to the library you might have to move from Palm Drive in Ikoyi to Adeniyi Jones at Ikeja, so you can get information. And mind you, there are times where the books you would need to read won't be available at that library you intend going to. For example, I want to read a book called Complete Works of William Shakespeare and a book like The Schoolboy. Both books are authored by who? William Shakespeare. Are you with me? So now, because there is no much technology, what will I do? I will have to move to a library. So if perhaps I went to one of the local library or one of the government owned library at Sabo, the one not far from the Court of Appeal, perhaps I move from Ikoyi down to that place. Hope you are listening. Please, don't stand in, get the point clear. If I move from Ikoyi to one of the government owned library, the one at Sabo not far from the Court of Appeal, what am I going to do? To source for information. Do you get? So now, the book I need to read, I mentioned them, I said Complete Works of Shakespeare 1. The second book is what? The Schoolboy. So if maybe I need this book because of a school assignment or a project, do you get it? Now, I had paid for transport because moving from Ikoyi to Sabo is not trekkable. You get? You might end up trekking, and at the end of the day, you would have to spend more money on medicine. The money you would have just spent on body bus. Do you understand? So now, after I arrived at the library, then I now discovered that the book I need for my project is not available. What will I feel? I'll feel what? Bad. I would feel like I'd wasted an effort. So what I do? I would what? I would move to another place. I will look for another library where I can get the what? The book. So when I get the book, I read and do my what? My research, source for information, then I submit the work. I'm glad you all said you've used a library. So, but now, what happened now? How many of us visit? But now, do we have to visit the library before we get an information? No. If you need complete work of William Shakespeare, you can get it on Google. All you just need to do is what? Solve it up. So we have moved from patience to what? To instant results. We have moved from waiting for days. You know how many hours it will take you? At times, because of the stress, the library you have attended, the library you have gone to today, you might have to wait till tomorrow because you start thinking, okay, this is 5 o'clock. I'm not saying the correct time now. I'm just saying perhaps you are at 5 p.m. in the evening. And you'll be like, this is 5 p.m. and I have to go to the library. Please, you can sit, but stay focused. So while I have to go to the library, this is 5:30 p.m. So what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? So you begin to think that, okay, since time has gone and the place I'll be going to is far, so what do I do? Let me postpone it to tomorrow. So tomorrow I would do what? I would go to the library.
Yes, boss.
Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
This is, see, the reason why I'm calling your attention to speak, because in a gathering like this, the intention is to communicate. The intention is to speak with power. So when I'm talking to you, you have to what? You have to respond with power. Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
So now, where am I coming from? I said because of the limited, because of low technology at that time, you might have to postpone the research you want to do, the research you want to make. Do you understand? So now, in the next day, you don't know what would have happened. You don't know what would come up tomorrow. Do you understand? You don't know what will come up tomorrow. So because of what will come up tomorrow, when tomorrow comes, you might end up still not doing it tomorrow. So now, who sponsored your procrastination? Because there was less technology. So you have to keep postponing till you go. But in a situation where there is technology today, now, I'm talking about today now, you have the internet. If you want to look for a book like The Schoolboy by William Shakespeare, if you were asked to make a research on it, what do? You just bring out your mobile device and do what? Surf it up. Then you begin to speak about it like you've read the old books. Then you start to say The Schoolboy, William Shakespeare in that work spoke about is the way he views school. He feels in his own view, he feel like it is better, it is more beneficial for him to go sit at the river side watching birds fly than going to school. He said because a person in school is not far from a person in prison. Then we ask him, are you sure? Then he made another analysis. He said a person in school is not different from a bird in the cage. Then we ask him, William Shakespeare, why did you say that? And he was like, a bird in the cage will not see beyond that environment. He said, but a bird that is out the cage will fly, will explore, will see a lot of things. Do you get it? Are you with me?
Yes, we are.
So that is about the book. So now, explaining the book is not the problem, it's not the point. The point is source of information. Do you get? Another source of information I will speak about is the news at that time. In the old days, there's a common African channel. Yeah, we used to call it Koko Inu Iwe Iroyin. Do you understand? So as every morning, for those who had radio at that time, we will hear Koko Inu Iwe Iroyin Peso Ako. Do you understand? Koko Inu Iwe Iroyin. So every morning, the moment you hear Koko Inu, you know that it is what breaking news. Attention, everybody. This is how it is done at that time. So if probably at 6 a.m. the available news from Koko Inu Yoruba station here in Africa, Nigeria, is you hear things like ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí o, gbogbo yín ní ilé àti oko, gbogbo òṣìṣẹ́ tó ń jáde ní òwúrọ̀ yìí kó má lo pópónà Ìkòyí torí súnkẹrẹ fàkẹrẹ ọkọ̀ ó ń bẹ ní ibẹ̀. In English, what I dey say news at 6 a.m. For those who will be going to work, you are advised not to use Ikoyi's route because there is what? Not just traffic, there is heavy traffic, not just heavy traffic. When we say súnkẹrẹ fàkẹrẹ, we are talking about accident, but not a serious accident. Do you understand? So when we talk about accidents at some point, we talk about an unplanned event. So now, a bus has stopped. So when the bus stops, it has made a 2-lane road become a 1-lane road, because that bus is occupying what? A lane. You get? So now, if at 6 a.m. you missed that information, then you proceed with your car. At that time, you know the kind of car we drive now, 60404. Do you understand? There was one time a popular musician in Nigeria sang one song. He said, "Era mọ́tò 150,000 ẹni kó máa ta kúlóòrù bam bam bam." Then he said what? It's Jones. Now let me bring it back. What it means at that time is, at that time many of the cars we have, you have to push it from the back. Do you understand? Then that day Ebuka will come and call me in my house, say, "KSO please, I'm going to work." I said, "Sir, you can go, I'm not holding you. What's the problem?" He said, "But you know what, I'll need you to help me push my car." So technology has taken us far. So what's changed? Please, the most important thing is you noticing the change. This topic is not for you to just laugh. This topic has come to be a mirror for you. What mirror? When we say a mirror, you use a mirror to look at yourself. You look at yourself. So this is me. So now, what has changed? Distinguished guest, hope you are following. So now, aside from me being a mirror, this topic has come to confront you. It's doing a confrontation. But for you to know where it has come to confront you, you have to listen very attentive. And lastly, the topic has come to do a reset. It has come to change your view after you understand what's changed. So now you balance what's changed. As I was saying, now I don't have to listen to Koko Inu Iroyin anymore, because that Ebuka who drives one of the olden days car might have missed that news at 6 a.m. After all, Baba Ebuka stays in Lagos, so he just arrived at Lagos in less than a month. So there's a high tendency that he doesn't really understand Yoruba language. Do you understand? So while he's driving, there's even a high tendency that in his car the radio is talking about the traffic, but because he doesn't understand Yoruba language, he won't get the point. He just keep driving. In short, he's heading to that place where the news is trying to correct. Then he ends up in the traffic he would have what avoided. That's the olden days. So now, what happened now? Now, when we were coming up, it got to a point where it wasn't just by those news. We were seeing newspapers. But newspapers are not latest news. Do you know why I say newspapers are not latest news? They're not latest news because imagine on today is what? Today is what? Tuesday. So yesterday was what? Monday. Day before yesterday was Sunday. So the opening of, for example, of Ogun State Gateway International Airport was on what? Was on Sunday. Now I'm trying to tell you why in my opinion, I'm saying newspaper is not latest news. Distinguished guest, the international airport had opened on Sunday. So now, on Monday, you will see on the newspaper that Ogun State Gateway International Airport was opened by the governor with his special guest, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and other distinguished guests. Do you get? So now, that is not the latest news anymore, because the news had waited for hours before it gets to you. This is one of the things. This is one of what the old style. That's why at the old style, when I'm talking about technology, I represent the old days with what? Patience. And I represent the new days with what? Instant what? Instant reaction. Speed. Quick. Swift. Technology is what? Swift. Are we getting it?
Yes.
So now, if you want to get news info now, you don't have to wait till in short, Kokonu has very limited listener. So now we have gone from what we used to praise before. We don't praise it anymore. Now we now talk down on it. What do I mean by we talk down on it? There was a time I was somewhere, then someone said a news. Then the man jokingly responded to him by saying, with the way you talk like someone who listens to Koko Onuwere, you don't have depth knowledge about what is happening. And I asked him, you shouldn't have used Koko Onuwere as an example in this case, because this is a media station that has always kept us up to date. At the days where there was no hope, but we know the dates. Do you get it? So now, about the news. If you would get an information now, we have what? We have X. We have on X you would see different television, news, blogs, pundits, and so on. You will see their what? You will see them on this app. You get? In short, a friend called Samson. Are you with me? Samson is a tech bro. Then one day he posted something on WhatsApp. Do you know what he posted on WhatsApp? No, he posted on WhatsApp. Please write. I'll tell you what he posted on WhatsApp. So please write. He posted something. He said, I want to build a God eye. Mr. Breaker. He said, I wanted to build a God eye. The way he said he wanted to build a God eye, and when I saw it, I was like, what is wrong with you, Samson? You start saying nonsense. You don't drink alcohol, so why are you talking like this? Then he said, he wants to build a God eye. Then I said, it's fine. I would understand. So as a third guy, after he had built what he called the God eye, then he sent it to me so I can test it. Hello. So said he sent it to me after he had built what he called the God eye. This is the advantage of technology. So when he sent it to me, he said, my friend Keso, test what I have built. Then you would rate it if it is God eye or it's not God eye. Then when he sent me the link, I was so afraid to click on the link because when you call it God eye, beginning to think what is on. So what did I do? I clicked on the link. While I clicked on the link took me to the site. Then when I got to the site, what was there? I was getting instant news. So on that site, anything that is happening in Lagos, they talk about it on that site. You understand? So there was where the first thing that popped up was a woman just fell off the bike right now at Iyanova. Then someone responded in after 2 minutes that yes, some places that rushed her to the hospital. She has been attending, she's receiving treatment. Then after 1 minute again, another news popped up. After 1 minute, another news popped up. Do you understand? So he now told me, he said, if you are on this app, if you are on this site, now judge yourself, if you are on this site for 10 hours, at least you'll be able to talk about at least 100 things that happen in Lagos State in that day. You are not God. It's only God that knows everything. But you are already speaking like someone who is an ice. Do you understand? So when we talk about God eyes, we're talking about in Yoruba, why used to call it Ashoju. Ashoju is that person that sits, that witness, that witness that thing. And that's why you see witnesses are always active. They don't sleep. Do you understand? Because they have to witness everything. So where am I coming from? From the news. So you will see news like Channels TV, Channels News, TBC News, here in Nigeria you see Arise News and other news. So immediately they get information, they post it immediately. So that's why on Twitter there's what we call trend. The moment you open your X app, you will see top trends. Like when I was checking this evening, I was seeing something like Nancy Sime, seeing something like Bobo, or seeing something like by God Abeg. You understand? When I was seeing it, then when I click on it, I would now see what people are talking about. It, you understand? Without stress. I sit here, I click on it. I sit here, I surf it up. I sit here, I get the information I want. This is what that is instant results. So what's changed? We have moved from being patient to being what? Being what? Being quick. Are you with me? We have moved from being patient to what? Being quick. I spoke about the library where you search for information. I spoke about. So now, what is the hidden shift? What is the change? What is the hidden shift caused by this technology? The hidden shift is that we as people of today, we don't like to wait anymore. I don't know if you get the point. Now, we don't like to wait anymore. And that's why if you call a friend, for instance, you call the heartbreaker and you call Felicia and you tell them that, hello heartbreaker, please, I was told you are Obalede on your way to School of Eloquence, please help me get gala, help me get coke, help me get casamigos. You understand? So why you request he help you get those things, if he now tell you that, if he now tells you on the phone or via text that, hello KSO, I will be coming but I will be spending at least an hour. Then Then you be like, oh sorry, don't worry, I need it very very quick, don't worry, I would look for dispatch ride or errand app like Glovo. Then you ask Glovo. Glovo tells you that in 5 minutes it's going to be at your doorstep. Then something you have waited for, you leave it. So you would prefer paying Glovo so you can get it quick. What did I talk about? I said we have shifted. So now technology has shifted us from someone who is always patient. You know, before if you get your things, you will have to wait for weeks, while or months or hours, while it gets to you from another region, from another geographical environment. So now you can't wait anymore. You are not patient anymore. So the patience of the old people, the olden days people, we don't have it. So that we want it quick. Please, where is it? Where is it? I'm hungry. Where is it? Where is it? You understand? And that's why you will see many of our women tell you that I can't be cooking beans and stew for you. You will eat indomie. You understand? That is one of those things. Our parents at that time, our African parents at that time, you won't see an African woman cook indomie, pasta for her husband. There is no even indomie. Even if there was, it won't sell well. And that's why when I went to Osun State, when I got to Osun State, on that day when I got there, I arrived around 4 in the evening. You know what I was served at first? I was served pounded yam. Then I was like, Lagos, where I'm coming from. The last time I ate pounded yam was about 3 years ago. Is this how you make pounded yam here? Or is it because I'm a special guest? Then at night, they made amala. You get it? So these are people who still carries that old tradition. So they don't see the stress in it. That patience, the little from the old generation is still in them. But a typical Lagos person who has worn the garments of the present day would not serve me pounded yam. The first thing will be, before I boil the yam, before I start pounding the yam, you will even see women you will see ladies who said they are qualified for marriage, who will tell you that if I make pounded yam for you, my hands will be bleeding. Then what she will go and do? She will now proceed to buy. If she's needed enough, she will go and bring what is called pounded yam for you. She will now tell you that pounded and pounded yam is the same thing. Do you understand? Say it's yam, it is made from yam. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it has taken away from us the shift is now we don't like to wait anymore. We don't like to wait anymore. And we talk more then connect less. So now when we talk about talking more and connecting less, I made a post on X yesterday. Do you know what I said? I made a comment on someone's page. The person said he would be going out of Nigeria. So there's this common slang. The slang is spelled J-A-P-A. If I call it with the Yoruba accent, it is Japa. Do you understand? But I'm sure if a Briton will call it, if time I said Chipa, do you understand? But it is Japa, it is not Chipa. So now what does it mean? It means leaving your country to another country with the intention that when you get to that country things will get better for you. And I told him in the comment, I said, one of the realities of this jackpot that you're not talking about is that it disconnects you from your family. I have seen persons who the last time they saw their loved ones was the day they were leaving the country. Their last meeting at the airport was the last time they met. Because before the brother had come back to Nigeria, he had lost his sister. Then he was saying something. He said, if I knew, I would have spent more time with Sarah. He said, now I can't spend time with her anymore because she's gone. Do you understand? So where am I coming from? I'm coming from we talk more, we connect less. Now technology is available. You've got phones, you've got laptops, you've got internet, so you can always talk. But we have persons who will do call on WhatsApp call for like 10-15 hours, 5 hours. Do you understand? Hello, how are you? How is Japan? How's everything going? Have you started mechanic? Do you understand? You talk, but you are unable to connect. Unlike those days, there are limited times to talk, and that's why there's Yoruba African adage that says, ìgbà míì ayé máa wà kò ní sọ̀rọ̀, ìgbà míì ọ̀rọ̀ máa wà kò ní sáyè. Let's tell you that there are times where you will have things to say, but there won't be time. And there are times where there will be time for you to say things, but there won't be topic, there won't be things to talk about. But in today's day, you have things to talk about and you have the time to talk about it, but there won't be time for you to connect. And that's why most of our families, that's why the family love we used to experience at that time is not here. Here in Nigeria, the period family reconnects to each other is during 2 periods. For the Muslims, it's always during the period they call Ilia period. The Arabic calls it Eid al-Fitr. Eid al-Hadiya. That's Ilia. So that's the period where you see them go back to their hometown. The Ekpe will go back to Ekpe. They used to celebrate Kayo Kayo. The Jebu in Lagos, the Jebu in Anambra, the Jebu people in Kaduna will go to Jebu to celebrate the popular Ojude Oba festival, where they display African culture, where they display a lot of artistic things, where they show Africa to the world that no, Africa is what we are made of. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now we connect less, although we talk more, because technology has made talking easy, communicating easy. Hello, you speak over the phone. But in those days, there's always time to connect. You don't really stay far from each other. In short, your mom would always find way to come and see you, and families don't live far away from each other. That's the way it was before. If perhaps I'm staying here, you might realize that my sister, my younger sibling, is living at Palomo. So from here to Palomo is not more than 20 minutes drive. So the change now is we talk more, we connect less. Don't forget the topic. The topic is what changed. And the attention grabber is the only constant thing in life is what? Is change. Are you with me? So now, moving on, I will talk about, we leave you with this word. Technology is not your enemy. The person that creates the lacuna between you and your family is not technology. technology would even have helped you more connect with them. But it is you who is responsible for the consequences of your actions. So now, at this point, you should start asking yourself, what changed? What changed? So now, I'll be moving on to the next phase. I'm moving from technology to where? Now, what is the next phase? Culture. Culture. In Africa, in the old days, think in stages like this, it's important we made the world aware that in Africa this has been our lifestyle. Before we switched, and while we switched, this is what we are suffering. And while we switched, this is what we are enjoying. You know, when I was talking about technology, I said before technology, it's always difficult for us to send information, to communicate. But when we connect, the true love is there. When we connect, the celebration is there, and we always find ways to connect, because the moment you are unable to see you are unable to talk to your friend for a month, you will do what? You will go and look for your friend. So the next thing you see is, hello KSO, please, I would like to visit you on Monday. Okay, sorry, there is no phone, right? So the next thing you just see is a letter. I would like to visit you on Monday, 27th of November 2027. Then you see her, you spend time. So when she leaves, after probably few weeks, she will do what? She will come back again. That connection. So now, let's move on to culture. When we say culture, what comes to your mind? Everybody will say culture is the way of culture is the way of life. That is transferred from generation to. Do you understand? So now, I'll talk about the old culture of Africa. At what level? I will talk about at the level of dressing, for instance. In those days, as women, you're expected to dress moderate. How? So now, you wear a buba dress and a robe, most likely. Are you with me? So now, the robe you tie, then you wear buba. You may know wear trousers, don't forget. Then, on that buba, you will see where there's what we call ipele. Ipele is that clothes that you tie on the waist. Now, if you ask what's the intention is to prevent our women from exposing their body, because women are very respected when it comes to Yoruba culture in Africa. So women are not to be seen anyhow. You don't disrespect them, and they should not disrespect themselves as well. So that's how they dress. But now, what's happening now? The Gen Z, what are you doing? How are the Gen Z dressing? You see a Gen Z. You see a Gen Z wear bomb shot from Bariga to buy something at Isaleko. Then you see some, then you be like, you live on the next street. Like, no, I'm coming from Bariga. You be like, Bariga like this. Where do you belong? You understand? But it just happen like that. Change does not happen in 24 hours. change does not happen in 24 hours. So I said something one time. I said the results of today is not just the fault of the people you see today, but that's the foundation laid by the people who are handing over yesterday. I don't know if you get the point. So the way the predecessor hands over this mic determines the way I will be receiving it. You understand? If the person who speaks before me throws the mic at me, I won't hold the mic like this. There's high tendency that I want to catch it. Are you following? So the way you do your transition matters. So when we are talking about African culture, it is not just about the way the Gen Z are acting today. It's about the way the people who pass on the mic to the Gen Z acted. So now if you look at it, when I was talking about the ladies, I was talking about the dressing. I said then our women will dress in, they will wear buba, they will tie iro, then after the iro they will tie what we call ipele. So ipele is that clothes, iro is wrapper, buba is the normal top, but it's always big. Then ipele is that thing that looks like scarf that you tie on the waist so as to prevent the women from exposing their body. So at that time women don't wear trouser. At that time women, according to our culture, they do less work, their husband do the more work. So from there we got to a stage whereby some women on weekends when they want to help their husband wear their wash their clothes, you know what they do? They say, okay, when I want to wash my husband clothes, it's always difficult for me to wash clothes when I'm tying wrapper. So what will they do? They will now look for one of the abandoned trousers of their husband. They will do what? They will cut it to short. They will wear it while they help their husband wash their clothes. So they say at that time it makes it easier for them to wash. Then when some women start this thing, you will see some men be like, and this is Yoruba men at that time. Now culture, we correct ourselves when we see we are making mistakes. So at that time you see daddy Dolapo and daddy that you talk, baba Dolapo, ṣé o bí ìyàwó rẹ̀ ṣe ń wọ ṣòkòtò ni? Ṣé o mọ̀ pé obìnrin ń wọ ṣòkòtò ni? Do you understand? Like, don't you see your wife is beginning to put on trousers? Don't you know a woman does not wear trousers? Then the husband will be like, no, she only wears this trouser when she wants to help me to wash my clothes because it's easier. Easier in what sense? You won't compare how a woman who is tying the wrapper will run and how a woman who is wearing the trouser will run. So that is the brain behind the defense. So why the husband defends the wife begins to see it as there's nothing there. So gradually she give birth. A child see her on the weekend wear trouser. Then the idea of my child can wear trouser, my daughter can wear trouser. So the daughter will do what? Put on trouser. Now we are moving from normalities to abnormalities. We are moving from abnormalities to normalities. The abnormalities to normalities was the transition between the mode of information under technology from koko new heroine to getting the internet, getting the news at your doorstep. So now we are moving from normality to abnormality. How? Because it is normal in the African culture that a woman doesn't wear trouser. But now it is going to abnormality because now she has started wearing it, and now she has been buying trousers for her daughter because she like, what is there? Are you getting the point? So now the daughter that she's buying trouser for is what we call the new generation. You will have heard new generation, that's new generation. She gets. So that is the person she's handing over to. So that's why I'm telling you that the change you see today is not as a result of the person you see doing that thing. It takes a very long process. The speech you see today had gone through many processes, from the class during December to the preparation during January to Do you understand? So it didn't just happen one day. So now the mother has built the child thinking that putting on trouser is not the problem. So now we've moved from where? We are talking about culture now. We've moved from the old days to the new days. So who is in charge of the new days? The person in charge of the new days is that a child, that little child that she bought trouser for while she was growing. So now this child has grown up and she has seen putting on trouser as a normal thing. So while she grows, she begins to watch. Now she has access to technology. She has a phone. On the phone she would see Americans who would go to the beach wearing what was this thing they wear? They wear these pants that look like catapults and a bra to the beach. You understand? So now she has started seeing those things. Do you understand? So it is called bikini. But I didn't want to encourage it. That is why I made use of the word catapult, because it doesn't support her culture. Do you get it? So now she has started seeing women who wears bikini to the beach. Then she'll be like, wow, this lady looks elegant. Obviously, you will always look elegant when you dress in an exposing way. You understand? So that is why when you see some ladies dress decently, the people you call Alaja, the people you call Deeper Life, like Deeper Life, see this girl, see how she dey dress. While I was growing, I have always known, there's one of the features I have known. I'm not trying to diminish the Deeper Life people. I've always known something that I was growing up. When I see someone who sews clothes, a trouser, I'm talking about a man this time around. We used to call this trouser kembe. You understand? So when the man sews kembe, that his trouser is flying, like the amount of material is used in sewing these clothes. 3 persons will use it. Then I begin to be like, Deeper Life. My name be that. Do you understand? So culture, the mentality. Now, this child who the mother has passed the mic to, you know, the mother is also a product of the old day. But because of comfort, because she is beginning to think like there's nothing there, she's beginning to take her culture with levity because she feels there's nothing there now. My daughter wear trouser. So now she has passed on the mic to her daughter. So now her daughter had gained access to the internet. Then she now feel like, so let me explore other culture. But I wouldn't want to dress in bikini on the streets of Lagos. It won't happen. Do you understand? So what would she do? She would now do what? She would try and moderate her own style. In what way? So that was where you start seeing pencil jean, from pencil jean to leggings, from leggings to bum shorts, from bum shorts to wearing tights as knicker. So now we now moved from that space. We are now in the current. What space are we now? You know, at that time, our parents had always taught us that the way the child dress determines who she is. That's why you see Yoruba in the African proverb says, "Irisi ni isonilojo." In English, it is translated scientifically as the way you are dressed, you will be addressed. So if I see the person I regard as a deeper lifer, I won't want to play game with her. If I see the person I regard as Alaja, I would want to like, this person is too religious, so I can't go and meet this one and tell this one that let's go to a Koi club and take 2 shots of tequila. No. So I would want to look for someone who is putting on a leggings. Do you understand? So this is one of those things that the culture has wired us to think. What is the topic? I said what changed. So now at this point you should start asking yourself what's changed. This is a confrontation, this is a reset, this is a mirror for you. Are you being guessed? So now, the child whose mom, who was the product of the old generation, had passed the mic to, what's the child doing now? She has started dressing in some kind of way based on the things she see on the internet. Then she starts to feel like, why is our culture so hard? Let's do it, let's do it. So now we have now gotten to a point whereby those who get the likes, those who get the engagement on the social media space are persons who are not well dressed. And now I will tell you about one of the schools in Lagos State. No, not one, I will mention two. Evidently, I noticed over the years that schools like Yaba College of Education Technical, Yaba Tech in Yaba, and Lagos State University LASU, as well, they have employed this staff. What is the staff? As schools who still regard the African culture and who hold modesty in high prestige. What do they do? If you as a student coming to the school, if you dress indecently, you won't be allowed to enter the school premises. I remember the day where the time when I was still an aspirant then, I was wearing knicker, I was wearing the shorts, I was going for my, we call it IBC. This is indigenous screening for Lagos State students. Lagos State aspiring students. So while I was going for the screening, I was wearing shorts, then a round neck. And the security told me that I can't enter. And I was like, I can't enter how? He said because I'm not going to. He said you are not going to Alaba International Market, so you can't dress like this here. And I was like, no sir, there's nothing wrong with it. I said there's nothing wrong with it because schools like University of Lagos, you can dress the way you want. So you like just like an American school in Nigeria where you display anything you like do. You have the freedom. Of course, you have the freedom in LASU, but the freedom is that you can do whatever you like. You also have the freedom to do whatever you like. So our freedom is that you won't be able to enter our own place. Yes. Since you have the freedom to dress the way you like and you can't abide by rules, life is about give and take. So you won't also enter the school premises. So you can keep yourself with the shorts. We will keep our two gates to ourselves. So over the years, things begin to change. Things begin to change. And now, I will tell you, one of the things we lost at the level of culture is what I regard to as sense of strong community. Before, in the old days, almost every child has a sense of their community. They have a very good knowledge of how things work in their community, where they come from. For instance, if you see a child who is an Igbo child, maybe is from Awomama in Imo State, you will see that child tell you about their culture, their tradition. If perhaps one of their masquerade is Ekeleke, this child will tell you about Ekeleke's festival, how it is done, the things you don't do at the festival, the things you do at the festival, the things you do that makes the masquerade happy. Like a Yoruba child now, you know that when a masquerade is coming, when you see a masquerade, you remove your slippers, or else you will be beaten. You understand? So, but not all masquerade. There are some masquerade who are not going to do anything to you. like Yoruba would say egun ara they regard the their masquerade as ara means occupants of heaven, like, you understand? And that's why one of the musicians said something that egun ara ọ̀run òun gbọ́n gbowó láyé wọ́n wọ́n sùn láyé, you understand, like an occupant of heaven is hustling on earth, is building on earth with stick on his hand, you understand? So the old people have very strong sense of their community. This is how we do here. At this river you don't go there when once it's 7 o'clock. Once you are going to a river, you remove your slippers, you walk into the river barefooted. But the current day, and sorry, before that, I would say another thing about the old people. Another thing is they have respect for elders. In the Yoruba culture, if a Yoruba man will greet you at that time, he's going to prostrate completely with his chest on the floor. If it's a Yoruba lady, her nails will be on the floor completely, and she won't stand up. He won't stand up until the elderly person had granted him or her the request to rise. So while you greet, you remain there. Good morning, sir. Early. You stay there. Maybe he would tap you. How are you doing? Oh, mommy, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. You've done very well. That's how it's going. So it was going from you prostrating completely to some people saying, morning, sir. You know, there's no between your chest touching the floor and you using your hand to touch the ground. So it was going like that till morning, sir. Till Ekala, sir. Then it now becomes Ekala, sir. Do you understand? You see the transition?
Yes.
Of course, some persons might feel prostration is not a sign of respect, but here in Yoruba, based on our culture, it is a very important part. And one of the reasons why you would have to do this is because you have that sense of community, like I cited earlier, because that sense, that knowledge about your tribe is what makes you, is what motivates you. You are not just prostrating to respect, you are prostrating to promote your cultural heritage. On the other hand, those in the present day, we are still talking about changing the world, talking about current day and the old day. So we moved from communication, from technology to culture. So now in the current day, while I'm talking about prostration, while I'm talking about persons, individuals in the old generation has more respect for others than now. In those days, if you talk to an elderly person, you might have to say sir after every word. For example, you say, I don't want to say it in Yoruba for non-Yoruba, so I will say it in English. Perhaps you want to ask him, say, good morning, sir. Sir, I would like to ask you, sir, if you would eat rice, sir. Then you answer, okay, bring the rice. Say, how do you want the rice, sir? Do you want the rice in 2 plates? Or, sir, you want the... Do you understand? As you speak, you show a sign of respect in almost after each word. You get it? But now, it has changed from that. When those in the modern day comes, after I greet you, good morning, sir. Like, grandpa welcome, oh, it's good to see you, grandpa. You might not even prostrate. You might see them coming to meet grandpa, then you go, grandpa, good to see you. Your bag. Carrying the bag is a sign of respect. But you will not see grandpa speak about addressing. That's, Kenny, why are you dressed like this? I say, grandpa, you don't even know what is going on. Then we begin to hear, grandpa, you Jasha, like, grandpa, you are not exposed, you are not civilized. That's an insult. You understand? You're like, grandpa, you don't know what's happening. You don't know the trend. Then grandma might want to be considerate by telling grandpa that, grandpa, please let's let be. No things have changed. Then you see all the girls in the room shout, grandma, clock it. Then the grandma will be like, what happened? Why do you want to attack me? Do you understand? But that's the difference between the both. So after talking about culture, I will talk about speed of life. When I say speed of life, I'm talking about the rate at which we live now and the rate at which they live in those days. Now, we tend to want more than people at that time. They just need the basic things. Have house, have food, be able to afford your basic needs. No pressure. But people of today, after they had got a story building with luxurious couches, with latest phones, they will still tell you that they need $100 million in their savings. Then you begin to ask them, what do you want $100 million for? Like, I deserve to be happy. Then you ask, is there any market where they sell happiness for $100 million? No. So change that you are seeing. So another thing is value. Another change I'm talking about on the word is change in language. Now, Christian brothers, Christian sisters, I'm sure you are familiar with this. When you were reading the Bible at early stage, you will be seeing something like, the Lord answered prayer. So now, from answered, you are now having what? The Lord answers prayer. Language variation. Change. So now, you move from Shakespearean English to answer. Another thing you will notice among us while Dr. T was talking about language, it reminds me of something that would relate to the change. And what is that thing? Under social linguistics, when we talk about social linguistics is the study of the relationship between language and the society. So now, while I said something when I was talking before, I said linguists is a scientific study of language. It doesn't really care about you speaking good or bad English, but it cares about communication. So a linguist is not there to criticize how you speak. So what matters most is what? Communication. Distinguished guests. Touch the person beside you. Tell the person to communicate. Tell the person to communicate. You are not touching. Touch the person and tell the person to communicate. Good. So now, under social linguistics, under change there now, when I say change in language, I'm talking about change in what? What's changed? So now, at levels, we have what we call, when regarding how people speak, we have what we call basilect. Someone say basilect. Everybody say basilect. Speak with power, say basilect. So now, after basilect, we have what we call misiolect. Say misiolect. Say misiolect. Then we have what we call acrolect. Say acrolect. That's standard. Then there's one on the other hand called hyperlect. So now what is it about? So in language, this is talking about, I'm relating it to change. Basilect are people who speak language, who speak a particular language, but they are the lowest level. Lowest level in what sense? For someone who speaks English, who is talking to you like saying, I go go there. Do you understand? under Nigerian English, I will go there, is regarded as pidgin. Do you understand? So this person can be referred to as someone who speaks base dialect. Do you understand? So now, if this person proceeds to up his game from I will go there to I go there tomorrow, it becomes what? Misdialect, like it's gradually advancing on the Nigerian English part. An acrolet is someone who has gotten to that stage of standard spoken of that language where you say I will be there tomorrow. Do you understand? You see the change? So many of us are not speaking like this the way we used to speak before, but because change is constant, because of consistency, we start improving. If you like to hear the second change I was talking about, the first change I spoke about the word change. So now I'm talking about the people's change. So now you may begin to ask yourself that, you may begin to say the world has changed so much. I saw persons who had come to talk, and they talk about heartbreak, they talk about SS and AS, they talk about how parents, single parented children are being treated. I've seen people speak about the race. Do you understand? So now, I want you all to also know that every change you see today is your responsibility. You contribute to every change you see today. So now, from every change you see today, I will be talking about attention span. Now we are complaining of what? Depression, right? In the old days, people gain more attention. You talk to your neighbors, you speak with people around you, you make sure they are doing well. But now, we only give attention to people who has things to offer. And that's why you hear people tell you, you are only valued when you have value. So what is the value? The value depends on what the person who is valuing you wants. So if the person who would value you, maybe a Nigerian girl who wants money so she can afford 3 months straight weeks, if she would give you attention at that point, to be based on your financial, and that's why you see people, you will send them text on WhatsApp, they would not reply your text until probably after 24 hours. But if another person sends them the same text, hi, how are you doing? Immediately they will respond, I'm good, my bro. Why? Because the difference between you and the other person is that probably you are known for billing. Billing in what sense? He has known you that the moment you text him, you want to ask for urgent 2K. So the moment he sees your text, just be like, no, this guy wants to beg for money again. And it might not even be the guy that wants to beg for money. But we are now used to the culture of what's the update, waiting to bring money. So the moment you are not coming with an update, you won't be seen as someone who has value. And that's why they will tell you, you have to make sure you are up to date. You get it? So now, the attention span of this time is low compared to the other time, the old days. So now I'm talking about the relationship, in this context I'm talking about changing people. So now, viewers, distinguished audience, when I talk about change the relationship, what change do you notice that is in the relationship of the old days that is not in this current relationship? I think this is a very wild stage now. Double dating, thank you. So someone made mention of what? Double dating. As I'm analyzing his view, get ready to talk about the things you did not see in the old relationship and the things you are seeing now. So now, in the olden days relationship in Africa, the dating wasn't common. To some extent, we have families who have what we call a particular ritual and tradition they do. So as a female child, you would have been taken to an African gods, where your parents will tell you that as a child from this family, we don't fornicate, we don't do sex before marriage, we don't do all sorts of immoral things. Do you get? So now, because of that, you would bear in mind that, oh, my dad has spoken to me about the African culture and how we should always live. So because of that, I have to be on a straight line. I have to be on that line. I have to follow that legacy. And aside from that, the way those who drop dates in the old days, the way they are treated alone, won't even want to make you try it. I think that what makes the old days relationship better than today. Because when you encourage people to do things, then it goes on. It is only in today's world you see someone post on TikTok that's saying with the caption, the man who spends more on me is the man who will win the race. So I've put the three of you on a financial race. You spend more, you have me. Then the moment the girl posts something like that and she begins to get more engagement, you will see girls like her say, clock it, you are doing well. You will see girls like her use captions like, energy for energy, I love your spirit, they ginger me, they motivate me, my mentor. Do you understand? But in the old days, if you try to pass such information, you will be criticized. All these conversations all started from where? What changed? What changed? You can use this as self-evaluation for yourself. And look at yourself. What has changed in me? So now, if probably before you are making 100,000 every month, and now you are making less than 100,000. So your journey down below 100,000 did not just start in one day. That started for a period of time, but because you weren't paying attention, you didn't know. So now we're talking about what? What changed? So now, the relationship we are talking about here, if you see, in those days, as a man, the moment you confess love to the woman you want to, you like, once the woman is sure that you have a house where you live, maybe it's just one single room, you are good to go. So now, don't forget, in this single room, the man shares bathroom, shares toilet with the other neighbors in the house. Maybe in that house, there are 20 tenants in that house. That means 20 tenants would have access to 2 toilets and 1 bathroom. That means in room analysis, there's very high tendency that one person would have to queue for the other person before the other person can use the toilet. Do you understand? You see how discomfort, how tiring it can be. You can see the level of discomfort in that. You get? Now, because of what they called love at that time, the woman won't sit at them like, so at least you have where you are staying. You can always work things out. You can always grow. You get? But in modern day, at least if you don't have a room self-contained, a room and a personal kitchen, bedroom and toilet to yourself, there is a very high tendency that the woman won't answer you because she won't want you She won't want her friends. This is where peer pressure comes in. She won't want her friends. Of course, it's not bad to settle for less. But here, we are only analyzing the things that changed between the old days and the new days. The reason why we are in what we are today. Now, in days like this, where you will have to save probably 8 months of your salary to pay house rent, and the days where you will have to take half of your monthly salary to pay your rent for a year, you should expect less stress mentally and physically. And that's why in those days you will see our fathers do one job and live fine. But now, after a banker had gone to bank from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, he will still consider baking or working as an MC at an event on Saturday where he is expected to be sleeping at home. Why? Because he has to satisfy the community, society expectation. Why? Who occupies society? The people. That's why I say change in the people. Now, because at the first place, the relationship is expecting that he is living in nothing less than a room self-contained. So he has to do what? He has to do all he can do to level up. Another thing that is different here is the reality of yesterday and the reality of today. Yesterday, talking about the old days, people are more loyal. You will see, I think I'll use women for example. Our mothers in those days are very loyal that when their husband gets married to the second wife, they stay, the third wife, they stay, the first wife, they stay. Then they get to a level whereby they have no choice than to become friends with those women they don't want to see. But in today's, if your woman just hear that you mistakenly impregnate, which is wrong, you impregnate another woman, there's an high tendency that she's going to do what, she's going to leave the house for you. So now talk about this change. It's a result of me and you. So it is the change in us that we bring to the society. Distinguished guests, I don't know if you are getting the analysis. I don't know if you are getting the true picture of what I'm trying to talk about. So now when I say you change, now I've spoken about the world changed. The people changed. And now, for us to do a good analysis, we're talking about the next change. What is the next change? You, as a person, you changed. You, as a person, you changed. How do you change? The first thing is dreams delayed. Now, what are your dreams? There are many of us whose dream was that at the age of 25 they will be married. Yes or yes. So we have people who say at the age of 25 I will be married. At the age of 26 I will have my first child. At the age of 27 I will have a Bentley and a Rolls Royce. Now I'm talking about dream delay. You changed yourself. You changed, and that is what is affecting the world. Do you understand? But now, if at 21 as a Nigerian you are still writing JAMB, and at that 21 you wrote your final JAMB that earns you an admission into the university. So at 22 what are you doing? You'll be in 100 level. At 23 you'll be in 200 level. So 24 you'll be in what, 300 level. 25 you'll be in what, 400 level. 26 you'll be serving the Federal Republic of Nigeria under NYSC. You understand? That is if there is no strike. Like there is no strike in this current administration. You get it? So now, the moment you are waiting for that, the dream has what? Has been delayed. If yes, that is if you are not pressured. You have what? Delay in dream. So now, talking about what he cited, he said if you are not pressured. Some persons, because they already had the intent that before 25, I would have the things I said I'm going to have. So they will say, okay, I'm in school at 22, but it's not bad, I can always find my way. Then they begin to find other means. Like, what can I do? Let me see if I can go into cryptocurrency. I was told people make so much money from cryptocurrency. Then on the other hand, let me try and see if I will follow someone who will pay me money to do illegal things. I remembered some times ago where some guys told me that they have to donate some blood at the hospital, that they used to make money from it. You can imagine the level of pressure that will make someone to go to the hospital to donate blood just to collect money. Do you understand? But this person is not starving. He is not. But because someone with the blood O positive at that hospital, they pay them more. So when he gets this money, he will go and do what? He will go and change his phone. Social pressure. Change it. So now I'm talking about you changed. The delay in dream. So because this person had planned delay in dream. Now, this delay in dream is not visible in the olden days. Why? Because in the olden days, only a few persons believe that going to school will transform their life. So they believe as far as you are skilled, as far as you are not lazy, you will always make money. And other than they sing a common song by saying, Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀, iṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa. Do you understand? Like if as far as you can go to the farmland to do plantation, you will always find a way to it. So in the olden days, if the person's plan was at 25, I would get married. At 25, he will get married. Because one, the woman at that time will not put that much pressure in him. What is the pressure I'm talking about? The pressure in today is that woman you are meeting today will not, many of them will not accept that you get married to them in a single room, like our mothers. So now, the rates at which our currency is now compared to that time is different. At that time, 1 naira has value than $1. So it was naira and pounds that was on the same level. You can imagine. So now, the fact that naira and pounds are on the same level at that time, it makes it easier for them. Like I went to Baba at that time, he said something. He said, anytime he sees us, he has this feeling that we are the generation that do not enjoy Nigeria. He said because at that time, if they will drink garri, there's what they call condensed milk. They will take condensed milk, they will put different kind of thing in their garri to what? To make it more nourishing. Why they eat? He said, but now, who will try it now? He said because it's going to cost you more than it's going to cost you at that time. You understand? So, delay in dreams. So, for this to have changed to this way, it means the people as well as what changed. From what I said, delay in dream. So that the man in the old days will not be affected by what? By the social expectations like go to school, after school, graduate, get a job, get a car. It's not necessary. But yeah, there's always delay in dream because you want to meet up with those things. You want to do those things. Another thing I'm going to talk about is fear increase. That's another change in you. Now you are afraid, isn't it? Yes. The fear in you is your assurance. I'm referring to you as the new generation. The fear in you is you want to leave your parents' house because you are 25. Now, once you leave your parents' house, you want to pay house rent. So now you've paid your first house rent. You don't want your landlord to come and insult you, to embarrass you. So you're already afraid. You already know what it takes to do what? To get money so you can pay for the second rent. It doesn't stop there. When your friends come to greet you, to visit you during the weekends, you want to entertain them, so you have to subscribe on your DSTV, but you don't have TV. So that's another risk. So you begin to run for that. How do I get money to get a TV? Then you get money, you get a TV. After getting a TV, you think of how you do monthly subscription, so as to keep track. Do you get? So now, this increase your fear because you don't want to fail. Because you've attached success to those things that if I don't have these things, I will not succeed. So you attached your success, you built your success around it. That is one of the things you're suffering this day. And that's why we want to always go extra miles to get what we want. So fear increase I'm talking about is missing in the old generation because they don't have a lot to do. And I think that's one of the reasons why you would barely hear that we have crisis of crime or other things. And that's why the olden days people used to sing one song in Yoruba. They will say, kí ni mo fò lè ṣe láyé tí mo wá, kí ni mo fò lè ṣe láyé tí mo wá, láyé tí mo wá, láyé tí mo wá, láyé tí mo wá, kàkà kí n jalè, máa kúkú ṣẹrú. Do you understand? So now, it is believed by those people of those days that I would rather be a slave than be a what? Thief. But in today's generation, they will say, I would rather be a thief than be a slave. So some person sing one song in Yoruba, but I don't understand what they said. Kàkà kí n jalè, máa kúkú sáṣẹ́. If it is Ogun State language, sáṣẹ́ means run away from work. But what they mean, I don't understand. Do you understand? So you see the difference. So now, you have changed. You've left the legacy of your fathers. You stop promoting the heritage, the cultural heritage of your father. That heritage that gives you that peace of mind that as a woman, all you need in life is to be happy. You don't need much. So now, you've left that part to a part that tells you that you must rent a 4-bedroom apartment. If you like rent a 10-bedroom apartment, you will only sleep in one room. So now, you have switched to that part where you don't want to leave Abariga. You want to come and join your Instagram friends at Lekki. So once your rent reaches 6 months, you begin to think, you begin to panic. How far would I do? In the process, some persons will break down and lose their life. And that's why we have more men die of heart attack in the present day. Sorry, what causes heart attack? Is it not overthinking? Too much pressure. You want to meet up. Do you get it? You want to meet up. You would have to go from year to year. You would have to. Do you get? So the fear increase. Past generation, they are good. They feel as far as they have gone to farm, they have gotten yam, they had maybe the hunter had killed this thing. You just go to one farm, get pepper. You can even trade, if you have 10 yam, you can trade 2 yam for pepper and other sauce to make his soup more delicious. That makes life a little bit easier. So you see it. So one change is making life easier, and the other change is making life what? Difficult. The change that makes life easier is technology. The one that is making life difficult is what? Is you. Is you. Because you want to change. Of course, there is need for upgrade. You said? Yes, there is need for upgrade. But the need for upgrade is different from meeting up. If you say meet up, who are you in competition with? That's the question. Where are you going to? You get? So these are things we face. Now, after we have changed, what do? We put the blame on government. We put the blame on society. We put the blame on technology. We put the blame on other people. What changed here? What changed here is you did not do self-assessment. What you could do is to put the blame on government, society, people, and who? Technology. Technology has come to help you. Look at the likes of Olishoyinka. At the time they went to the university, they don't have access to informations like we do. So they might have to walk very far before they can access a library. Do you get it? But we are fortunate. If I bring out my phone now, if I want to read The Lion King, if I just go to Google and type The Lion King by Professor Olishoyinka, I will get the book immediately. Do you understand? The moment I get the book, what will I do? I will read. Technology made what? Easy. But now, instead of me to do that, the moment I picked up my phone, I would go on TikTok and I would start watching videos of new generation girls. Then before you know it, I would not know until I had exhausted my data. Don't forget, data is not free. You are paying for data. Do you understand? So now, if you spend 1,000 naira data every day, probably 500 naira on watching TikTok video, 500 naira on engaging on Twitter, doing video calls with people, at the end of the month, how much do you spend on data? If the month is 28 days, 28,000, 31 days, 31,000, 30 days, 30,000. What change? Yeah, I'm talking about after everything. You don't put the blame on yourself anymore. You don't assess yourself. Now you put the blame on the society, on the government, on technology. So you get? So now I'm helping you now to do a self-assessment of why you are not grown. So now you spend 1,000 naira on data every month, right? Or every day, right? So now for 1 month you spend how much? 30,000 naira. Distinguished guest, please do a mathematical calculation. If you're on your phone, please move from WhatsApp to your calculator instantly, immediately. Move from WhatsApp to your calculator. Move from other apps to your calculator as I speak. So now, if you calculate it, you spend 30,000 naira on data, 1,000 naira on data every day. Okay, I think there's no need for calculator. If you spend 1,000 naira on data every day, in 1 year, how many days do we have a year? 365 days makes a year. If it is not leap year, now a year. So So now it means you will spend 365,000 naira on data every year. Keep it aside. Data is life, I know. But most of the things you use this data for are very what? Irrelevant. You can do a lesser plan to receive text for maybe 200 naira per day. Maybe social bundle, or WhatsApp message, WhatsApp call, then you do other things to cut cost so as to save for tomorrow. I don't know if you get the point. Now, but because you did not do self-assessment, you keep buying data. Don't forget you pay utility bill, you pay rent. So at the end of the day, you will now be living on loan. Then you start to think, you start to be pressured, you start to be unhappy. Then you begin to blame the society. That what society will I find myself? Without assessing yourself, like, what kind of human being is you yourself? Why can't you be yourself? So now talking about technology. The technology that has come to make things easy for you. The technology that has come to protect you from traveling from Lagos to Ibadan before you can have access to a book. Okay, I'll tell you something. While I was in the university, while I was the Association of Postgraduate Students President, so I said we would go on an adventure. So while I said we would go on an adventure, I said we will be going to Badagry. You know what? Badagry that we are going to is a slave museum. For us to get to the slave museum, what do I need? I need to make enquiry ahead. Yes or yes? Yes. So I did what? I went on the internet to do what? I googled slave museum Badagry, Nigeria. So while I used the internet, I saw a phone number popped up. Then I picked the phone number, then I placed a call. Now, advantage of the technology you are criticizing that you say that it affects you. So when I placed the call, I said, hello, good morning. It was because it was morning. I said, I am KSO and I would like to come explore the slave museum. And he said to me, how many persons will be coming with you? I said, because it determines the discount you will be given. Then I said, at least 200 of us will be coming to the slave museum. And he said, on the norms, I would have charged 1,000 naira per head. But because you are coming in a very large number, 200, I will charge 500 naira per head. From there, we agreed because as an African man, I still have to price. So I can get more discounts, so I can save more. So I priced, I got more discounts, then we fixed the day. I can tell you for a fact that I had not been to the place. While I make enquiry, I told him to send me videos of the museum. I told him to send me videos of the offer I will be given. Then he referred me to the official Instagram page where I can watch videos of things they have done before, so I can see how hospitable they are. What's my point? My point is, without, on a normal level, on a normal standard, I would have spent some amount of money going from where I am to Badagry to make enquiry at first. Do you understand? So what I'm going to make enquiry, there's even a tendency that the person I would talk to might not be available on that day. But technology has helped me cut cost at that point. Using technology to your own benefit. We have got people who. So what am I saying? I'm talking about you changed. I'll tell you a popular student in my school at that time. He a better writer than I am. I'm talking about writing. He's a better writer than who? Than I am. So do you know what he did? Why he discovered better AI apps? What did he do? He stops writing. He will tell us that writing is stressful. Yes, AI will do the job. Then instead of him to develop his talents, to develop his extraordinary level of creativity, what will he do? He will just go to AI for AI to help him construct an article. He will just give he won't even come develop a topic. He might just tell AI that AI, I want to talk about the people. And then I might just tell him that, would you like to talk about business, people's business? They're like, yes, business. Lazy man telling AI to help him write about business. Then after writing about business, he would publish it. Of course, there's one thing you should know about AI is AI does not have emotions. So, as a creative writer, which your writing is meant to evoke the emotion of the reader, that emotion will be missing in that work. Are you with me? I have moved from talking about the change in the world to the change in the people to the change in you. So after the change in you, I'm talking about at the end of the day, you blame the society, you blame technology, you blame the government, you blame other people for your own misfortune. And I am doing a critical analysis, citing examples of blaming technology instead of using technology to your own advantage. Are you following, distinguished guest? So now, where do I stop? I stopped where I was talking about the guy who has a writing gift, but because he has seen AI, he abandoned that gift to start telling AI to help him develop topics, then develop a full article. Not knowing that AI does not have emotion, and every creative writing must evoke the emotion of its reader. AI has not been to war before. So how, when you meet a soldier who just came back from a war front, when that soldier is explaining to you about how war front is, you would feel it. If maybe the soldier lost his best friend at the war front, maybe his best friend was by his side while the rifle touched hit the best friend. When he's narrating that scenario to you, there is this kind of emotion is going to evoke while you are listening. You begin to feel like, oh God, this is happened to this man. At some point, he might want to start crying himself because of the way he feels. So, if it is AI that is helping you write about this thing, AI will not show all of these expressions because it does not have emotion. So now, talking about this guy, this was how he continued living his life. This was how he continued living his life, that he ended up degrading. Degrading in what sense? Instead of him to advance, practice make perfection, they say. So instead of him to keep practicing his writing, then if you write, you make mistakes, we will condemn, we will criticize your work. If you speak bad words, we will criticize your words, we will tell you this is what you say that is not right. So you develop, you improve your spoken ability or your writing skill. But now that he has left perfection, that he has left his work for AI, he starts what? Downgrading. Then one day I read one of his articles titled The Silver Boy. When I read the article, I could remember that this story is Toby's story. Yeah. But the story, while I was reading the story, it wasn't really communicating the pain Toby went through, because I was part of Toby's story. I knew what Toby went through. But the way Toyib, who has the writing skill, who had left his writing for AI, the way he wrote the article, I could sense that if truly this article was written by Toyib, he won't write it in such manner, because he's aware of what Toby has faced. From there, I could sense that this is not written by him. And I realized that, no, how do you come to this? And I called his attention. I said, this technology you are using will affect you. Please, don't forget, I said something earlier. I said, the change you see today did not just happen overnight. It's a gradual process. So now, look at the gradual process here. Toyib had left his writing skill for AI to help him develop topics. So now, the brain, the body stop getting used to thinking critically to develop topic, thinking critically to write. That's writing stage, the content. So you start losing that sense of development, that sense of the creativity, that intelligence starts going down. Then at the end of the day, if you ask Toyib, what's wrong? In an interview where you are asked to write in 3 paragraphs, you were able to write very well. But I thought you said you're a super writer. I thought you said you write all of the articles you write by yourself. So what has gone wrong? Then they will begin to tell you that, I don't know, the people who ask me to write are bad people. They are bad people because they criticize my work. They put the blame of his own failure on the people who interview him. That's what we're talking about. They put the blame on other people. Now, I've explained putting the blame on technology. So now, through technology, you are blaming other people for your own failure. So another thing is putting the blame on government and society. Don't forget that as people, we makes the government. It's the number of votes from good persons that determines if a good person will be the leader. So if more bad people has votes than more good people, then we have the votes. The bad person as who? The leader. That is how it works. So you as a person, you've changed. You've have the mentality that votes does not count. Votes does not count. I'm not voting again. Because I remembered last week I was talking to my mom's friend. Then I showed them my voter's card. So I said, the voter's card is bad. That I'll be going to the Independent National Electoral Commission office to make request for a new one. Then you know what she told me? She said, what's the point of going there? Don't you know that your vote does not count? Then I told her, I said, my vote counts. Yes. So that's my vote count. I said, ma, I said, the more you say your vote does not count, the more you give Reagan a chance. Hello, sir. Did you get what I'm saying? So now, you change. How do you change? You change from that person who used to vote to that person who does not vote again. So now, while you did not vote, you would have your slots empty. Then your slots will be taken advantage of by the person who wants to buy the votes. Then they say, okay, since we have 15 persons who did not come here to vote today, good. We are not using a technical way of voting. You know, if it's a technical way of voting, you would have to use a verified thumbprint like biometrics. Do you get? So since we are using the manual voting style, you know what? I would buy the remaining 15 votes of persons who did not come to vote today. I'll pay for it. Just keep thumbprinting. Just keep put ink on your hand, then vote. Put ink on your hand, then vote. I still doing. They would win the election maybe by just 2 votes. But at least he has won. And here comes the problem. You changed. So now, as you change, you affected the society because of your civil irresponsibility. So now, after you've affected the society based on your civil irresponsibility, what next is going to happen? What are we expecting? We're expecting a bad government. So now, bad government will come in because the person who paid to buy a vote is apparently a bad person, is a bad leader. Do you understand? So now, you don't expect a bad leader to do something good. You don't get right from wrong. Wrong is wrong, right is right. So for you to be right, you have to do it right. And that's why I was telling my successors in the meeting last week, when I was going to leave the university, when I was preparing to graduate, I handed over power to them. Then one of them said something. Said, we want to create a committee. That committee will serve as a disciplinary committee to every student that goes against the constitution. And I asked them, I said, because they seek my opinion, then I told them, I said, organizing a committee is not the problem. But the problem is there is the committee that is acknowledged by the constitution. So creating this committee you want to create, the constitution does not acknowledge the committee. So probably you have to wait till the constitution is amended. If your idea makes it into the constitution, fine. Because the constitution is not just made by 2 persons. It has to do with a lot of people's opinion, aside from the member of the House of Assembly or the member of the People's Representative at Large in the student level, Student Representative Council. So after saying that, I said, okay, mine is to give advice because I left the system for them to do it. Then they came to agreements that they would build the committee. Don't forget, I said it's not in the constitution. And anything that is not constitutional is what? It's illegal. So we have what we call flexible and rigid constitution. But it doesn't change the fact that they are what? They are constitution. But this is not constitutionally backed. You get it? So now, this is where the people change. After they had done it, then they use it in making themselves powerful. Because the team comprised of the big boys in the department, the big boys, people that served before, the people that are serving currently. So, what do they do? They organize the committee, they use the committee in reviewing issues in school and everything. Then the moment they left, they handed over that committee to the next, to their successor, to the next people who are coming to take over the what's it called? Take over government. So while they handed over, the new executives that came in now stole money. So now they stole the money. This committee now sent a broadcast for an emergency meeting. So at the emergency meeting, they impeached the president immediately. So now, after impeaching the president immediately, the president went to the court to report. He went to the students' court to report that I have been impeached illegally, and I was told that if I don't leave my office, something will happen to me. Then the court sent a letter. Then this person sent a letter to me that, sir, this happened and we would like to involve you. And I remind them of what I told them before. Said, you forgot the day I told you that the constitution does not support the committee you created. Well, this committee was created by your predecessor with your support. So now it is clear that the constitution does not back this committee up. So you don't have any legal right to impeach the president. That's where the idea of two wrongs cannot make a right comes from. You who creates an illegal committee, you are wrong. The person who stole public funds is wrong. You get it? So now, they now begin to blame the courts. Why will the courts not allow them impeach him? Then I told them, you do the right thing. No. So you changed. You changed. You changed from following the constitution to doing what will benefit you. And that is the result you are getting. You get it? Yes, things change. But the real question is, when did you change? Do you understand? Now, this is a question to you. When did you change? The time you change has a lot to do with the results you get. If you are this person that has always been concerned with anything that has to do with academics, if you stop being an academic person and your grade point starts going down, then you start to blame the lecturer in charge that lecturer failed me. Lecturer failed me. The lecturer did not fail you. Things change as a result of you changing. Now the question is, when did you change? So now, to answer this question, please let's rise. I will make an analysis answering the question. Don't forget, it all started by saying what changed. Now I'm asking you as people, as audience here, that when did you change? Now let's say something. Today is, we are moving on to the day 6 of speaking, yes or no?
Yes.
Now, a week ago, are you always staying up at night like this to talk? No. So now, when did you change? You changed when? On the 1st of April. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Are you getting the point?
Yes.
So now, if you would do an analysis, the codes at the back, please rise. If you would do an analysis of the damage of whatever effects, both negative or positive effects we are facing, probably as a country, as individuals, the first thing you do is ask yourself the question, when did I change? What changed? This question alone will transform you. So now you were sitting before, and when you were sitting, you were feeling too relaxed, that you were bound to the gods. But now that you are standing, something has changed. What's changed? Now you can see clearly. Did you get the analysis? So now, at the point where you feel things are not going too well, like there's an African legend in the movie industry, he said something. He said, no African man questions the reason why he's doing well. Please may sit. No African man questions the reason why he's doing well. No one goes to an herbalist to ask that, Hello sir, I really want to know why things have been going well for me. Yesterday I won a visa lottery. Day before yesterday I got $1,000 contract. He said, why is it that the only time you go to meet an herbalist is when things are not going well? What's changed? So it was that change that prompted, that triggered you to take the step you are taking. So what's changed? We are changed from persons who would sleep at night to persons who will stay up at night to speak to the world, so the world can learn. So now what changed? Everything changed since we had told the world that we will be speaking to the world for 20 days. And what are we going to tell the world? We will tell the world about different things: politics, academics, creativity, African culture, so people can learn. Like I spoke today, what was my topic about? What's changed? This has come. This is a mirror. A mirror. You know, when a mirror is before you, with the mirror you can easily see changes. When I woke up this morning, when I look at my face, I saw, oh, I'm having some rashes on my forehead. That's what. So now what's changed? My face is not smooth again. Do you understand? That's a change. That is a change. A review. So this topic has come to do forward to do a reset. Change mindset. The technology is not the reason for your misfortune. The reason why those students didn't reach is not because of TikTok. It's because of indiscipline. And every one of us will pay the price of indiscipline. Every one of us will what? Will pay the price of indiscipline. When I was talking about the internet, I spoke about how the internet will take your money away from you. When you have to keep buying data, then at the end of the year you buy data of 365,000 naira. Meanwhile, your monthly salary is 70,000 naira, Nigerian minimum wage. You still have that bills to pay. Then you have no choice than to go use loan app. That persons who will take loan on OP. So when it's time to pay the OP loan, they will have to go to bank to get another loan to pay OP loan. So while they pay OP loan, they will take another loan to pay PAMPay back. Then when it's time to pay OP again, they will go and get another loan from PAMPay to pay OP. Is that a life? So now what changed? So now your action, the things that change, is what determines the life you live. And change doesn't just happen in a day. So now, I would like to ask you, the things you are facing today, the good parts we are enjoying from technology, from our culture, the way our mode of dressing, that time where our women wears garment of modesty, where our women can distinguish between decent dressing and indecent dressing. What changed? What changed in our thinking? Our thinking in what sense? Before, we used to believe men are the providers. Men should always do everything. But now, our women has changed the narrative. Our women have become people who would do 9 to 5. You get it? Now our women have become people who do 9 to 5. They will wake up in the morning, go to office as their husband, come back at night, then do what? Still prepare food for their husband. So if there is need to pay bills, if maybe There are some homes where the husband pays 60% of the bills, the wife pays 40%. That reduces what? The pressure. What has changed there? Our thinking, our view of life has changed. The way we see things. We stop seeing men as people who would carry all the loads on their head. What's changed? Our way of thinking. From the old days where you expect the man to always provide everything, where you expect the man to be strong. You expect if something hits a man, the man should do what? The man should pretend like nothing happened to him. What's changed? Another thing, what changed in our priority? I've moved from our thinking to our priority. In those days, the old days, the priority is happiness. And that's why you see an African man at that time, all he needs is get a house, his wife, have 3 square meal, go to work, make little money, or if he makes more money, it's fine, then it's good. Priority. But now we have moved to persons who wants to buy a Lamborghini, who wants to buy a GLE at the age of 28. So now priority has changed. So it has increased. The fact that our priority has changed has increased our race. Do you understand? So now when they change priority, the race do what? Increase. Before, our priority was to just do what? Go to work, do our service. But now, since 1st of April, our priority has changed from going to work to what? To speaking to the world for 20 days. So now, because of that, our plan has changed. So we no longer go to work alone. If you go to work, we will still have to come back to the world to speak to them, so as to fulfill our promise of speaking to the world for what? 20 days. Distinguished guests, are you there? Distinguished guests, I want to hear your voice, are you there? You get? So now, change the priority. So now, at every point in time when you start feeling uncomfortable, you should ask yourself, what's changed? Of course, my priority has changed. That is the reason why I'm feeling uncomfortable. Of course, you know that the apartment you'll be getting, if you calculate your salary from January to December, it can't pay for the apartment before you went to rent that apartment. Now, you are prioritizing what you know you can't afford just to feel among. So now you've done that, you've committed that atrocity, you've taken that step. So now, the moment you start feeling uncomfortable, you should always understand that your priority has changed. You changed the priority from eating 3 square meal to having a Lamborghini. So your workforce, the level rate at which you work is expected to increase. Are you getting it? So anytime you start feeling like my money is just going, I could barely save 10,000 rand in a month, and ask yourself, you earn 70,000, right? Or you earn 100,000, right? 30,000 goes to your data. How much is your foodstuff? How much is your electricity bill? So how much will you have left? This is what some persons do not know, and that's why many Africans so much believe in magic. That's why you see Africans, the moment they realize that they are not making enough money, they would go to religious center for prayer. You hear them say, I have come to seek God's consent. That's what happened. He said, things have not been going well for me. Things have not been going well. What happened? He said, other persons has $1 million in their accounts. For me, I don't have. Then, at the religious center, they will now start praying for you, for them. in the name of God, in the name of God, you would make it, you would make it. But now, the religious leaders ask these people what their priorities are. To the critical thinking, what has changed? How much do you earn at first? You earn 200,000 naira. Your house rent is how much? 1.7 million naira. So now, why are you telling us that you could barely save? So what prayer do you want us to do for you? I don't know if you get it. So, what has changed in our priority? Another thing is, what has changed in our courage? You see, in today's world, many persons had lost that courage they need. Of course, everything you see today at a point in time started as a wild dream. Take for instance this 20 days of eloquence. When we said we were going to do it, it first started as, is this really possible? Are we going to speak? Are we going to be able to speak for just even one day? You know how many minutes we have? Do you know how many minutes we have in a day? Now, not just one day, 2 days, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like that, for 20 days. But now, we have gotten used to it. Things has changed. Our courage. Now, since we started the first one, we've developed our courage. Do you believe in yourself at first? And that's why when Brother sang with Khalid, the last verse of Wild Dream, he said, wild dreams are dangerous to people who cannot see far. So that's where courage comes in. For persons who doesn't have that foresight, they begin to, the courage is not there. And courage matters in everything you do. The next thing is, what's changed in our discipline? At times you want to ask yourself, okay, now you say things has not been going well. Abi, we have persons who come here to say there's always traffic in Lagos and they put the blame on the government as usual. I said it's after I analyzed the people's changed, where I said at the end of the day, people put the blame on society, government, technology, and other persons. So now, have we done a self-evaluation by asking ourselves what has changed in our thinking? Now, we are thinking it's the government who is responsible for traffic. But have you asked yourself, what are we even disciplined? Discipline in what sense? You see a 3-lane road where someone had parked on the right hand side, but there is no space for you to park at the right hand side because there are a lot of cars on the straight line at the right hand side. But because you want to find a way to park, you decide to park on the left hand side, meaning that you've taken down another lane. So transporters who are going or coming have just one lane to themselves. Then luck is start. Discipline. But if you are disciplined enough, you won't do that. But now, after you've done that, then unfortunately for you, The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority comes around at that time. They would have to tow your car, your vehicle, for what? For causing traffic. Then you be punished. You might have to pay some fine. At that point, you start to feel like the government is bad. So that's where you blame the people. But you ask yourself, what's changed? What's changed? Your thinking has changed. You didn't think well. Discipline in what sense? I said something, I sang one song. That parents then will sing, Kini mo foolish, láyé tí mo wá, láyé tí mo wá, láyé tí in African song, láyé tí mo wá, kàkà kí n jalè, máa kú ṣẹ́rú. They would rather be a slave than steal. This is discipline. While I was growing, I have elderly people like in their 90s, their 80s, a lot of them. They will tell me that, Shegun, during our time, you don't have to use padlock to lock your shop when you are going home. All you need to do is close the door. You can get a big nylon, cover your goods, then go home. While you go home, if your neighbor, for instance, wants to get something from you, if maybe your neighbor is a female, she will come, she will take what she wants to take, then she will keep the money under the other goods, or she will keep the money for you to come back. You have people who would go around that place, but they won't touch the money you keep there. I'm not saying there are not people who steal at that time. There were thieves. But at that time, when they catch thieves, the thief would not want to try to commit the same atrocity again. So what has changed? At level of discipline. It's discipline that makes us see a married woman. She's a married woman, she told you that I'm married. But because you are not disciplined, you still want to approach her. Then you begin to say things is not going well, the country is bad, this is bad. You ask yourself, what has changed? What is the question? What has changed? What's changed? Can we just say what changed? What changed? So now, what's the core message? The world will always change. Yes. The world will always change. But you must decide who you will want to become. You decide who you want to become. The world will always change. And at the 31st of April, we were not like this. This is not what we do. But this has become what? An habit. That this stage will not be left without someone who will be coming to speak. Do you understand? So it has become an habit. Someone must come here to speak to us every day for the next 20 days. Not just every day, every minute, every second, for the next 20 days. Do you understand? Now, the world will always change, but you will choose who you want to become. So now, you have to move from blaming to owning, from observing to acting. Do you get the message? You have to move from blaming to what? To owning. Owning in what sense? You have to move from blaming the government. I told you, from blaming technology, for thinking technology is the reason why you failed, for thinking the culture is the reason why you failed. You have to move from that to what? To owning responsibilities. Like, it is my duty, I am responsible for the content of my action. And the reason why I have to work 9 to 5 in the morning, then resume a night shift at another company, so I can get money. Do you understand? Some persons has put themselves on a stage where they can't survive. So they would begin to force it. To force it. Do you understand? To force it. So I said we should move from blaming to what? Owning. From observing to what? To acting. This is very common in today's world. Most of us, what we just do is we just observe. We don't act. When we see what is not good, we do what? We just look at it. By the end of the day, it will affect us. That's why we have ways at which you correct illegitimate things. It's either you correct it with your eyes. How? When you see things that does not deserve view, you do what? You take it away. You get the point. Another way of correcting is you with your mouth. You are seeing someone who is doing something wrong, or you are seeing a family member try to push a responsibility that is more than you to you, that is more than your income to you. So you then have to use your mouth to say, I'm sorry, ma. Mommy, I know you spent a lot on me, but then this particular thing you are asking me to do, I can't do it because my income can't cater for this. You don't just suffer in silence. You have to move from observing to acting. Observing in what sense? You who does not vote during the election. Why? You say you are not going to vote because your vote does not count, right? Now, if you have the government as a match as a leader, for example, then you begin to complain. Then what you do, you push the blame to the government and the society. It's not their fault, it's your fault. The change starts from who? From you. If you change the world, you have to start from yourself. And that's why Mahatma Gandhi said, you must be the change you wish to see in the world. You get it? You have to move from what? From observing to acting. You act. He who wants to succeed must what? Must be an actor. You must act. Another thing is you move from you have to move from changing to what is happening to changing to what you want to become. And I say changing to what is happening is this. Some persons have their own ambition. For example, we have persons whose ambition is to become a police officer, for example. But because they have always had this mindset, people will tell them that, police are bad people. They are not good. Then someone will come and tell you about his experience with the police. Then you ask what is his experience with the police. Now tell you that, okay, on Monday, he was coming back from work late at night. So the police stopped him and asked him, where are you coming from? He said, I'm coming from work. And the police asked him, you are coming from work, can you present any means of identification? He doesn't have a national identity card. That's the Nigerian one. He doesn't have his work ID card. Then how do you expect the police to believe that he is not a criminal at past 10 p.m. at night? Do you understand? So from here, an argument started between him and the police. And the police request is simple. What was the police request? His request was that he should follow him to the police station for just few interrogation. If he pass, he will do what? He will be allowed to go back to his house. Do you understand? Just for security reasons. But because he didn't trust the police, he didn't trust himself, he go into an argument with the police. I can't go with you, sir. I can't. Why will you say I should go with you? Did I commit any crime? Of course you did not commit any crime. But why are you afraid? You didn't commit any crime. You know. But why are you afraid? You get it? So now, after the person has narrated the whole thing to you, then you take it up. This person is selling his hate towards the police force to you. So now, because you on the other hand who has knowledge, who has passion for the security, you are now buying the idea by saying the police are bad. But now, let me ask you, if you say the police is bad and you leave the police force to bad people, will the system change? No. That is you. That is your fault. Because you have changed from being someone who has an ambition to being someone who has changed to what is happening. What is happening in what sense? What is happening now is, if you ask most people, they will tell you, I don't like the police force, I don't like the police force. That is what is happening. So what you want to become is the police. You love it. But now, because of what is happening, what you have heard from people, you bought the idea, you left, you threw away your ambition, and you was joined them and criticizing the police. Instead of you to become a police officer, you now later do what? You now later become a banker, and you are not good with numbers, with figures. Then, at your place of work, you start showing so many signs of weakness. Then you have to lose your job. You get it? So now, for it to be a positive change, you have to move from following what is happening to what you want to do as a person. We blame the world for changing. Of course, yes. When things change, you blame the world, you don't blame yourself. You don't put the blame on yourself. You don't do that self-evaluation. But we really question ourselves. You don't wake up one day to become the version of yourself. You see, the message is this: whatever we are right now, as I'm rounding up, the person you see yourself as today didn't just start today. I didn't just start speaking today. You understand? And this will trigger me to ask questions, general questions. Madam, sorry, rise. On the first day you spoke for how many minutes?
22 minutes.
You spoke for 22 minutes. Please listen. This is change. So now, while you were speaking for 22 minutes, were you afraid? Were you nervous? Yes or no?
I was nervous.
She said she was nervous. On her first day of speaking, she was nervous. Because it was her what? It was her first day. Because it was her first day. Do you get it? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to explain that. You see, the change you see today doesn't just start today. So now, you spoke for 22 minutes on your first day of speaking. On your next speech, you spoke for how many minutes?
33 minutes.
She spoke for 33 minutes. But it's so fortunate that our figures are coming double in the same way, 22, 33. You understand? So look at it. She had improved. And that's why those that go to gym will tell you that you can start with 5 push-ups every morning. You know, when you do 5 push-ups every morning, tomorrow you might increase it to 6. Next tomorrow you increase it to 10. Do you understand? Please, you can sit, but you still answer other questions. Do you get? So now, madam, your next speech you spoke for 30 minutes. But were you as nervous as the first time? No. It has reduced. Do you understand? It has reduced. This is a mirror for you. Ask yourself, what's changed? What's changed in my life? What's changed in my society? What has changed? If your society is good, you still have to ask yourself, what changed? So the change that happened in your society that makes your society good, you have to study it. So you don't lose track and fall back. For those whose environment or who are not doing well, should also ask themselves, what's changed? Am I thinking the wrong way? Have I prioritized the wrong things? Am I losing courage? Have I lost my identity? Am I not disciplined? Is it that I'm not guiding what I'm becoming? You ask yourself questions. So in your second speech, you spoke for 3 minutes, right? It means she has improved. You see, the change you see today did not just start today. It's as a result of continuous efforts. We're working back to back to back. Do you understand? Then you start developing yourself. That's how you change. That's what I'm saying. The version of yourself you see today. The version of yourself you see today did not just start today. It's as a result of series of work, sleepless nights, hard work. That reminds me of what I was telling you about the writer who has the gift of writing. But from the moment he started using technology to his disadvantage, by telling AI, please write for me. And he has forgotten that AI does not have emotions. As a creative writer, you are supposed to evoke the emotion of your readers and listeners. Because you are using AI will not evoke emotions. Then you begin to lose that skills you have got. As I'm rounding up, this is the message. The message is clear. Always do that self-assessment. The self-assessment is very important. And don't forget about the attention grabber I came in with. I said the only thing constant in life is what? Is change. We have moved from the old days to the days of the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs that will ask you that we want power. In my last speech I was saying something. Then I have to leave. Now let me tell you a story. In this story, I want you to understand something. What do I want you to understand? I want you to understand a particular set of Gen Z who are of the opinion that power should be given to them, who are of the opinion that godfatherism should not happen. Distinguished guests, are you with me? So now, I'll tell you a story about them. So now, while I was an apex leader at the university at the time I was schooling. So now, Madam Joy, pay attention. So while I was an apex leader, something happened. What happened? There is this set of boys. You know, you used to say something that whatever thing you are practicing, make sure you carry your children, not just your children, the next generation. Make sure you carry them along because they are the future hope. So as you carry them along, so they won't lose track. But now, what is the culture of my department at that time? The culture is that wherever the elders are standing, you are not expected to see the little ones there. What do I mean? In the circle of elders, Africans will understand this thing. Where 3 elderly people are seated, you don't expect to see a little child there. Do you understand? So what you expect from you is, as a little boy, when you see an elder, you go and sit probably 10 meters away. But in my case, I didn't do like that. What did I do? Because I am practicing that idea that says, whatever you practice, you carry them along. Don't forget, I'm talking about what changed, right? So now, this is a change for me. So I now did what? I carried these people along. These people I called my successors. I carried them along in what sense? I made them aware of the way things is. They had good knowledge. So when I left, they were able to do the things I left better than I did. Because what? Because they had enough information. They had a better transition than I had. Because during my own time, I didn't get the knowledge, the transition that they had. So please be the change you wish to see in the world. Do that self-assessment. It is very important. This is the message to the world. Self-assessment. Everything you see today does not start today. As a result of the things you have been doing continuously. And I would like to pass on the mic.
Thank you so much, General KSO, for that amazing speech. God bless you, and God bless Nigeria. Alright, so good morning, everyone. I trust that we are awake and alive. Okay? Alright, so I'm just going to be speaking on the topic why Nigerian schools are producing underprepared graduates. Why Nigerian schools are producing rather unprepared graduates. And Africa and Nigeria are usually termed with a rich culture, and Nigeria to be specific has been tagged as a nation that is rich in talents, which we see on every day, and that those talents are nonetheless, when they go to any part of the world, they are top tier, or they are undoubtedly the very best in all the engagement that they find themselves in. So the big question now lies that if we have the richest talents, or we have the most talented young people in Africa, in Nigeria, why then do we have unprepared and half-baked graduates at the point of graduation? The essential reason why this is the situation, or this is what we find ourselves most of the time, is because of a couple of things that I will mention alongside in my conversation today. How many of us have seen job positions that ask us to be, at the time of graduation, have 3 years working experience? 3 years working experience. And you would ask yourself, how on earth am I supposed to have a 3-year working experience as a fresh graduate? And they will maybe put the tag as the age is 23. And they would expect that you have a 3 years working experience. The only same thing is that, funny people usually say, the only same thing is that maybe they expected that you would have been working since your mother's womb to have all of those level of experience. But in the developed nations, at graduation, it's expected that everyone already has some sort of experience working in one way or the other. For some universities, or some departments, or some institutions, we find out that a couple of systems, a couple of departments or institutions prioritize internships, or prioritize the need to have a system to learn, or a system to work in a structured platform. But the unfortunate thing is only a few persons in some of the schools actually have or in the first place have the access to do internships? How many of us did internships when we were in school? How many of us did internships when we were in school? Okay, so out of 12 people, just 3 people did internships, and definitely 9 people were left out to sort themselves after school. And this is usually the peg of things. An internship is just to open your eyes to a system of working in a structured way, to give you access to prepare you for the actual job in itself. So when usually they tell you to have 3 years working experience, is that they want you to have seen how to work within a team of people, to produce results, to think outside the box, and to do a couple of things which I will be mentioning alongside. So the illusion of the education system in Nigeria is that we are churning out graduates without skills, and that's very obvious. Graduates who do not know how to navigate either soft skills and hard skills. We know what the soft skills and hard skills are, right? Hard skills are like the core skills that you have, technical skills that you have, while the soft skills are skills that make the hard skills you have efficient or effective in the first place. So we see here in many Nigerian institutions, some of the illusions that we face is that we find out that people memorize instead of having a mastery of all that has been learned in school. For example, we know the cliche, the la crème la poor cliche that we have in the Nigerian schooling system. The la crème la poor system, for those who don't understand, is a system that makes you learn a thing just because you want to pass the examination. Maybe 2 weeks to the exam, 1 day to the exam, 3 days to the exam. You are afforded the privilege to learn or to cram the things that you most likely can decipher that you need in the exam hall. If you have learned, let me say chemistry, in chemistry 101, you will know that there are certain kind of questions that will be asked in the exams based off on what the lecturer has taught you in classes and all of that. So what we find out is that people go through the schooling system just to make sure that they pass exams, which is one focal point of going to school, but not the very essence of it. And then people go to school without a clear sense of understanding or purpose on why they go to school, having an end result from the beginning. One of the very focal thing, or one of the most thrilling thing about the Harvard University that every one of us or everyone around the world wants to go to Harvard University is that at the entry into Harvard University, aside from the application, the procedures to get into Harvard University, some of the things that are very core is they ask you what you want to do. They ask you what you want to do with the degree that you are coming to acquire. That is, they expect that you already have a reason why you are studying that, or a solution at which you want to produce from that study. Take, for example, you are studying global economics at Harvard University. One of the focal things that would make you get admission into Harvard University to study global economics is not because of your privilege to read a lot of English or to produce a lot of cramped resources, but the ability for you to critically think through for a solution, a specific solution that you want to solve in the society when you eventually get out of the university. And the fun fact about Harvard is the way the system is structured is so that it helps you to begin to solve that problem even while you are a student. And that's a system that works. That's a system that thinks about you not just an end result, but thinking about your existence even before you even graduate from the university. Most Nigerians most Nigerian university or higher institutions or higher level of education do not consider that. They rather consider how many people they can actually get into through an admission pipeline, and how many would eventually graduate or how much they can gain. But the critical point of caring for what a person can produce even while schooling is almost little to no consideration in most of the departments or institutions that we find ourselves. And that's one thing that stands out for Harvard University. And that thing that stands out for Harvard University that is much leveraged over, I'm using Harvard as a case study because Harvard has the most efficient schooling system in the world. Right? Everyone looks up to Harvard, and these are the focal things that makes it look as if they understand what they are doing. Another thing that Harvard takes into serious consideration is networking among its graduates. How many of us have been into an alumni meeting with the people who graduated from your university or your class or your department for the past 30 years? In your university, please, not secondary school. How many of us have been in those meetings? Unfortunately, just one person. And that's the system at which Harvard uses to thrive. If at every graduation or at every point where people graduate from university, they are actually made to meet all their senior colleagues who have graduated for the past 30 years from the institution, at least one person would have one network to place you on. And that's how Harvard goes ahead to be the most influential university in the world. Aside from making you to get to see a reason why you should offer a problem to offer a solution to a problem while still in school, you have a variety of network of people who you can plug into eventually when you have graduated, or who can lead you through the path. And so, if you want to, for example, with the knowledge base or the example I gave about studying global economics at Harvard School, one of the things that would give you leverage to do is, as a graduate in that department, is that by graduation you already have your senior colleagues and you have your alumni, people who have graduated from the school for a long time, a pool of them. You can have access to them, and it is mandated, as a matter of fact, that for every graduate or everyone who is an alumni, you must actually pick up somebody. Eventually, when you get into a job, you don't get into that door just by yourself. You get and make sure that another person gets into the door as well. So a graduate who in a Harvard class that studied global economics, you tend to find these couple of things there. You find out that you have somebody in World Bank, you have somebody working in United Nations, you have somebody working in the AU, somebody working in different institutions, global institutions around the world. And so they're able to say, okay, because I work there, there's an internship, come and apply for it. Or this is the system at which I have grown these 30 years, and I think for a start, this is a system, this is what I think you can do in your first 2 years that can get you ahead. And so that system of education happens to be the most viable system of education. There are many things that happen to the Nigerian institution that we complain about, but just a little tweak in the engineering, in the process and the prototype of how graduates are produced can produce so much efficiency over just producing people who will literally start off, finish school, and go ahead to try to sort their life in one way or the other without understanding their bearing at all. In an average of a class of 100 persons in university, it takes about 5 years. It takes about 5 years for 10% of the class to find a headway into the industry. It takes another 10 years to have at least 20% of them or 30% of them significantly getting into places or spaces where they want to. Then for over 50% of the class, they are either in places they do not deserve, places they do not look up to, places they did not envisage even while they entered into school, doing very odd and menial jobs or things that do not, they are not, in the grand scheme of things, it's weird to imagine them finding themselves in those things, but that's the far cry of a handful of Nigerian graduates. And a few schools in Nigeria have hacked that, probably the private universities, Covenant, maybe Elite University, and a couple of them, who understand this very system that has worked in all of these higher institutions, and the case study of Harvard which I gave. You will never find a Covenant University graduate who is not plugged into a system by someone who has finished some way. And the whole world is revolving around helping a graduate of Covenant. I saw a job application, I came across it some way, maybe last year or last 2 years, and they were very specific that the graduate must be a graduate of Covenant University. And I smiled because I understood it after understudying the Harvard University and how it works, right? For any graduate of Covenant, just being in the class alone and graduating gives you access to different varieties of people and networks of persons. I happened to have watch a podcast by one of the ladies in finance who the owner of High Economy. I don't know if we know High Economy, but it's a platform that helps women to understand economics, or help women to actually grow their finances or investment portfolios and all of that. And then she mentioned that she started on campus. All she was doing was just helping people, but helping people, like literally helping her friends start everything that they wanted to start, but she had not literally started anything yet, or had a knowledge base of what she wanted to do. But upon graduation, with the network of people she had, right, in her pool of classmates and senior colleagues, she was able to start a firm that actually helps to create a furniture brand that helps to create furnitures for children, like newborn babies. Usually it's a hassle to find children furnitures for the elites. So she started to work towards creating furnitures for the elites, accompanied with her colleague, and then that was successful. However, they had some issues alongside that they could not resolve, and so they parted the enterprise, or the co-founded enterprise, on a good note, by the way. And then she was able to now start off building a community, and from the community and the network of people in her university and her alumni, she was able to raise over $2 million for her economy from her senior colleagues, alumni who had graduated from the school, who linked her up to funders, who linked her up to spaces and rooms which she had never been to, but because of the title Covenant University on her bio, and of course she had done her homework as well, she got access to raise that fund to build Nigeria's first microfinance bank that is powered only for women. So I said that story to give a back understanding on some of the things that our federal universities and state universities, polytechnics, and other higher learning institutions are missing out. And most times they do this out of sheer ignorance, of not understanding. Most of us paid for alumni funds when we were graduating, when we were doing your clearance and all of that. But eventually, it was not so. Like, what you paid for and what you ordered was what you got is a far cry, right? But eventually, what we see is that what is needed for us to keep thriving, aside from creating that network of people where you can actually get ahead with and see the world from a different lens, right? There's so much more responsibilities that we have to hold our universities on, or our higher level of education for not preparing us. But we can't cry over spilled milk for too long. We can't keep agonizing with systems that do not work. We can create the systems ourselves ourselves as a collective persons who will eventually go ahead to benefit from this. And so the illusions remain, thousands of illusions that we face, from just passing exams to cramming textbooks to repeating theories that do not longer work in this dispensation or this century. So the world rewards not just knowledge, a body of knowledge that has been crammed, but a body of knowledge that has been understood and can build solutions. So the reality check of the statistics is that a handful of percentage of Nigerian graduates are considered unemployable by employers. How many of us have gotten into a role and the first thing that you saw is they told you that, like, you don't know what you're doing, or they maybe will describe it with our generation to say these Gen Zs don't know how to work at all, or they don't know anything. But the truth remains, some of the things that we realize in our final year, or sometimes even in service year or after service year, unfortunately, is that nothing in school prepared us for reality. Maybe a couple of things prepared: discipline, inculcating discipline, inculcating teamwork, inculcating interpersonal relationships, and all of those professional skills. That's for people who did that while in school. We find out that the things that you build around when you are in school are the things is actually the network of things that you can bank on eventually when you graduate. At my 300 level university, I had already started to place a demand on my department to make sure that everyone go on a 3-month internship, and it looked like a very audacious step by one small girl in the class. And I was always mandating, I was always putting the pressure on my HOD, my department, because I studied marketing in school. So internships is for either science students or engineering students, medical doctors, who goes for internships again in university? Accountants, not rarely even, because you need ICANN, which mass communication, exactly. So just a few of those people actually get internships or get to have a working experience while in school, and that's for me, that's almost like the most important thing about going to university. If you are not learning on the job does not start when the job starts. Learning on the job happens far before the job starts. So if you eventually are graduating and you are being hit with this harsh reality as a Nigerian youth who is underprepared, I will be mentioning alongside a couple of things that you can begin to do that would give you put you at an edge to actually get ahead. But however, if you are still a university student and you're probably listening to me, the systems in these institutions are not built to favor you. So you have to build your own system to favor you and your family, as the cliche goes, so that the regime favors you and your family. A couple of things that we just mentioned that you can begin to do to get you way ahead. So the core problem that we find is that we have outdated curriculums, lack of practical exposure, of course, internships, hands-on projects, and all of that. Teachers' capacity gap. Imagine your teacher giving you example of. I remember in my first year, my professor was giving an example of a product none of us in class knew about. The product was a product that was used in 1965 or thereabouts. And obviously, every one of us could not relate. He kept mentioning different products. We could not relate. The only thing we could relate with was Limca. And it was only a few of us because, maybe the way older people in class that could relate with Limca or seeing Limca in real life. How many of us saw Limca? Okay. So the statistics are sure. It's still in the market, but that was the only one we could relate with out of the many examples. Outdated curriculums and teacher learning gap. Imagine me going to the library to read global books and giving an example of the private jet Boeing, because I used to I like private jets, and I look up to, I know most of their grades and all of that. So I was giving an example of the private jet, the Boeing 247. In one of the exams, and the teacher called me. I was like, "What are you writing?" Because of the knowledge gap, I was giving an example to a product problem that was very, very precise and was very correct to that situation. But because he did not understand the example I was giving, so I got failed for that. Because I was giving way advanced global examples of products and services which I had read about, studied about, aside from the class examples that were given. So those are many things that are very discouraging factors that we find in the educational curriculums of Nigerian school, which is preparing you to only become probably a local champion or less than a local champion. And no one prepares you except you have taken it on your hand to compete on a global stage. It's a different far cry to be able to compete on the national level or within your space or your industry to say, okay, I want to get a job into a bank, I want to get a job into what's it called, an oil and gas company or something. But nothing really prepares you to actually be a global citizen or a global standardized graduate as it would stand or as it should be, right? And this is really disheartening, but as I said earlier, we cannot keep crying over spilled milk. We have to own it up to ourselves to say, how can we move ahead from here, and how can we help ourselves to create that same systems that worked in the global universities that actually produce graduates that go ahead to work in any country, in any institution around the world. So another problem that we find is no emphasis on critical thinking, right? When you are thinking outside of the box, you are shut down for overdoing or overdoing, literally. So, and there is a huge disconnection from industry. Like, whatever you're doing now is not obtainable again in the industry. For someone like me who studied marketing, I probably wanted to go with the traditional marketing. Probably, the best thing I could have done is become an iyaloja in Yaba. But having to think about a system or a way to bridge that disconnection within the industry and the school. I wrote a book while in school, and the title was Town and Gown. So it was a system I just tried to help university students prepare for work or prepare for the future of work. And so the town was the university and the gown was the industry. What's obtainable in the industry in your different departments, to be very accustomed with it, and to also start preparing for it from the town, the mini town at which we find ourselves in universities, because universities are like mini towns. So in Town and Gown, one of the things that I specifically mentioned is the ability for everyone in university to start to get knowledge base from industry leaders or industry experts, and position even from the town at which you find yourself. There are many underlying problems that the higher institutions produce, many underlying problems that makes underprepared or undercooked graduates. At the point of graduation, when I see most graduates clamoring for joy, and I try to make a statistics to speak to a couple of them, a handful of them, what I find out is that over 80% of the people don't even know what they're happy for, or they don't know what's in front of them, or they're just happy that, oh, we are Kashamadukwe. Kashamadukwe is, let's just thank God that we graduated in the Nigerian language, Yoruba to be precise. But the reality usually dawns on everyone eventually when you graduate and you're trying to walk through things. As I said, if you're still in university, and probably you listen to this much later, one of the couple of things that you begin to do is do not cry over spilled milk. Start to make sure that you ask and demand for things that are yours or the university system already created for you. You'll be so surprised that your university has a fund for you to travel to any country in the world on a scholarship if you apply for a funding. How many of us have tried during our university? We applied for funding from our university trust fund to travel for anything that is relating to your course. If you write to the university, they have a fund for it. But alas, not even up to 10% of students are aware of that. Not up to, I say not up to, I'm just being fair. 10%. Actually, I knew in my final year, I had a colleague about 3 of my friends who went to the vice chancellor and then wrote through the people, the international organizations, wrote to the school that the students were given fundings and scholarships to travel to their country. One of them traveled to China for a program, the other to the US, and it was in line with the course that they took. Of course, one studied political science, so she went to study a course improving women politics in China. She went ahead to do that course, but she graduated with first class too. And so she wrote to the school gave, usually in your school mail it doesn't come to you directly, but for the school itself, they send different institutions on a daily basis, send offers to the school. They only choose the people they deem fit for it, or recommend the students they deem fit for it, and many of those opportunities even go without assessing them at all. So it is students who demand or ask for these informations that are not streamlined in the public that gets those opportunities. So demanding or asking questions, demanding might sound a little bit harsh, or it might look like give me my give me my rights, or we die here. So maybe a good way or a proper way to say it is ask right questions. Asking right questions. Remember, I kept questioning my HOD and my department. Please, can we do an internship? They kept saying, no, internship is not for you people. Internship is for science students. And I kept demanding it for a full semester. My classmates thought I was weird. But today, every one of them appreciates me, especially for the people who did internship, because most of the places where they did internships are where they currently work in. From real estate to banking to tech to different industries, literally. I still got one who was working in a real estate organization in Abuja, and then she just sent a gratitude. Thank you for persisting. Like, thank you for not backing off, because then it felt like I was being a lot for demanding what was needed or what was rightly everybody's. And so the couple of persons after my set, because I was the first set who studied that course in my university, because it was just a course that they just started at the time. So we're the first set. Every other set till today are given the opportunity to do an internship in a parastatal or the other, so that when they are graduating, they have the body of knowledge or they have the experience to get into those organizations or get into those institutions. So literally, I say all of this to hang on one particular thing. You can ask right questions, demand for things, walk up to your vice chancellor, yes. You're a student of university. Write a mail, demand, ask them for a collaboration, and an institution wants to come to university. I did that. That was why I even got my first role in the first place, an internship with Google Developers Group. I had already written through my department to bring them to actually train through the university, to train university students in different faculties. And so just by writing that simple mail and simple offer, I got to get exposure to different departments and taught the digital skills and was paid even as a final year student. So you can write to organizations, tell them what you want them to do, tell them what department you are from. Well, that's a long process to start teaching all of those things, but it's very possible. I'm currently still a master's student, and I wrote a petition to Ethereum Foundation just last year. Ethereum Foundation is the biggest Web3 blockchain body, right? I have almost little to no knowledge base on blockchain, but then I wrote to them. I wrote a cold mail to their. I did plenty research on their website and saw they had a secretariat for university students. And so I wrote to them and said, please, I want you to come to my university to teach the university students blockchain and blockchain development, Web3, and introduce students to the system. And I was baffled that I got my reply almost immediately. And so I moved the conversation from the students in Zurich. I found out that on a longer run, that the person running the academic secretariat for the Ethereum Foundation was actually a 100-level student in University of Zurich. And so I was baffled. Here I am as a master's student, trying to get the knowledge for my university, and then realizing that it was a 100-level student who is already working in a global stage or seeking for global opportunities for his university. And so it was a plenty back and front for like 3 months before the agreement was finally sealed, because he felt like it was a Nigerian school and there was that bias towards a Nigerian school. my school was the first Nigerian school they got into, and after my school, there were 4 other schools that got opened up in Nigeria just because I wrote and demanded, and I kept on it for 3 months. So I'm just saying this to say that as Nigerian students, your ticket as a student is very powerful. Your ticket as a core member is very powerful. Until you understand how to deploy it and start to think about how to assess opportunities with that. A day after I left service, I still wore my khaki, and everyone was like, "Are you crazy? You have finished, I better drop that thing." Why? I wanted to get into an office, a top governmental parastatal, but I knew the only way I could get in was to wear my corper's uniform. And so I had already passed out, but I wore it. And because I wore it, the copper, come and sit down here. I submitted the application of what I wanted to do. And I got the offer to actually come train the people there because I was first a copper. So I'm just saying this to say you have power, but you don't know. It was not impersonation. That was a day after. And so I had not finished all the documentation, but I did that because I knew I wanted to get into that office and get what I wanted out of it. So what I'm saying is, literally, if the system is not preparing us for what we were supposed to be prepared for, unfortunately, we have to keep demanding it from them, keep insisting until they give us what is needed. And it's not by just shouting alone. It's by working it out. It's by doing the little bit you can out of the noise. I know because we are a Sorosoke generation, we know how to talk, but we don't know how to do the talk. And so it's a far cry that we talk a lot about problems, but we don't know how to leverage problems, because problems in themselves are actually beautiful things. It's where there's problem that I see opportunities actually. Where there are a lot of problems is where you can find opportunities to become the king in that industry or in that space and all of it. So there are many things we'll talk about. If I want to talk about the problems of schooling system in Nigeria, there are just a lot. I mean, graduating and not knowing how to compose an email, a simple email professionally, is a far cry of many graduates. It's a normal thing that most graduates don't know how to do. Write proper emails. What happened throughout when you were in school? What were you learning all the 4 years that you did not find time to learn that? It was not in your curriculum, it was not anywhere for you to learn it. And then you want to work in those institutions that they teach you again from the scratch. But that's the reality on ground. We learn all of those things much later, which you're supposed to dedicate at least 9 months. Maybe 100 level 2 months, 200 level 2 months, 300 level 2 months, 400 level 2 months to get an internship in an organization. Keep going to either the institutions you went before, or like checking around industries that you want to work in to say, okay, I want to work in consulting, I want to work this, I want to work here, I want to just gain the experience. And I know getting internships sometimes can even be a hassle, like a job. Sometimes it's becoming that critical. But there are easy ways to it. I wish I can explain all of these things and how they work. There are a very easy way to it. One of the ways I actually can get into any organization is I try to check for an event they have for the year and attend the events. If I attend the event as a student and I'm the youngest person there, and they ask me plenty questions, they're like, oh, who invited you? I'm like, I'm a student. I did the research. I came here, and this is what I want you to do. I want to get into an internship. Just walk up to you, see them talking about different things. Walk up to, look for the person, spot the person they say is an HR or works in the human resource department. You're 300 level. Just by being in that room, they know you're a bit serious than the person who stayed in his classroom and was writing emails or was writing saying they don't take me on, waiting for the normal application process to go. This is the way to just beat the traffic, in my opinion. Go if the how do they say, if Musa did not go to the river, how do they say that? Absolutely. So that's just a way to make it work. If on the other end they tell you, no, you have been applying since your 100 level or 200 level, or you are even a fresh graduate and they do not answer you, go there. Go to where they are. I still attended an event for NNLNG. I was wondering why I never saw it. The NNLNG is giving $100 million to university students who are innovating products. How many of us know? I just knew last month. And they left it for Nigerian students. But because Nigerian students are not aware, they ended up opening it up to every other person, international students. And international students are winning it while Nigerian students are complaining badly. I mean, $100,000. That's over 150 million naira. But they are literally doing all they can to get the word out there. When I checked their page on Instagram, I saw they attend different events yearly to make sure that even the event I attended was a road show. That they literally brought it to not the main road now, they brought it to a very public space to talk about it. But last year, people did not apply for it. Or Nigerian students did not apply for it because now this is a solution. This is something you would have worked with your professor maybe your professor or your department to work on. But because everyone is thinking about just the lecturers are thinking about just their lecture, the money, the salary they give to them, and so they don't want to indulge students in any further long processes, or they're just writing papers. They don't know that students can become catalysts for the lecturer, and the lecturer can become a catalyst for the student as well. In that the NLNG program is for the students, right, to apply, and you can apply good enough, you can put your professor as your teammate. So your professor works with you. It's not on the flip side of school where you work with your professor to be able to produce that result. So on the flip side, you can work with your professor to say, please join my team. I'm applying for the NLNG scholarship for this so innovation in science and technology. They also have one for literature, right? I think literature is about $10,000. They have one for creatives, that's for drama and all of that. That is a solution for Nigerian problems. The people who won last 2 years, because last year there was no winner, were actually Nigerians in the diaspora who had left Nigeria, who got into it, and then just one person on the team was a Nigerian. The other people were actually Chinese and all of that. So, literally, I'm giving all of this backstory to say that there are a lot of problems, but we have to own up to seeing how we can help ourselves, rather than just keep complaining and doing just for us okay and not doing anything to make sure that we get ahead of the curve of our current local spaces to compete in the global stage, and then to add significance to the nation and the country itself. So, Nigerian schools have maybe done us dirty, but we can actually rewrite the story. We can actually reconstruct our own narrative by our own self. I'm not a big fan of talking about problems without solutions, or even working on the solutions. So before I talk about the solutions, I must make sure that I have started to work on a solution before I talk about it. And maybe talk about it is to reinforce it to every other person to join the bandwagon of creating a solution in that lens. So I think I would just, while I'm rounding up, to say that we can clone systems of different universities in around the world to create this system for ourselves. You can call your classmates and hold them accountable to it. You can call your lecturers, hold them accountable to it. To say, oh, like Portuguese did. Portuguese is a global talent, by the way. Yes, every time you see a student who thinks about other of his classmates, you are a global talent already. Because every other person is not seeing things on that lens. But if you're able to gather them to have an experience of what they are truly studying, you're a genius. And I must acknowledge you. Please, let's clap for you. Alright, so it's actually something you can start to do. Instead of complaining about, they are not doing this in my department, they are not doing that. Go back to your university. Tell your department your hatred or something, that you want to do something. Look for an organization that works hand in hand with the industry you want to work in. Write to them that you want them to come to university. Guess what? They are always willing. They are more willing than you think. They have funds for it. They have money for it to be able to bring it to your university. I still did one for Quick Teller last year as well. I did a talk to different Nigerian universities, and I hope to do that this year as well. So at least I did for 4 universities last year. I hope to do for 20 more universities this year. And I just keep writing to these organizations. I keep writing to them. It might take me months sometimes to get one reply, but I'm pinned on it because if I'm able to do just 1%, prepare 1% of the university students in Nigeria, that will go ahead to prepare the next 1% and 1% and 1% in the next 10 years. I mean, that's something solid. That's something different than just complaining about the system. Let's say we have 100,000 students graduating in each year, and just 1,000 of them understands the system or what is needed for them in university, and they're able to get jobs, and they're able to help one person again in the department. I'm a very big fan of mentorship, maybe because I was. One person in the department, hold that person accountable to, and when that person is going, do not leave it. You got here because somebody offered you. You cannot stop there. You have to pay it forward to somebody else. And so when it goes on that ripple effect, we will see that in the next 10 years, next 20 years, what we were always shouting about will no longer, even by that time, the government, the schools and all, will now want to partner with you to make things work. Imagine by your graduation, the day you were graduating, you had a career fair. That's something I want to do for most universities. This happened, funny enough, this happened in the 19s or the 1960s, according to what I was told by one of my professors. And I was thrilled. I was like, what stopped? Because I was asking questions. Like, he was like, then institutions used to come to universities to ask them for their best hands or their best graduate students, or give them 10 students. But maybe because people began to be a lot in those institutions, so they stopped coming and then rather expected they come there. But I look towards, I see a future where this is brought back, but brought redefined, right, for university students. And then you can actually, by the day of your graduation, you meet a lot of, even though you didn't get a job, but you meet people that know what to do or can give you access in the next 3 years to get into those organizations. They come to university, they do a career fair, as you are celebrating, because after that celebration, I go clear. Reality will dawn and all of that. So literally, I look forward to seeing more universities, especially public universities, because I mean, it's it's a pandemic. It's a pandemic. To have people get to start to prepare for this, so that this is actually essentially reasons why Nigerian schools are producing underprepared graduates. So now that we know the why, the next is the how, and I've told you the how. So the final thing is the when. When will you own up to doing what you have learned now? Enough of the blame game. How can we get ahead? And so that's why I just brought this to us. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming along. I hope that in the next couple of years, this will become a past problem and would have gotten ahead. I will be passing the mic to my amazing speaker.
Thank you very much. All right, it has been a wonderful time so far. Every speaker has been delivering values. Am I right?
Yes.
And we all have been learning one thing or the other. I want to say that this platform has been so great, getting to know even things that we already know before, but we don't, have the right knowledge enough. And just like the last speaker have said, I hope that we'll really find the solution and implement the solution that we all need. Right now, we will be talking about something interesting again. Yes, my name is Jodua Timileyin Ajayi, and I'll be speaking on healing. I know this is not the first time you are hearing that, but do we really understand what healing is all about? That is why my topic today is healing beyond the surface, the science, the soul and strength of becoming whole again. I know when we hear healing, at first, what comes to our mind is somebody who is sick, somebody who is not feeling fine. Maybe some people feel like it's just about physical health and like that. But is healing actually the disappearance of pain? Is it the closing of a wound or the taking away of tears? When somebody is crying over something, or the stopping of tears this time around, or is it something deeper or something that is unseen? So healing is not just the absence of sicknesses or illness. Healing is the restoration of function, restoration of peace, and restoration of identity and purpose. So this is to tell you that healing is more than sickness, is more than illness. It's more than, okay, I fell, I have bruises, I am injured, and I just want the wound to close and all of that. Healing is actually way beyond that. And when we talk about healing, it's actually a vital aspect in health, in public health in general, because even from the definition of health, according to WHO now, health is the complete wellness, complete wholeness, from mental health to physical health, even social and emotional well-being. So you are expected to be 100% fine, not just, okay, I can still move, I can still manage it, it doesn't matter. So if something is going on in your body system, either physically, even spiritually, yes, mentally, and you are not balanced, that means you are not fine, because you are meant to be 100% whole. So healing is a vital aspect in public health, and that is why we need to understand the journey, the science behind it, and all of that. So when healing is actually when your body regains strength. Maybe you are weak, maybe something happened and you are not able to do those things that you are meant to do. You know, sometimes it's not that you actually fall, it's not that you actually have an accident, for example, but you just realize that your body is weak, right? How many of you have experienced that before? Like, you don't know what happened, you just realize that you are having some kind of weakness from within. Then you can't even trace it to anything. Yes, it might be as a result of stress, it might be as a result of weak immune system and so many factors like that. So when you regain strength, that is healing. When the mind regain clarity, that is healing. Your mind might be clouded, and you know, at that time you are not focused on a particular thing. You can't really think aright, you can't think well. So when your mind regains clarity, it is also healing. And when the heart regains hope, because as human you are expected to be optimistic, right? So when you are pessimistic, you are not fine. Do you get that? So when your mind regains hope again, that means you are fine. That is healing. Do you understand? So the truth is that many people don't realize that not all wounds are actually visible. Some people are just smiling outside, but deep down within them something is actually going on. I really want our mind to be focused on this particular speech right now, wherever you are watching from, because it might be a change that you have been waiting for. It might be something that you want to listen to. It might be something that will help you, because it is something that we don't talk about in our world today. We just expect that everybody should be fine, everybody should be okay, because you are not seeing a wound, because the person is not saying I'm having headache, because the person is not saying I'm having typhoid, or I'm having HIV, or I'm having any sickness, name it. But how about the sickness of the heart that the person cannot even open up? You know, some people might be carrying a weight that they don't even know how to explain. They don't even know how to bring themselves to say, this is what I'm going through, this is what is happening to me at this particular time. So it is not all wound that is visible, and it is not all healing that is physical. Yes, you know, when you have bruises from, for example, sometimes you will see the process of healing. You see that, okay, blood is not coming out again, isn't it? Then you realize that, okay, some things are happening and the wound is covering and all of that. So some people believe that probably that is just healing, but I want to tell you that healing sometimes is not physical, and it is not all wound that is visible. Now let's define healing properly. I hope you are listening to what I'm saying. So let's define healing properly. Healing is the process through which the body, the mind, and the spirit regains balance. The process through which the mind, the body, and the spirit regains balance after a certain illness or injury or even distress. Now, pay attention to the key words. Healing is when the body, the mind, and spirit. Let's start from there. The body, that is the physical, right? Yes. The mind, related to mental and emotional health, right? And the spirit, your spiritual and your social life. See, going back to the definition of health according to WHO again, health is when you are 100% okay. Like, I'm not defining it word to word now, I'm just explaining what the definition means. It means you are physically fine, you are mentally fine, emotionally fine, socially fine, and even spiritually fine. Do you understand it now? So, you know, some people, let me use the word religious people now. Sometimes they are fine physically, but spiritually something is going on. It means the person is not fine. So healing is when your body, that is physical appearance, things people can see, right? The mind, things we cannot see, things that is associated with your mind and your heart, like your emotions, like that. When and the spirit, when it is in state of balance, after illness, after injury, or after distress. I hope you understand. So when you see people that are smiling, when you see people that are looking fine, don't just assume that everything is actually okay. Some people are actually fighting battles that are unseen, right? So if somebody do not sit you down and say, this is what is wrong with me, this is my problem, this is my challenges, you should, and that's one of the reasons mental health education is very important. You should not just judge people by their appearance. My dear listeners and anybody that is watching online right now or who will watch later, we need to be very cautious the way we, approach people, the words we speak, because sometimes it might even add to their burden. Imagine maybe something is wrong, you are having a particular challenges and it's affecting your mental health, and somebody is even judging you based on that. Just imagine how you are going to feel. That is why today we are not just going to talk about healing as a topic. We are going to look at the science behind it. We are going to I'm going to take you through the journey of healing in every aspect of life, the physical, the mental, and even the spiritual aspects as well. I hope somebody is getting my point now. Now, let me cite example. There is this particular issues that always happen to ladies when they have hormonal imbalances, right? You see some of them, they might be growing or appearing more fat than you used to know the person. So just imagine that someone who have seen them for a very long time, or someone who is not close to them, and you are seeing this person that is just growing more fat than you've known the person, and you start accusing the person, the words you are speaking, something like, look at the way you are even looking, you are too chubby, you are this, you are that. Already the person is already going through a particular illness, right? Now when you add your own judgment to it, it's going to lead to something else entirely. It's going to lead to another health issues which is associated with the mental health. So that is why you need to understand healing in person. Either you are fine, either you are having a sickness or the other, or you don't have any sickness, but you can help other people in your environment, you can help other people in your surrounding to go through this journey as well, and to understand what healing is specifically. So to reiterate the definition of healing to you again, I said healing is the process through which the body, the mind, the spirit regains balance after illness, injury, distress, or anything that happen that affects such person from being 100% whole. Now, there are 4 dimensions of healing. I've told you that we are going to go through the journey of healing, and we are going to see healing in different dimensions. Now let's start with the physical healing. When you talk about physical healing now, physical healing is actually the closing of a wound. It can be the closing of a wound, mending of bones, and infection clearing. Now let's start with closing of a wound. Okay, I'm going to cite myself as example. There was a time I had an accident. I was much younger than this then, and I sustained injury, though it was not something much, right? And okay, let me share this full story, what really happened. Now, I hope you are listening to me, right? Okay, at that time I was in my dad's car, right, and we were going somewhere. So getting to our destination, I think he wanted to park the car very well, but because we are kind of rushing as well, and I want to highlight from the car as fast as I can. So I already opened the car. He was concentrating on trying to park very well, and I think he was avoiding all these officials that used to arrest car owners that do not park very well and all of that. So that day my mind, I thought he had already parked very well, and just for me to highlight from the car and let's move on. So stepping down from the car moved again. That was how the tire matched my leg. It was not something funny that day. Then I saw blood immediately. It affected my feet, my foot. So that day I was actually having an exam. That's another thing. I think I was preparing for an exam, or probably maybe I was writing the exam already at that particular time. So immediately I was rushed to a nearby clinic, and they gave me necessary treatments and all of that. So I'm explaining physical healing. I said example of physical healing is closing of wound. Now that day I actually had a wound, right? Now it actually took weeks for that wound to clear, but while I was waiting, there are some process that happen at that particular time. I have been given the necessary treatment, right? At that time I noticed that the first thing that happened was that the blood stopped gushing out. Do you understand it now? So you will know that that is like the first process. The blood stopped gushing out. Then after that time, after ramping bandage and all of that, everything started working. But while the process was happening, even my own body system was feeling it. Do you understand now? There will be pain, not just only in that aspect of the body that is having that wound at that time, but I was feeling pain. Headache will happen. Do you understand? Now there was no more blood, but some other processes were actually happening internally that is showing the results in the physical. So that is physical healing to you. Then after some weeks I was going for necessary treatment. It's a physical wound. They have to change the bandage, right? They have to do the necessary things, and I have to take my drugs to ensure that everything is going properly. Now remember this story because I'm going to make reference to it again, and as I'm explaining some things to us about the journey of healing. So I share this story not because I want to share story just like that, but I want to make it a reference because I said that we are going to go through the journey of healing. So remember the story because we are going back to it. So we said we have 4 dimensions of healing, and number 1 that I mentioned is the physical healing. And physical healing can be the closing of a wound, or we can say mending of bones is another aspect. Now let's say for instance somebody that fall from high building that have strained bone or broken bone. There is tendency that the bone would have moved from the right place that is meant to be, especially when it is a bone that meet at 2 points. That's joints in physical education, right? So now if something like this happen, they will take the person to the right place and they will do everything that is needed to make sure that everything is intact, isn't it? So the mending of broken bone is also another example of physical healing. And another thing we can say under this physical healing is clearing of infection, like healing of infections like skin diseases such as ringworm. How many of you have had ringworm before on your skin? All right, you know what it look like, right? Even eczema, do you understand now? At some point it appear on your skin, but somehow because you do the right thing and you know just do the necessary thing, healing happen. So this is example of physical healing, something that we can see. Do you understand now? Something that you can see that okay, this thing is clearing, this thing is healing, this thing is restoring back. I said it, that restoring back to its normal position, normal state, the state of balance, though there may be scars. Do you understand? And it is very common, there will definitely be scars. Do you understand? And I want you to also note that. Then another dimension of healing that we have is the mental healing. Remember, I told you that healing is one of the vital aspects in public health. Health is complete because you are fine, because you are okay. So that is to tell you that if something is wrong in your body system, you are expected to heal from it. So let's look at mental healing now. Mental healing is recovering from stress, recovering from anxiety, or we can say you are recovering from trauma as well, and building the right thought pattern. Now, your brain is working 24/7. You don't expect that brain one day will not give you signals that I am tired, I need to rest. So when your brain is giving you signals that I need to rest, I am tired, it might result in mental illness, and you need to heal from that if you want to keep functioning as a normal human being. Do you understand? Now let's also say, for example, somebody who is having a traumatic experience, right? The person also needs to heal from it. So these are the dimension of healing. Mental healing, somebody who already have a kind of anxiety, person also needs to heal from it. Somebody who is not having the right thought pattern. It is wrong to have negative mindset. If you are the type that always have negative mindset, you are not fine. If you are always pessimistic, you are not optimistic at all time, you are not fine. If you are not always happy, or you don't always have joy, no matter how cheerful the environment is, no matter how people try to make you feel love, but you are still holding back, the person is not fine. So mental healing, as one of the dimension of healing, is getting over some of these things. You are restored to a state of balance. Some people may have traumatic experiences, like things that affect their mind while they are growing up. Okay, I think I also had one traumatic experience, not like something serious. Let me just cite example. It's not something serious, but when that thing is not happening at the present, but you always remember the incidents, and you have to change your position again, and you are afraid. Do you understand now? You are afraid when you come closer to things that are related to something like that. I don't know, maybe you are getting my point. So you have to heal from things like this, because it might affect you further. So I've explained the physical healing, I've explained mental healing. Now let's look at emotional healing. This one is also very important, and emotional healing is healing from pain. healing from anger, healing from fear, and learning to feel again without fear. Some people, they don't even know what they are feeling. Probably at some point in time in their life, they have been disappointed, and this happen majorly when you are in love. It's not necessarily opposite gender, right? It might even be the same gender, but you got disappointed, and because of that you don't want to trust anybody again. That means something is wrong with you. The person is sick, the person is not fine. That is just it. So you have to heal from all of these things. Some people actually have relationship issues, and they vowed that never in their life will they have anything to do with opposite gender again. Healing is possible. You have to heal from this experience. So when you heal from experiences like this, it means you are fine. Some people, they have fear because something has happened to them sometime. I would have loved to share example, but because some things are confidential, right? And as a public health advocate, you have to just keep it confidential like that, even though I will not mention him. But what if the example I want to cite, the person is listening? Do you understand? So now, what if, that's why I'm using myself as example, so that you will follow along and get along. So it means that you can confide in me. All right. So what if they actually have an experience that actually like deprive them of something that they are supposed to have access to? It will be very difficult for them to trust that kind of people, that kind of person again. They will be afraid. Do you understand? So you need to heal from things like this. That is emotional healing on its own. Things that deals with your emotions. I know a lot of persons are actually going through things like this. They are actually in this situation. You will just see them smiling. In fact, they will still be effective in that particular thing that they are doing, but they are not fine. They are not fine. If you are having things like this happening to you, please, you need to do the needful, and don't worry, I told you this is a journey. We are going to get there. And another dimension of healing, I told you we have 4. Number 1 is physical healing. Number 2 is what? Mental healing. And the third one, I said emotional healing. Then the fourth one I'm going to mention is social or spiritual healing. Some people cannot associate with friends because they are sick. Yes, it's sickness actually. Some people cannot associate with, let's say, religious people, because it's not everybody that is religious. That's why I'm saying religious people. They cannot associate with their fellow religious people because something has happened and they got detached. Do you understand now? So they need to heal. So this is another dimension of healing, restoration of relationship, friends, social, like relating with people like that, learning to feel again. I also mentioned that in emotional healing aspect, and finding meaning to purpose and connection. Some people are just existing, they don't know what they are doing, they are just there. Yes, you might be going through these challenges, but there is actually solution. There are things you should do and you'll be fine again. That is why healing is something that is also important in public health. Now, let's go to the science of healing. I told you my topic is healing beyond the surface, the science and the journey of healing. Now let's understand the science of healing now. Healing actually occurs in 4 stages. The first one is the hemostatic. This is immediate response, and immediate response in the sense that, let's use physical healing for example. Now go back to my story. I said that I am going to referred back to the story. I said I had an accident, right? What happened when the accident happened? There was blood. Blood was coming out. Now, hemostatic stage is the immediate response. My body responded. Blood was coming out. Now, the process of healing now happened. Blood stopped coming out. That is when there is a kind of blood clotting. You will see that, okay, that place, there is no more blood is no more coming out again. I don't know if you have ever have a wound maybe on your skin and you observe that, okay, this thing is not bringing out blood again. How many of you have that experience before? All right, so that stage where blood is no more coming out again, the stage where the bleeding stop, and at that stage your body system will be fighting that they want to support you. That's the best way I can explain it as a layman person. Your body system is also responding that no, this thing must not escalate. That is why I said when I started that healing sometimes can be unseen, even though it is physical healing. But do you know that your body was also fighting? Your body was also responding that no, this thing must not escalate. That is if you have a good immune system. We'll still get to that. So the first stage of healing is the hemostasis, when your body responds immediately. Process where there is no blood coming out again, blood stop coming out, and your body is also trying to save you such that it is not going to escalate. Then the next one is inflammation. This is the stage that majority of us notice that place will now be swollen. That is inflammation, and sometimes it's going to be red. Inflammation is very important in healing process, because if inflammation does not happen, healing is not complete. Inflammation is that process where you now begin to feel the pain. I hope somebody is following the journey now. The first one I said, hemostasis, your body responds immediately. Blood coming out, blood stopping, and your body trying to, save itself at that moment. The second one, inflammation. This process, how many of you used to notice something like this? When something happens to you, maybe you have a wound, you will remember that you don't used to feel the pain the first day. Am I saying the right thing? That is the process of healing. At the first day you will not feel the pain, but let's say the second day or at night. That's why Yoruba people will tell you that, let me say it in Yoruba now, I'm going to translate it in English. So that tó bá dalẹ̀ kò ní dùn. You remember something like that when you have maybe bruises. It's saying that do the needful immediately, so that at night you will not be feeling the pain. That pain they are talking about is inflammation, because that place will be swollen. That's why you see that you have a cut and you'll be showing somebody your that part of the body and say, see, it is swollen. You will now be looking at it with other part of your body that you can see that this place are swollen up. That is inflammation. Then at that point you might notice that it now depends on what kind of injury, what kind of cut or bruises. Now the place will now become red. Do you understand? Then it now comes with more pain. That is inflammation, and this process is very important in healing journey, in your healing journey, because it is not complete when there is no inflammation. And at this stage as well, white blood cell will now come in place. White blood cell in our body system is actually meant to protect your body from infection, protect your body from whatsoever infection. So now when you say you want to really heal, especially from physical wound, now you have to go through this process. White blood cell must come in place so that it's going to protect your body from infection, because while the bruise is still there, while the wound is still open, microorganisms can actually invade it, and it will now lead to something else. You are still going to get to that. So, and again, okay, I've said that there will be redness and there will be pain. Then the next stage is the proliferation stage, and this stage now, new tissues will begin to form. Like there is now a kind of covering that will be happening. The place will be closing up bit by bit. So new tissues will begin to form at this stage, and blood vessels will now begin to regenerate again, and the skin will be preparing to close if it is physical healing. Then the last stage of the stages of healing, I mentioned hemostasis, that's immediate response. Inflammation, redness, swelling will begin to happen. Proliferation, new tissues will begin to form, and the skin will begin to repair itself. And the last stage is the remodeling. Remodeling is when you now see something like scars. Do you understand now? The wound is already covered, the tissue is strengthened, and you are now functioning properly. Let's say, for example, somebody that have injury on the leg, for instance. At first, if it is something that is serious, the person will not be able to walk properly, right? But at the last stage, the person should be able to walk properly, even if there is scars. Now, I know in your mind you'll be saying, how about those people that they are still walking somehow? It means the healing is not yet complete, and some people can be like that. But if it is something like bone damage, now they have to keep going for the necessary therapy and all of that, just to make sure that they are fine. And it's also an example of scars. You get right? It's not all scars that will be physical. Sometimes it might change their posture. Do you understand it now? So it's also that scars will just show that something has happened that have actually affected the person's health. Now, let's look at the role of microorganism in healing journey. Healing is not complete if microorganism does not play their role. Remember, I told you that we have the good and the bad microorganism, isn't it? The harmful microorganism now, they should not have their part in that wound, because when they penetrate in that wound, it will escalate. Something else will begin to happen beyond what you have pictured, beyond what you have imagined. That is why when it is a serious wound, doctor will give you what? Antibiotics. Do you get that? Have you ever had such wound that after you have been treated, maybe they have cleaned the blood and all of that, they will say, take these antibiotics, right? It's just to prevent, to avoid harmful microorganisms from invading that environment. So when harmful microorganism penetrates in that environment, if it is physical wound, it can delay healing. Infections will delay healing, so it will now begin to take time. Something that is supposed to actually heal within 3 weeks, 4 weeks can take time like that, and bacteria can actually destroy tissues. Don't forget, when I was explaining the stages of healing, proliferation stage, new tissues begin to form, right? But if harmful microorganisms can have their place in that environment, it will destroy new tissues. So new tissues that are supposed to form that can help you to heal, harmful microorganisms can destroy them. And poor hygiene can worsen the wound that you are supposed to be treating, let's say every 48 hours or even every 72 hours. But because you feel like, no, I can handle it, or because I know it can be painful, but you should endure the pain so that you will enjoy the results later. That is it. Because if you are not doing the needful, they are meant to be cleaning the wound. For example, when I had the accident, the necessary things were done. The wound was being cleaned every now and then, and healing happened immediately. Do you understand now? So you should be hygienic. Like, you should not say, okay, because I can't even trek, I know you are feeling pain, and stay back and you don't go to the right clinic the right place where you are supposed to be treated appropriately. So poor hygiene can actually worsen wound. It can worsen wound. Now let's talk about the role of beneficial microorganisms. Bad microorganisms, harmful microorganisms can delay healing because of infections. Now the good microorganism, now that is to tell you that this world is not complete without microorganisms. Now the microorganisms that are good, the beneficial microorganisms, what they do is that they protect the body. There are microorganisms that are found on your skin. They are called normal flora. I'm not talking about the main microorganisms found on your skin. I'm just talking about microorganisms that are found in the right place. Microorganisms are in your mouth. Microorganisms are in your intestine, in your stomach. Microorganisms are in sensitive parts of your body, especially the female reproductive part. Microorganisms are found on your skin, and these microorganisms are actually doing their normal work. It is when they are not found in the right place, that is when they cause infection and disease. I need you to get that. So now, microorganisms that are found on your skin, for example, and you have wound on your skin, these beneficial microorganisms, they are going to protect your body against diseases, and again they help your immunity. They help you to be strong, and they support recovery. So these are the roles of this microorganism. So now, if somebody is having wound, somebody is having injury, and the person did not do the right thing, and bad microorganism invade the place, and the good microorganisms that are meant to aid healing, if those things are contradicting each other, just know that problem has started for that person. That is why you need to understand the journey to healing. It does not just happen just within a night. It is a process that must take time, and it will happen eventually. Now I've just explained these stages that I've mentioned is majorly associated with physical healing. Right? Now, how about somebody who is mentally sick, somebody who is emotionally sick as well? Now, somebody who is mentally sick can actually also recover. Now, let's say for example now, someone who just had a surgery. Do you know that the person will still be afraid? No, okay, let me not say no matter how strong you are, but for example, somebody who is not strong, though they will give you a particular injection whereby you are not going to feel the pain at that particular time that the surgery is being done, right? But let's say for example, there are some theater room that as the surgery is being performed, you will be seeing the process on the screen. Am I right? Now, let's say you are seeing all of those things, and at the end of that surgery, there is tendency that you will remember the process. You will remember how it happened. Or let's say somebody that lost a child during the process of childbirth. That one is even very worse, and it happens to some people. They will still remember that incident. It might be traumatic for them. Traumatic for them. So mental health healing now, it involves reframing their thoughts. Like, they have to go through the process whereby they should no longer remember that thing, and it should not be affecting their health. Do you understand now? So they need to have the proper thought. They need to be free from everything that can make them to be afraid. Another way somebody can be mentally ill is managing stress. Yes, you have been working all day 247 every now and then, and the brain is telling you I am tired. Everything is just telling you I am tired. Your body is no longer responding as it used to. You are meant to manage stress, have a schedule, have plan that will work for you such that you are not going to burn out at the end of the day. And also building resilience. Something might have happened to you, but you just find a way of being strong. You just find a way of getting over all of those things in time. So that's what mental health healing is all about. How about emotional healing? Emotional healing involves accepting pain. Yes, for you to heal emotionally, you must actually accept the pain. Okay, fine, this thing happen. Yes, this person disappointed me. Yes, this person cut off this relationship. Accept that pain. If it will take you to cry, you should actually do, but don't do it in such a way that it's going to affect you further. It's just a way of relieving yourself, because if you have not shed off that weight, you will still be carrying it all around, and it will be affecting every other things in your life. So you have to accept the pain, and you have to process the grief. Okay, this particular thing, how will you come over it? Just process the grief, accept the pain, process the somebody who lost somebody that is so dear to him or her, like that. Allow yourself to breathe, sit down, avoid any distraction, and just process things like that. And forgiving. Yes, if you do not let go, you will still be carrying that burden. You should let go. Somebody offend you, somebody disappointed you, somebody cut you off, and you are just holding the person in your chest. Your chest will even be heavy. I'm not saying your chest because that's the only way we can actually relate to it, right? You will not breathe well. I'm not even talking about breathing in and breathing out now. But the moment you hear the person's name, something will prick you. Do you understand now? Something will prick you, and you will just you will not be free. But if you accept it, you process the grief, and you forgive. It's not easy, right? But you just have to allow some of these things so that you will be fine. Don't forget WHO definition of healing, WHO definition of health. Complete wholeness, 100%. You are fine. Nothing is lacking. So if forgiving somebody is affecting your emotional health, you are not fine. So you should forgive, even if it is yourself. Some people they offend themselves. Yes, they can't even forgive themselves, not to talk of another person. I'm not judging anyone, because I know that it is not something that is easy, right? But it is just something that you should do so that you will be fine. Now, we've talked about healing, we've talked about the dimension of healing, we've talked about the stages of healing, both physically, mentally, emotionally, and even socially. Now, let's look at the factors that affect healing. I told you it's a journey, right? What are the factors that can affect healing? Okay, if healing really wants to happen, what are the things that should be put in place? What are the things that we should do appropriately? Now, number one factor that affects healing is the biological factor. Biological factor in the sense of age, for example, is not the way an adult will process pain. You can't compare it with the way a young child will process pain. It's not the pain, and it's not the way an adult can manage wound, can manage injury. You can't compare it with the way a small child will manage the pain, the injury. Nutrition is also an example of biological factor. What we eat can also affect healing process. Physical healing is a good example. When you have injury, physical one, doctors most time will tell you to do or to take fruits, especially fruits that contain vitamin C. Do you understand now? So that it's going to boost your immune system such that your body will be able to fight anything that is coming externally. I hope you understand now. So biological factor is one of the factors that affect healing. And we said under biological factor we can see age, nutrition, and your immune strength. What you eat can go a long way. Somebody that is not feeling too well, let's even cite example of other physical healing other physical sicknesses. Like a good example is malaria. Now imagine somebody that is having malaria sickness and the person is not feeding well and the person is taking malaria drug. How do you expect the person to function properly? Ulcer patients, for example, doctors already told you these are the things that you should not take because it trigger ulcer attack now, and person will start having stomach pain or chest burn and all of that. If you really want to heal, you have to take to what you eat so that it's not going to trigger the pain again. So nutrition is very important, your immune system, and also eat the right food such that it's going to boost your immunity so that you can fight anything that is coming externally that can affect your health. Another factor is the psychological factor. Stress can delay healing. You are trying to heal from either physical sickness or mental sickness or emotional sickness, and you are stressing yourself. You are going through stress. It's going to affect you. The healing process will be delayed. You said you have headache. Next minute, when we check you, you're already carrying hammer. You're already carrying big object that can have. You are not resting. You are carrying your laptop again. You are racking your head saying you want to work. How will you be fine? When you are supposed to just probably sit somewhere, you have taken drugs, allow the drug to work, because drug also have its own process. Do you get that? So it's not that okay, you take paracetamol and expect that you'll be fine 5 minutes later. No. Sometimes it can even last for hours. Sometimes it can even last for days. That is why psychological factor is one of the factors that affects healing. And a good example under psychological factor is stress and fear. It can weaken recovery. Fear of things that has happened. Fear that will you be fine again. Now, I read a book, and in that book, the writer said something. The writer said that sometimes it's not just about the drugs that you are taking that will make you fine, but he said your faith, it can go a long way. Because if you are taking drug and you don't have faith that this drug that I'm taking will work, everything will be zero. You are just taking it because somebody said take this drug, but you don't believe that this process that I'm going through, this drug that I'm taking is going to aid the healing journey. And even the right mindset will also go a long way. If you are taking drugs, for example, and you are having negative thoughts that I'm not sure this drug will work, I'm just taking it, this drug will not even work. It will not work because that is the disposition of your mind. And if it keeps occurring over time like that, healing will be delayed. So these are the things that actually affect healing. Fear. Don't be afraid. Even mental health now, something has happened mentally, emotionally, and fear is taking over. No, take away fear. Take away fear and have faith, and that's the way you can heal. Let's talk about the sociological factor. This factor is very important. This factor is very paramount in the healing journey, because you need people around you. Healing is not just one person thing, especially when it's not something that is minute, it's not something that is little. Somebody that have a very serious accident, that one already will affect the physical body, is even going to affect the mental health and even emotional health, because the person might not recover from the trauma immediately. Let's say a bus that somersaulted and you escape it somehow. I'm telling you that for this you will still be remembering that experience. You might even be asking yourself, how did you survive? You might be sleeping and nothing is happening. You just remember the way the bus is somersaulting again, and you wake up from your sleep. That is why such people, they need people around them. Somebody who just lost somebody that is dear to him or her might not recover from that pain, might not be able to grieve that loss immediately, like very quickly. So they need people around them to recover it. And that is why majorly in Nigerian homes, when there is a kind of loss in the family, you will see people coming around. They will not leave the person just like that. Why are they doing this? The reason is to make sure that the person is not alone. The reason is to make sure that the person feel loved again. So social factor is very important. Support from families, support from communities, like that is very important. So you all come together and you are able to support that person, either physical health, mental health, and emotional health. At that time when I had that accident, my family members, they were there for me. They are making sure that I am getting better, things are going well with me. So it was not just myself. So that's how it's meant to be. So the factors that affect healing, to reiterate that again, I said we have the biological factors, we have the physical factors, we have the psychological factors, and the social factors. I do hope you understand, you are beginning to understand this healing journey now, right? So that is to tell you that healing is not just something that will happen immediately. It takes time, and you have to be patient if you really want to heal. Now, let's look at barriers to healing. It will not just happen smoothly, right? There are actually barriers to healing. Why are some people struggling to heal? Why is it that after so many things that have been done, some people are not recovering from that sickness, from that injury, from that pain? So what are these barriers? Number one thing is ignoring wound or ignoring the pain, physical or emotional. Something happened to you. I told you that you should accept the pain. It's not easy, right? Fine, it is painful, it affected you, but don't ignore it. You notice something is happening in your body system, you notice something is happening on your skin, and you feel like it's just small thing. If you are not careful, that small thing will grow bigger, and it's even going to cause a whole lot of problem. When I was explaining the role of individuals and health organization in healthcare system in my last speech, I said it that as individuals we have different roles to play. So instead of passing blame to our government, our medical professionals, have you really played your own role effectively in such that when you observe that something is going wrong in your body system at that time, some people will just keep quiet, some people will just go silent and feel like they are going to get over it, they are going to get over it have landed them into serious problem today. So I am telling you again now that don't keep quiet, don't ignore pain, don't ignore wounds, open up, either physically, emotionally, any aspect. Another barrier to healing, another barrier to healing is self-medication, and this is very rampant. Some people believe that what this person used that help this person will also help me myself. Says who? Your own story is different and your healing journey is different. So stop self-medication. Some people will even go as far as getting themselves strong antibiotics because they already have the idea that yes, the tetanus can invade that wound and might cause serious problem. They already have the idea that microorganisms can invade that place and cause serious problem. So because of that, they will go as far as getting themselves antibiotics, and maybe they even get the wrong one. They will go as far as getting themselves drugs that they are not supposed to take. Let's say ulcer patients, for example, and ulcer patients are not meant to be taking non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, the likes of diclofenac, body pain and all, especially when the ulcer is at the highest stage. And because you have injury, you want to stop the pain, you have to do all of these things. Why not go to healthcare provider and let them just give you the right medication? So stop self-medicating, because loads of drug will lead to complications. I believe that Nigerian doctors, Nigerian healthcare provider, they know that we are used to this self-medication of a thing. That is why before doctors will prescribe any drug to you when you go to the hospital, the first thing they will ask you is that, what have you taken? Am I right? They will want to know your history so that they themselves, they will not go and give you something that will contradict whatsoever thing. So that is why we need to be very careful, and don't hide anything from your healthcare provider. If you have taken anything, don't keep quiet, because definitely they will ask you. They will want to know those things that you have taken, so that they are going to know the right thing to give you again. So stop self-medication, because it is one of the major barriers to healing. Another thing is unresolved trauma. Unresolved trauma can keep the wound opening again. This is actually associated to mental and emotional health. You have issue with somebody and you did not resolve it, you did not forgive the person. Anytime you remember, you will always be in pain, because you have not forgive the person. Or anytime something similar happen, you will always remember the pain, because you have not resolved it with the person. Always say something that has affected you even while growing up. It might be a kind of family problem, right? But now you've changed your environment. You need to somehow get over the past. And I will advise that you visit a counselor or a psychologist, so that they are going to help you, they are going to give you the necessary things to do, the right steps to take. Somebody might be saying that we can't afford the counseling fee, we can't afford psychologist fee and all of that. See, if you go online now, there are different organizations that are doing free counseling. A good example is MANI, Mentally Aware Nigeria Initiative, and some other organizations like that. free counseling, and it's going to help you to get over some of these traumatic experiences that you are having. Another thing that can cause another thing that can affect healing, barrier to healing, is lack of knowledge. When you don't have the right knowledge, when you don't know, the person will just remain there. The person will just be in that pain. So many people actually need to understand their own conditions. They need to know that, okay, this is what I'm going through. This is what is happening. And they need to know that if you do this kind of thing, it's going to affect you more. So we need to teach other people. You need to be aware. Knowledge is powerful. So if somebody is lacking knowledge, it might be a barrier to healing. And poor habits, poor lifestyle, poor habits, it can be a barrier to healing. Imagine somebody that is having wound and the person is not taking care of that wound as appropriate. Healing will be slow. Healing will be more slow, because the right process that needs to be done is not being done. Things are not in the right place. You are meant to clean, you are meant to take care of yourself, and you are not doing it appropriately. Healing will be slow. Even somebody that is having typhoid is a good example, and maybe doctors have told you this thing happened as a result of probably the water you are drinking, and the person still do not do the right thing. The environment is not even clean, not to even talk of the water. Or consistently you always have stomach cramps that always result in diarrhea. Maybe like every month you always have dysentery, you always have diarrhea, and doctors have told you that, okay, you need to watch what you are eating. You need to be careful. Maybe you have eaten something that have been contaminated and you are not still careful. Healing will be slow. Now, how is healing now related to public health now? Healing is related to public health because it is a collective thing. We understand healthcare system, but healing is not left out. It is a collective thing. Let's take, for example, maybe there is a disease outbreak now. Now, there are roles that health organizations, government agencies need to play so that healing will happen in time. They need to prevent it. They need to treat it. Prevention is very important. Maybe the disease outbreak has not even escalated. Maybe it started in a small community, it started in a small village. The right thing is meant to be done so that such thing will not escalate. That is why prevention is very important. If it will take the community head to give an instruction that nobody should come out, if it's going to take the community head to lock everybody, just like the way it happened during coronavirus, I just hope we will not experience something like that again. But let's say there is a disease outbreak in a village. Prevention needs to be put in place by government agencies, health organizations. Let's say, for example, somebody who is having HIV, for example, has been diagnosed in the hospital. Do you know that the hospital should be very careful so that other patients in that hospital will not be contaminated? That is prevention. Even you yourself as a medical professional that is handling that person's issues, you need to be very careful, because let's say, for example, you withdrew the person's blood because you want to test, and you have discovered that the person is having HIV, are you supposed to play with that injection? Are you supposed to drop it carelessly? No. I'm not saying you should not attend to the fact that somebody is having that kind of disease does not mean you cannot associate with them. Am I right? Does not mean you cannot still talk to them, but you just need to do everything possible to prevent it. I remember the time when chickenpox was viral, when chickenpox infection was viral some years ago. You know, majority of the children in my area at that time, they have it. Even myself, I had it then. Then we discovered that those people who do not have it, their parents will tell them that don't move too much close with this person because it is very, very contagious, right? It's not because they don't want them to talk to us. It's not because they don't want them to play with some of us that had it that time, but they are just very careful. That is why prevention is very important when it comes to public health, and when there is a kind of disease outbreak like this. And when prevention is being done, treatment is very important. Treatment. Now, they will begin to look out for ways that they can cure that particular illness so that it's not going to spread, so that they will not lose such people. They will do everything in their power to avoid more outbreaks of the disease, more outbreaks of the illness. So treatment is also very important, and rehabilitation, awareness, community outreach. If it takes government agencies, government organization, if it takes healthcare organization to isolate people that are having certain illnesses, please, they should do it. The reason is to curb the further spread of that particular illnesses and diseases. So, and also awareness. Don't cover it up. I said this while I was presenting the last time, that in your village, if you discover any illness that is unusual, report to the right agencies. Don't say because she's my sister, I don't know what they are going to do to her, and you want to destroy the whole cities, you want to destroy the whole community because you are covering up for one person. No. Make sure that the right set of people are aware, and also the government agency as well, they should make the public aware by passing the right information. Information is power. Information will even spread even more than the disease. They should inform the public that we need to be careful. This particular sickness, this particular disease is, the outbreak is happening, and they should pass the right information such that the spread will not be outrageous like that. And community outreach, I still believe that some people do not have the right knowledge about some of these viral infections. They don't have the right knowledge. See, infections, microorganism is not just bacteria. And what people are familiar with majorly is bacteria, because there is antibiotics. And you know that some people are actually using antibiotics for fungal infection. Some people are using antibiotics for viral infection. I really hope that I will come back to educate us on antimicrobial resistance, and they are going to have a better understanding of that. So they should be aware through community outreach. There are some viral infections that is happening right now, probably in some people body system, even fungal infection, and they don't know, and they will still keep using antibiotics. They will still keep using non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs because they don't want to do the right thing. sensitization is very important. Government agencies, do something. NGOs, do something. Private hospital owners, do something. It should not just be come for treatment alone. If I have a clinic today, I'm going to include health education department. If you are listening, you might borrow my idea. I'm not hiding it because I really want people to have that knowledge. Health education department, such that on some days you will just pass the message and say those people that are having eye disease, come for sensitization today. Do you know that there are some diseases that can actually be managed if they are doing the right thing? Some people, maybe they should have not died, maybe they should still be alive if they have the right knowledge. But look at the time they are spending in the hospital. Doctor will just tell them just few things, give them drugs, and some people will never go back because number one, they want to avoid the long queue, and that is one of the reasons some people are not going to the hospitals today. Number two, some people do not like the sight of blood. They don't like the hospital environment. Am I right? And that is why some people just feel like they should just stay in that pain just like that. And because the right thing is not being done, another thing will happen. So I feel like there should be health education department and say today we want to just educate you about this thing. We want to just sensitize you about this thing. And one thing about information is that when some people have the knowledge, there is no how they will not pass it on to others. And I trust Nigerians for that. And thank God for the likes of health education content creators today. And I know we all know Aproko doctor, right? He's doing fine in that field. And even somebody like me. Yes, of course, I'm a health education content creator. We need to pass that knowledge to people because our health is very important. I love to see people healed. I love to see people fine. And we can achieve a healthy community. I hope you are enjoying this topic.
Yes.
Healing is a journey. It's not just one day thing. Now, there are practical steps to healing. I'm going to mention about 4. For physical healing now, proper hygiene is very important. I've mentioned that. Balanced diet and adequate rest. If you are not fine, something is wrong with you, but you are not eating the right food. I know the economy is not balanced, but there is a way you can balance your diet and you will still be okay. You don't need to get big things. You don't need to feed like the rich. But that little thousand that you have, you can still do something that is meaningful. To get vegetable is not really something that is expensive. If it is that 500 naira, I know 500 naira cannot cook any soup now. I'm just citing an example. If it is that, okay, can 500 naira cook any soup?
Yes.
Okay, what soup? Pepper soup. That's so funny. Right? I'm just citing an example that just the vegetables without cooking it yet, you can buy 500 naira vegetables. If you are staying alone, if you are not a family person, then you will add money, get pepper and all of that. Eating vegetables, you don't, okay, I want to say you don't need protein, I mean the meat, the chicken, but if you get vegetables, you add your locust beans and onions. If you can manage and get 200 naira crayfish, do eba or do semo, you have just feed well instead of using that 2,000 naira to go and buy soda and biscuit and junks. And you are taking malaria drugs, you are taking antibiotics, and that antibiotics sef, you are the one that prescribe it for yourself. Oh, how will you be fine? And there are some antibiotics that no, it have a very powerful effect in our health. you take some antibiotics and the next thing is you just go and sleep somewhere. Some people say, the drug that I'm taking is affecting me. It's affecting you and you are not feeding well. There are some times that doctors will intentionally add appetizer drugs to our drugs just to make sure that we feed well. But if you are taking some of these drugs and you are not feeding well, don't expect that healing will be fast. It will not be fast. And adequate rest, I've mentioned it the last time, it is very crucial for your physical healing. You are not fine. See, some people, the drug they want to take is in their bag and they are still going up and down. I know that you want to hustle, but just take time to rest. Just take time to, if it will take you to tell your boss appropriately, sir, for this so reason, I will not be coming to office today because I need to rest. If they sack you, don't worry, you see, it's just, if anything happen, that organization will continue. I want you to always remember that the organization will continue. If you are being somebody with the right attitude in your place of work, I don't think your boss should deny you of sick leave if you really need it. I don't think they should. So adequate rest is very important. It's very important. Let's talk about practical ways for mental healing. Talk to somebody. You don't need to hide your pain. See, I used to tell people that when you, because I told you I have a health initiative, and I used to tell some few persons around me that when you speak up, somehow you will be relieved. The person might not have the right solution to your problem, but the fact that you have somebody that understands along with you, you have somebody that do not judge you, you have somebody that can say I love you from a sincere heart, it will go a long way. Some persons is just the feeling of love that they need again and they will be fine. And they are not getting it. African parenting, how many times will your parent tell you I love you, but deep down you really need it. It's not even about the words alone. Maybe you are fortunate and you just confide in somebody that is even caring and giving. The person is a cheerful giver. The person can decide and say, because of this, I will just get you 1 liter of Hollandia yogurt. At first, how will you feel? After you have cried, the person have hugged you, the person have make you feel comfortable. I feel like one of the greatest blessing is, hello, can you listen? I feel like one of the greatest blessing is having somebody you can confide in that will not judge you. Somebody that you can cry on their shoulder. You know that it's not everybody that can cry in the presence of other person, but there are some people that, see, I cannot even hide these tears. You will feel loved again. Let the person just get you even Hollandia you got, just step it down. Alright, so seriously, it's just some little act of kindness like that. So when you speak up, when you talk to somebody, in fact, you can just even rant. It's not the person that offended you, but you have somebody you can rant to, and after all your ranting, the person will say, calm down, are you done talking? Oh yeah, let's look at it this way, let's look at it that way. It will help you. But why some people are having mental health issues today is because they don't have people they can talk to. And because they don't have people they can talk to, it's actually affecting them more. Because our mind is just like a bottle, right? Let me give this scenario. Our mind is just like a bottle. When it is filled up and you keep putting water, one day it will burst. And it is that burst, anybody that can burst, like, let's say you are putting hot water inside glass bottle. You keep filling it, that hot water now is challenges, things that is happening to you, and you are putting it inside the glass bottle. One day it will burst. It is that burst level that is happening to people that you will now see the result and you will now say, I'm not sure this person is mentally okay. Do you understand it now? So it should not get to that level. Ensure that you always speak up, practice mindfulness. There are times that just sit down and think aright. Just sit down and meditate. Thinking in the sense that you are having positive thoughts, not negative thoughts. Sometimes just go to your bedroom, switch on your shower, allow that shower to, come directly to your head and just stay there for like 5 minutes. Don't think of anything extra. Just stay focused. Sometimes if you have money, go to the gym. As you are, doing one or two things in the gym, just be reflecting on your own life. Sometimes it might be your journal. Your journal is your safe place. Your diary is your safe place. You should be able to write your own mind. There are some people that once they can free up that mind, their whatsoever thing is affecting their mind, they will be fine again. And seek professional help. There are some cases that it has gone beyond these little tips that I'm giving you. Just seek professional help. I've made mention of some organizations that will not charge you. Even if they charge you, it might not be as much as maybe you are thinking. Just seek professional help. How can you get over emotional healing? Somebody that just have heartbreak from relationship. I know it can be painful, right? But allow yourself to feel it. Feel it, cry. Yes, feel it. Don't form and maybe, oh God, our men, we can do better. Men will always want to be men and they will not want to let out the emotions. They will be like, how will I be crying? Cry. If you need to, actually. If you need to, actually, you should feel it. You should talk to your friends about it. You should. Because there are some guys that they have group that they are very scared to talk to their fellow guy because they will make jest of them. Especially if they are bets. Things are happening. Maybe the way it started is that let's make a deal. I'm going to win the heart of this girl, and the girl you have already bet now serve you breakfast. Going back to your colleagues, going back to your guys is going to just bring shame on you, and because of that, and it all started as a game, right? But in that process, you're already loving, you're already feeling, and cutting it off in the middle can be something else. It might even be parental love. It might be that your parents, you don't feel that parental love while growing up, and you are already an adult, and to forgive sometimes might be a problem. Allow yourself to feel it, and if there are some things you need to do to correct whatever thing that have been wrong, please do that. Forgive gradually, and journaling. I've mentioned journaling. And holistic healing now. Build supportive relationships. Stay informed about your health. You need to build supportive relationship. Have the right circle of friends. People that you can share your burden with. People that you can share your win and your loss with. And you will not feel unsafe. These are the ways you can heal. Healthy environments. Like that, you can see that the journey to healing is not just something that will happen just at once. Let me give you this scenario that will make you understand the journey of healing. Now, everybody, do you know Coca-Cola drinks or Pepsi? Do you know that it is black in color, right? How can you change it to white? Just put it in a glass cup, put it under a running tap. Gradually the color will be changing. You can go and practice that at home. Or if you're at home watching, you can practice. I know that it's not it's not. I'm just giving you a scenario of how long healing can take. Do you understand now? So now the process by which the water is getting into that cup is just telling you that healing takes time for it to be white. it make me remember when I was preparing for this presentation. I now told somebody that I want to talk about healing, but I don't know what I'm going to wear, and I brought out a white dress. The person said, wear white now, it's even perfect. So that is that we all have a different perception to healing. And somebody might be saying that, what if it's emotional health and somebody have done something for me and I am not feeling again? I know that the deed had been done. It's just like a broken ceramics. To mend this back is not going to be easy, right? Now, I watched a psychologist online giving this scenario that a broken glass, for example now, if you want to pick it up, it's going to take time. Number one, start arranging it. That one is another time. Then you arrange it. You can't just leave it like that, because if you remove your hand, it's going to break again. So what the psychologist did was that the psychologist then pick up paper tape or masking tape, and now bind it around it. So looking at it, what is the first thing that will come to your mind is that it has already given it another shape. One, it has given it another look. That is to tell you that it all depends on the excuse me. Thank you. It all depends on the individual. Your positioning, it matters when it comes to healing. If you can follow the right process, it should beautify your life. So healing should not return you back to the person that you have always been, but healing should build something new out of you, something beautiful out of you. So healing actually takes time. It's not something that will just happen like that. Now we've talked about healing. So as I conclude, I want you to know that healing really means bringing yourself back to a state of balance. It is not about perfection. You don't have to be perfect. And it is not about forgetting pain. I know I've talked about letting go, right? But sometimes, seriously, you still remember the pain. But when you remember the pain, it is not meant to affect you emotionally again. That is what healing will do. But it is not that you might not remember the pain. So healing is not perfection. Healing is not forgetting the pain. But healing is growth after the pain. Healing is strength after weakness. And healing is hope after darkness. A whole lot of things might have happened. You might have had different experiences. And because of that, it's pulling you back. Growth will not happen. If you say, because this particular thing happened, I am not going to try again. No, it's not going to work that way. If you say, because you have a failed relationship, you are not going to try again, it is not going to work that way. You just have to let go of some of these things, try again, and put in your best. So healing is not returning to who you were before the wound. It is about becoming stronger. It is about becoming wiser and more whole than who you have ever been. So, my listeners, gentlemen, gentle ladies, whoever is watching online, you are allowed to heal. You deserve to heal, and no matter how deep the wound is, one thing I'm always convinced about, one thing I always know is that healing is possible, no matter how long it takes. If you can do the right thing, if you can follow the right protocols, right steps, the proper thing, everything that I've mentioned today, and more other things that you come across professionally, medically, you will definitely be fine. So let me leave you with these thoughts as I pass on the mic to the next speaker. What is that thing that you have not healed of? And you are still carrying the weight, you are still carrying the pain. Do the right thing and you will heal. Healing is beyond the surface. Healing is science. Healing is journey. Thank you for listening. And right now, I'll pass on the mic to the next speaker.
That was a very wonderful process. Healing is a journey. Healing is a process. Have you healed? Are you really healed? Are you really whole? Thank you so much, Joy. Greetings to Nigeria, Africa, and our global community. My name is Felicia Adegoke-Oluwatoyin, and I'm going to be talking about the adjectives. The adjectives. The segregation theory. The adjectives. The segregation theory. The segregation theory. Firstly, for people in the house, we have lots of English guru in the house. We have teachers, we have educators in one capacity or the other. So please, what do we understand by adjective? What is adjective? What is adjective? Yes.
It tells more about a noun or a pronoun.
Thank you. Someone said it's a describing word. Someone said it tells us more about a noun or a pronoun. Very, very good. Any other contrary opinion, any other ideas in the house concerning what an adjective is? My English, yes. Yes, please say something concerning adjectives. It qualifies a noun. Thank you very much, sir. I'm still waiting for you.
So, an adjective is a word that we say describes a noun or any of its equivalents. So it tells us more, it describes.
Thank you so much. It describes, it tells us more, it gives us more information about a noun or any of its equivalents. Wow, I think I want to clock that. So, any of its equivalents. The segregation theory. Now, I'm going to start from the story of a man that was taken to a valley of dry bones. In that valley of dry bones, you would not be able to tell which one is a wise bone, which one is a foolish bone, which one is an intelligent bone, which one is a beautiful bone, which one is an ugly bone. It is when life is breathed into something, that is when we begin to give a particular adjective. You begin to group men, you begin to group people into names, into statutes, into what they want to be called or what they do not want to be called. The adjective, the segregation theory. Like most people have always said, there are some people that when they grew up, when they were in primary school, they always wanted to be an accountant, someone to be a pilot, someone to be an aeronautic engineer. Some people want to go into architecture. Oh, welcome to Nigeria. This is where you are today. Yes. This is where you are today. There is always something that you have always aspired for as a young child. But welcome to the reality, irrespective of the nation that you are, irrespective of the continent that you are. Welcome to the reality of where you are today. It is the adjectives. It is beyond a part of speech. It is the segregation theory that has divided men into sections, that has discriminated men, that has brought men to be on the throne. The segregation theory, the adjectives. The adjectives. So secondly, I'm going to be talking about the clean slate theory. The clean slate theory. If you have a small child, a little child from about, let's say, a year old. Yes, from the story of someone who used to be, is it like, I won't call her a boss actually, but she was actually teaching me a skill. So she has a toddler. So then we're born in refuse, and The boy was seeing the fire and he was so attracted to the fire. He did not know the difference between this light and the light that comes from an amber of a fire. So the boy was walking close to that fire. He was walking close to that fire. And I was trying to pull him away. Other people were trying to pull him away. But his mother said, no, he did not know what fire is. So I need to get him close. So in case he's near fire without supervision, he will know how to contain himself. So in the next few seconds, after the mother took him close to the fire, this is the boy that was so enthusiastic about going into the fire. So in that little seconds, the boy realized that, oh, this fire I'm looking at here is different from the one I used to see on the ceiling, which is a boiling point that fear is taught. Discrimination is always taught. This person is not in my level. It's always taught. The adjective, the segregation theory. As we are all seated here, there is a way we believe that there's some group of people that we do not belong into their class. And then there are some set of people that we believe that they do not belong into our class. Who wrote the law? Like someone was saying some time ago that when the woman is 30, they tell her time is going, that a biological clock is ticking. Who designed the clock? Who wrote the clock? Who designed the clock? Who invented the clock? Who invented the clock? The clean slate theory. So every human being is born seeing another human being the same as himself. Every human being is born with a pure love, with appreciation for nature, and not with a will to plunder nature, to destroy the universe. Every human is born with an innate will to love, to nurture, and never sees the next person as someone he should discriminate, as someone he should manipulate, as someone he should cheat because he wants to find expression more than this person. So, nextly, in the next step, I'm going to be talking about the five compartments of the soul, and then we go into the organic community and the inorganic community. So, your soul comprises of 5 aspects. Number 1, your soul comprises of your emotion, it comprises of your thoughts, comprises of your feelings, comprises of your memory, and your will. One of these ways or the other, when the child begins to grow and he begins to relate with his 5 senses and his 6th senses, one of these 5 gateways of the soul begins to teach a child, begins to teach a human being that, oh, don't go there. What is this color? This color is this. This person is this. This place is like this. Don't do this. These were the things we never knew. So, are the adjectives, are they actually doing us good or the bad? The adjectives, are they really doing us the good or the bad? Because right about time, the problem came when we begin to think about the adjective. This is the button, but some will see this as a golden mic. And now there is a basis for comparison. This is a golden mic, this is not a golden mic. Or comparison, oh, that's a very handsome man. This one is not, he's not so handsome. He's very short, like many of our ladies used to say. He's very short. He's very tall. Some people say I cannot marry a short woman. Some will say I cannot marry a short man. Who designed the clock? Who wrote the adjective? And why do you conform to that adjective? Have you actually discerned the intellectual capacity of that person? Are you actually taking this rational decision according to humanity, or you are taking your decisions based on the adjective and the segregation theory? In all spheres of human life, in education, there is always someone. I think it should be 2 weeks ago, I went to a function and the woman was actually telling me, I actually did not even have interest in purchasing anything. Then she made a statement. She said, you can come here, you can come to this side, we have your size. The size that she's talking about is not maybe your shoe size or your dress size. She's talking about the size that you could afford. And even if I could afford it right there and then, I wasn't even going to buy it anymore. What would it have done to someone who did not even have it? So somehow, we want to give to the poor, but somehow, we believe that they do not belong in our class. We believe that birds of the same feather flock together. We keep increasing the gap. We keep increasing the gap. And somehow, when the narrative does not fit us, we come into the picture, play a victim until we flip the page again. Are the adjectives doing us good? Is the segregation theory doing us good or bad? Now, let's go to the organic community and the inorganic community. Talking about the pre-colonial system of government, where we have, in the southwest, we have the Eze, we have the youth group, we have the acephalous system of government in the southwestern region. So there's a way there's a way they coordinate themselves, there's a way they rule themselves, they govern themselves, there is a system. Now let's take note. There is no system of pronounced discrimination, but there is a system that guides the people. There is a system by which a people is ruled. It is a community. They like a Southwestern adage will always say, it is one person that gives birth to a child. It is multitude that trains that child. Is it still possible in this kind of era? That is not possible, because a parent to begin to give you 1,001 reasons why you should not discipline their child, until a day comes when that child will disgrace them openly. When I see a child throwing tantrums in public, and I see a child, either a teenager or a child or a toddler, throwing tantrums in public, it is an indication that this is what they do at home. Now, the mother does not correct this behavior at all. Now, this child is in a public space, maybe in a church or in a mosque or in a school or in a bus. Now, the mother feels embarrassed. All of a sudden, this woman that accommodates all my bad characters wants to start correcting me. Where is that coming from? So the mother is not correcting that child because what the child is doing was bad. She is correcting because she was feeling embarrassed. So as long as you do not do it outside, you are good. The segregation theory and the adjectives. The organic community and the inorganic community. Is it not better for us to go back to the organic community, where the community is responsible for raising the child, where the success of one is the success of all, where the failure of one person is the failure of all? Who designed the club? Who designed the division? And I put it to you, gentlemen and ladies, that the division, the adjectives, are man-made. They are made by men, they are established by men, they are written by men, they are stamped by men. So if there is going to be a change at all, it is going to be changed by men. We talk about the vehicle of what changes us, or what makes you see somebody from another region, and you look at that person, oh, I can't talk to this person. Oh, this set of people, even though you have not even had a contact with them, you don't even have a relationship with anybody from that tribe. But all of a sudden, because of what the inorganic community has postulated into our minds, we believe that, oh, this set of people are like this. Oh, this set of people are like this. Recently, I was hearing, actually, I'm a Yoruba person anyways. So, recently I was hearing something like Yoruba demon. I'm not like, where is he coming from? Where is he coming from? Are the adjectives doing us good or bad? Now, before the English masters come and arrest me, I'm not talking about the adjectives of the part of speech. I'm talking about the segregation theory of how we have separated ourselves from people who should help us, because of how we have separated ourselves from people who we should help. So some people were talking about, oh, there is opportunity in this particular state, there is opportunity in this place. Oh, when you say this state is boring, that state is boring, this this place you cannot even cope, it's too quiet. You know, I got a job in this particular state, but I have to repose myself back because I can't cope. I want a place that is lively. As in that noise in this particular state is already part of me. So when that person says there is opportunity in this particular state, then I asked him a very important question. Hope you know that the state that you left, you were an opportunity to some people. So you as an opportunity in a human, an opportunity in yourself, you carried yourself, you carried the opportunities that you present to those people in that state. You left and you came to another state. So is opportunity a geographical thing, or we are the opportunity living that geography? If there is a place that a lot of people are saying, oh, there's opportunity in this particular place, oh, we have opportunity in this particular place, when you get there, you actually find somebody that would actually pay for your service. When you go to this place, there's somebody that will pay for your service. We are the opportunity. I had the opportunity, you had the opportunity. So in the place where you reside right now, you had the opportunity. So the moment you pack your bags and leave, that means our talent and opportunity has departed from that location. Now, someone who is another person's opportunity would leave and come to this same location, and we're all looking for opportunities. Now it becomes the survivor of the fittest. Now it is no longer the certificate you have. Now it's about which skill do you have. It's about what can you do. It's about can you solve problems. It's about can you meet targets. It's about are you tolerant. It's about are you productive. And we begin to raise the bar. We begin to raise the bar. We begin to raise the bar because we are pressured by what most of our mates are doing. I'm still explaining the inorganic community. The inorganic community, which is the online community. Most of the things we see, those people that we are peers, people who grew up together, you see this person is succeeding, this person has actually done this, this person has actually achieved this, oh, this person has done this, and now you want to feel small. You want to feel small about yourself. I don't know if some of us have seen this video, this skit of a woman. She was lying down on the floor. She was lying on the floor and she held an umbrella. She was licking one cheap brand of lollipop like that, of sweets. So she lied down on the floor. Then someone was pouring a water that contained detergent. Someone was pouring it on the floor as if she was in the beach. So she lied down and she was like, I'm living my best life right now. So along the line, somebody had to zoom out the camera and we discovered that she's not even at the beach. She's in the most local of the local places you could think of. And then it is to tell you that whatever people post, it is what they want you to see. People don't post their failures. I've not seen anyone who failed, like, okay, this part of my life is unattractive, it's ugly, I'm not proud of this part of my life, but now I just want to let you know. Nobody does that. Unless they have overcome and they're trying to, motivate you. But when they are still struggling, people don't post the ugly side of their lives. They will only post the beautiful ones. And now you see that this person is doing this, then you go back and think, God, if I'm a spoon, put me inside the cup. Social media will make you envy. It will make you envy somebody you should pity. I was discussing with someone then. She was like, that day, the lady was celebrating her birthday. She's someone very close to me. Then that same day, there is a celebrity celebrating her birthday too. So she was saying that, look at this lady at this age. This is what she has achieved. look at me, I'm still like this, I'm still like that. Soon, the lady was actually in an interview and she was asking a lot of questions. Then, a part of her life popped up that the interview actually pulled out. Now, I went back to tell this person, look at this person you're talking about. This aspect of your life, you are already successful. Now, you are looking at this aspect of this person's life that is successful, and you believe that you are a nobody. Nobody is going to post the unattractive part of their life for the world to see. For the world to see. Should we go back to our organic community where there are lesser adjectives, where there are lesser congregation, where we can open our door to anyone in the name of humanity, not because tomorrow this person will favor me? When we enter offices as humans, not because we want to manipulate our bosses to gain favors. Should we take away the adjectives? Could we please take away the adjectives? Because we were not born like this. Just like in the valley of dry bones that this man was taken to. It is the same valley of dry bones, because at the very end, we would not be able to separate the dry bone that is intelligent, the dry bone that is rich, the dry bone that is a multi-millionaire, the dry bones who is part of the Forbes family. We would not be able to differentiate whose is whose dry bone. Should we take away the adjectives? Should we take away the adjectives? And now, yes, it is part of the inorganic community. This is where we find ourselves today. Now you are welcome. Also, the sisters, for in the organic community, even what you do not know that they know, when you walk across the street, you see a random woman telling another woman the history of your grandmother, the history of your great grandmother, or this is what happens in their family. Everybody has an encyclopedia of your life, but it is still limited to that same organic community. But this is where we are today. We stand the risk of putting into the whole wide world, to the four corners of the earth, just like the Pandora's box, information that in split seconds you do not control what is going to happen to you after that. Like anyone could sit behind the camera today and decide to say something that will cause an uproar in the environment. I was teaching some group of 10-year-olds and I told them how important information is. It doesn't have to be verbal, it doesn't have to be non-verbal. But there is something I could say as I was telling them, there is something I could say as I'm standing in this class with you. There is something I would do. If I do something right here, all of you will run out of this class. You won't even wait to pick your bags. That is the power of communication. There is something I am going to do right now. You are going to smile. It's going to lift up your mood. That is the same power we have over the inorganic community. How well do we use our adjectives? How well do we use the theory on our inorganic community, on our inorganic family? And it has actually helped in the sense that in the whole wide world, you have a big family out there that even when you solicit for help, people who have not seen you before, people who do not know you, they may not even know where you're from, but they are willing to help you and hold up your hands. That is the same theory that appreciates, that opposes the theory of the dry bones. Because in the long run and in the short run, we are all dry bones in the valley of decision. Should we take away the adjectives? Should we take away the adjectives? In another way, now over time, after the colonial government, we begin to see levels, self-awareness. I'm living in my baby girl era. Oh, there was a book I was reading. The woman was from Kenya, so she was living in London. So when she went to complain to the doctor that she was feeling this way, she was feeling that way, The doctor said, "Oh, madam, you are depressed." The woman said, "I can never be depressed. In Africa, we don't have depression." In Africa, we don't have depression, because there will always be somebody to talk to. There will always be people in the community. You cannot be sad. One of the things that is fueling depression in this age and time is self-awareness. You want to be on your own. I love my space. I just want to be me. I like my space. Don't trample on my self-esteem. I don't take nonsense from nobody. I just want my space. And over time, you would see, because iron sharpeneth iron, as a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. When you begin to stay over time isolated, all the while, your life begins to lose essence. Because you were created to be a communal being. Those compartments of your souls, your memories, your emotions, your feelings, your will, they were to come alive with another person's soul's compartment, with other people's soul's compartments. Now, as I'm here now, something is feeding my soul. I'm seeing beautiful faces. I'm seeing intelligent people. I'm seeing people who are good at what they do. I'm seeing people who are experts in their fields. I'm looking at you, and I do not have a blank mind. At this juncture, I'm going to be talking about the unity, the oneness of our nation. The unity and oneness of our nation. Should we take away the adjectives? So all of a sudden, there's someone who comes up to contest for a political position. Then you see adjectives coming out from everywhere. This is who he is. This is what he is. He's a tall person. He's a short person. He's a divorcee. Where are all those adjectives coming from? Can we reduce the adjectives? Can we bring back the principle of the dry bones? Can we bring back the principle of the dry bones? Can we bring back the principle of the dry bones? We can never be the same, but we can be one. We can be a army of a multitude. We can be a army of a multitude that achieves the strength of a country. We can be a multitude of that dry bones that fuse together, irrespective of how broken they are, irrespective of how different they are, irrespective of how diverse they are. They became a mighty army. They became a mighty army. Because one of the dry bones do not decide to call himself, "Oh, I am wealthy. Oh, I am rich. Oh, I am intelligent. Oh, I'm just foolish. Keep me out of the equation." They were a multitude of dry bones who came together, became a mighty army in defense of a nation. Could we take away the adjectives? Should we take away the adjectives? So this morning I'm going to implore you, gentlemen and ladies, if there has been anywhere in the aspect of your life, maybe at work, at school, in your neighborhood, among friends, where you actually grouped people, place people where they are, enjoy your space, definiteness of roles and motive. People should know why they're in your life. You know, there are some friends that should only stay in the parlor. There are some friends that should only come into your sitting room. For how long are we going to do this? I'm going to talk about the story of a woman who was actually depressed. And she's not even having suicidal thoughts. The only thought she was having is that whenever she sleeps, if she sleeps too deeply enough, she could drift away and just die off. She could sleep away and just die off. So you could imagine that kind of person telling people, I love my space. I want to be alone. Do we really need an adjective? Can we still go back to the organic community? Yes, we cannot eradicate the inorganic community, but can we please still go back to the organic community, where the failure of one is the failure of all, where the community comes together to support a particular youth, and the glory that comes from that conquest will go to that town or village. Can we have the positive adjective? Take away your personal interest, like the dry bones in the valley of decision. A decision to bring our nation forward. We can do it. Good wishes to Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria, our senior citizen, Africa, the amiable continent, and our international audience. At this point, I would like to pass the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Well done for that. Good morning, Nigeria and the world. My name is Oluwagbemissola Hanaogumefu. And I'm here again, like I promised in my last speech, that I will be back to complete the series that I started, which was about parental involvement when too little becomes too much. Parental involvement when too little becomes too much. I remember talking about what parental involvement is, the support parents give to their children to help them become better individuals, better in their academics, better all round. And also remember talking about the fact that the menace of over-involvement is not just a problem that we see in Nigeria today. It's something that happens all around the world. So I am not just talking to Nigerians. I'm also talking to the international community. You know that in the UK, they've had issues around parents now becoming helicopter parents, always hovering around their children, where involvement has now become interference. Same in the US. Parents now challenge every instruction. Parents now stand up to fight for their children in aspects that are not even needed. In South Korea, we see how parents put extreme pressure on their children because of the high level of education and then segregation that comes in through the kind of education they have. You hear You hear, and that's because even the community puts that pressure on them. You hear, if you did not go to, let's say, Seoul National University, and then you went to a nameless school or something like that, when you want to get some kind of jobs, you might not get it. And then some of these universities will not admit you to become a student if you don't meet a particular target in your academics. And because of this, you see parents extremely pushing their children to the edge just so they can meet up. Just so they want them to be able to attend a particular university, a particular school, because by so doing, that's how the child would have the future they have envisioned for that child. Some even go as far as buying results or paying their way through school just so they can come attend that school and also come out in flying colors, because they believe that that's the way that they set up their futures for them. So it's not just in Nigeria. I remember that some time ago I also heard a principal in one of India's school talking about this same issue of parents encroaching into the personal spaces of teachers. When I talk about personal spaces, I'm not talking about their personal lives, I'm talking about their professional lives. Encroaching into their spaces, trying to get into what they do. Why are you doing this? Instead of doing, why don't you do this and that? No, you're not supposed to do it this way. This is how you're supposed to do it. And then any little thing you do, any little thing you say, the next thing you're facing a panel, the next thing you have to defend yourself. You have to think about what you want to do. Before you even do it, you have to think of how to defend yourself in case the matter escalates, even before it is escalated. And teachers are working on eggshells around parents, around systems that have been built by parental excessive involvement and schools support or some school support in this area. To the extent that even in the UK, they had to put in place what we know as the parent liaison officers. So when I say parental involvement, when too little becomes too much, like I said also, I mentioned the fact that there was an era when parental involvement was at an all-time low. Parents were not really involved in the education of their children because they believe that once I've sent you to school, your teachers will do the rest. And because we see, it still happens anyway, some parents up till now are still not involved. What happens when there is too little involvement? It results in neglect. And like I said in one of my speeches when I talked about safeguarding and child protection, I remember telling us that neglect is not just something that you find in impoverished families. No. It's not just what you find in struggling families. No. Neglect is something that can be found also in affluent homes. And when the support is too little, we see children struggling academically because they don't get the kind of support they need. There are times when, yes, a child might understand what has been done in school, but the child just needs to probably there's a little confusion and just needs to be set right. But there's nobody to, no, it's not like that, it's like this. And then the child can go on to do what they need to do. But when that is not in place, you notice that the child begins to struggle academically. Sometimes when I also remember talking about one of my students, not directly my student anyways, that was doing poorly in school simply because he skips breakfast. He does not take breakfast at home. Yes, he's giving food to bring to school, but he's not giving breakfast at home. And because of that, he's unable to concentrate in class. He does not have the energy to carry out any mental work until after break when he has eaten. That could also be as a result of neglect. Because thank God that it was discovered that the absence of breakfast is affecting this child's academics. If it had not been discovered in school, this child would have continued failing. And it would have been assumed that, oh, he's just a poor child, or he does not have the capability to do what is needed or something. And there's a term we refer to that in Yoruba. We say this child is olodo, something like that, a low achieving child. But this child is not a low achieving child. Only one very important component is missing: breakfast, and that was it. So this can stem from neglect. Children who suffer neglect too, or who have too little parental involvement in their studies or in their life, suffer from lack of emotional confidence. They lack emotional confidence. I also talked about some children in school. You see them engage in low-level disruptions, high-level disruptions, not because they are stubborn children, no. It's just their way of crying for help. Nobody sees them. Mom is away. Dad is always away. All I have to do is be alone all day, or be with my nanny all day and all that. I need somebody to speak to. I don't have anyone to speak to. There are times you just need someone to just talk to, just to rant, just like the previous speakers said. You just need to, you might not really need them to tell you anything. You just need them to listen to you. But when they come home, they come back to an empty home, to an empty house. Some children, possibly because their siblings are grown, maybe they were giving birth to later on in life after their parents had stopped having children or something like that, and then there is a lot of gaps between them and their older siblings, and those ones have gone to school and something like that, or they've moved on with life, and they have to be at home alone. You see those kind of children, when they come to school, they play like there's no tomorrow, because they know that once I go back home, I am not going to have this opportunity to play anymore. I don't have anybody at home to play with. So they don't care even if they are not doing what they need to do in school. They will play. That's for even those ones that can even come out to speak with people, or to socially connect, or emotionally even understand themselves. And those ones are even rare extremes, rare cases. Most of these children suffer from emotional confidence lack. They don't have it. They don't even know how they feel. They don't even know how to help themselves, because they've not been taught how to identify how they feel. And that's why to bridge that gap, schools are beginning to bring in social emotional learning, helping students understand how they feel. You see teachers in the morning, when they come in the morning, good morning, how are you today, and all that. And then, like, in my class, we have what we call a feelings chat. When you come in the morning, you go to the chat according to your name. Just against your name, you tick whether you're happy, or it's a come ça, or you're sad. If you're happy, we ask you, okay, why are you happy? What's making you happy? Because we need to be sure that you're not just assuming that this is what you're feeling. You actually understand what you're feeling and why you're feeling that way. Then if you're feeling a little bit here, a little bit there, we also ask. If you're feeling down, we ask. After break, who knows, something might have happened during break. So when you come back from break, you go to the chat again, you do the same thing. Shortly before school closes, you go to the chat again, you do the same thing. Because it helps us to know how well your day runs. So schools are beginning to bring this in to help these children that fall in this category where they don't have anyone to speak to, so they can at least build their emotional confidence. Many of them feel unseen, they feel unsupported, and like I said, that's why some of them act out. Maybe if I break the TV, maybe you will see me, you will see that somebody is actually sitting here. Maybe if I shout or scream at somebody, maybe if I kick a child, you actually know that I am here, I'm hurting. Maybe if I behave naughty, if I disobey the rules, you actually see that there's a child in your class. They feel unseen, they feel unheard, and they feel unsupported. And that's why schools encourage parental involvement. But when parental involvement becomes too much, what happens? Because there are like two extremes. When parental involvement becomes too much, that's when we begin to have dependency, over-dependency, and entitlement. You see, children who lack resilience. I heard of a student where someone shared that she was taking a student and the student just suddenly stopped the class and said, I feel overwhelmed. And the parent said, oh, you feel overwhelmed? That's fine, you can stop. And that was it. I feel overwhelmed. So, yes, it's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to have a talk with the child. What makes you feel overwhelmed? How can we solve it? And after everything is done, the child, you have to make the child continue. As long as whatever it is that child is doing is not posing any danger to their, or threats to their life, to their well-being and all that. Feeling overwhelmed is part of life. Sometimes life can be overwhelming. Will you, because of that, jump into the lagoon? Of course, we see people who do that, who once life becomes overwhelming and their resilience level is at an all-time low, the next thing they believe that the way out is suicide. But then, there's a saying in my place. The Yorubas will say something like, you're having a headache, you don't chop off your head because you're having a headache. That's not the solution. If you're having a headache, if you need to sleep it out, sleep it out. If you need to see a doctor, see a doctor. Sometimes you just need to pour water on your head and everything will calm down. That's it. But if you now chop off your head because you're having a headache, does that solve the solution? No. So, we need to let these children understand. We need to help them build their resilience. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. They don't give up. But they need all the support they can get. But when they have excessive support, now, we need to understand, in as much as we are advocating support, in as much as we are advocating parental involvement, balance is the key. Because when we go above, it's just like a doctor, you go to the doctor today and the doctor tells you, oh, you're having a headache, take a paracetamol, two pills in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the night. And then because you've been busy all day, you now come back in the night and then you use 6 at once. Like, after all, I was supposed to use 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the night, which are 6 pills in a day. And then you use 6 at once. What happens? That's overdose. And there's going to be a major problem. You're going to land back in the doctor's place, just that you won't be in a good state. So you won't say because the doctor said 2, 2, 2. After all, 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6. And then you use 6 at once. So balance is key. Balance is key here. We need to help them to build resilience. When there is over-involvement, when parental involvement becomes too much, children begin to expect adults to solve their problems. They know. Helicopter parents, they're always hovering around. So all I have to do is, mommy, daddy, and then the problem, poofs, disappears. They don't even think, they don't even want to think that, how can I do this? It's okay as a parent, when they call on to you, also question them. So what do you think you can do? How do you think you can solve this? If you do it this way, what do you think the consequence could be? And there's something I tell my students when maybe when I'm introducing a new topic to them, a new concept to them, and I'm trying to juggle their brains. Okay, I tell them you're scientists, because yes, there's something we call cross-curricular learning. Even though you're doing math, even though you're doing English, we could link it to another aspect of the curriculum. So you're scientists. Let's make a scientific guess. Now, you've taught them to make a guess, and then some can just make silly guesses that you wonder, where is this thought coming from? So you have to train them to, like, yes, you want to make a guess, but it must be a smart guess. Now, you're not trying to be perfect, you're not trying to be correct, but then if suddenly somebody stands in front of you and begins to dance, even if you can't hear anything, what would your guess be? What do you think? What would you guess? Anyone? If somebody suddenly if I stand here now and I just suddenly begin to dance, what would your guess be? Happiness. Okay. You suddenly think, oh, I think she's happy. Okay. What else? What else? Do you want to?
Insanity.
The person could be insane. Okay. Happiness, insanity. Yes. What else could it be? Anyone? Anyone?
Good news.
It could be good news. And it could be any of this, and it could be none of this. Right? But all your guesses are smart. But if you think, if I'm dancing now and you suddenly think I'm dancing because I'm hungry, is that a smart guess? So, and that is why we train them. Yes, to make guesses, but to make smart guesses, because that is how it begins. It's when you're able to make a smart guess, that's when you become a problem solver, because you are able to, yes, you've been able to identify a problem, you've been taught to identify problems, and then you're able to guess, okay, if we do it this way, do you think it would work? Because when you're making a smart guess, you're supporting with evidence. Oh, I think this person just got a good news, because a good news would make you happy, and happiness could be expressed through dancing. She's not frowning, she's not looking like she's sad or upset. So I think she's happy. I think maybe she got a good news or something. So that way, they're able to link 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 together to problem solve. And that's what we need to build in these children. We need to build them to become problem solvers, because the world needs problem solvers. The world going after Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg today, Aliko Dangote, it's not because they like their faces. They don't even care about them. They only care about the solutions they prefer. Because if they don't prefer any solution, who cares? Nobody cares about them. So the world only cares about problem solvers, and that's why we need to build these children to become problem solvers. And when we over-involve, we deny them that opportunity of building that very necessary skill. And in turn, we see children begin to suffer socially. You are too protective. Yes, probably because something negative happened in the time past, and you're trying not to, like, what I went through, I don't want my child to go through this and that. And then you shield your child too much. You find out that you have children who are socially retarded. They're socially retarded. I remember growing up in my house, we're not allowed to visit friends. We're not allowed to bring friends home. So even when some of my friends passed through my streets, and maybe peradventure I am outside, because my mom had a shop downstairs in my house. So sometimes when we stay, if not for the shop, I would say generally we won't even see outside. Because we are what we term in Nigeria, get inside. Get inside the house. You're not allowed to play outside, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. So thank God for the shop. So when we stay in the shop, my friends will just peep and say, oh, she's in the shop. From outside, while going through, they just say, hello, and that's it. They just go. It was after some time that they now began to, I think maybe they saw an experience, who knows, of the dangers of you're not allowing your children visit friends, you're not allowing friends visit them, you don't know the friends your children move with. I think they saw something related to that. So they began to loosen up a bit that, okay, you're still not allowed to go, but you're allowed to bring them home. And not bringing them home, it's not inside though. They will come to the shop where you are. All of you will sit down outside and you'll be gisting. But at least at that point they began to know my friends. Now why am I saying this? Growing up, because I never got to like really mix up with my friends and all that. Up till now, I am still kind of, I won't say socially retarded anymore, because I'm beginning to, the kind of exposure I've had has begun to help me to bring myself out. So I am no more completely retarded anymore. But then I see the way children of nowadays, you know, they just get into a circle and they are connecting. And I admire it. I'm like, oops, I still have a long way to go. Social struggle. You see children who, apart from academic success, they don't have a social life. Personally, I have friends too, who, when it comes to academics, they are up there. They are soaring. But bring in any other thing apart from academics, zero. We don't want that kind of person. We don't want, there's this slogan in my university. When you finish, you'll say, this individual, this person has excelled in character and learning, and therefore is eligible to be conferred the honor of so. You have to excel in both character and learning, not just learning, and also not just character. There are two sides to a coin. So our children must be all round developed. We don't want high flyers who don't know how to say a simple greeting, good morning. And that's, sometimes a parent asked me and said, the children of nowadays, they don't even greet anymore. What is it that you teachers are doing nowadays in school? And I asked, with all due respect, a comedian said, when a Nigerian tells you with all due respect, what is coming afterwards is not respectful. I said, with all due respect, have you, on your own, taught them how to greet? I said, it's not supposed to be done in school. I said, no. Greeting is part of moral. Morals should first be, in fact, they should be taught at home and only enforced in school. When you see a child that is not taught morals at home and then morals are not being enforced in school, it feels like you're antagonizing the child, and the child will fight back naturally. And that's why we have students who are defiant in school. Because just like one of the speakers said, a child that has been naughty at home and you don't correct, but when you are now in an open space, you now want to correct the child. There was this comedy sometime ago about, mommy, you can lie, you. And we see that happen. You know, a colleague of mine was telling me about what happened some time ago with a parent. And the parent was talking to the teacher and was like, I don't take this from my child. I make sure and you know the children of nowadays, these Gen Alphas, there's nothing they cannot say. They don't know that because we have actually not built this discipline in them. You know, during our own days, when your parent caught you eye, in fact, all they have to do is just look at you and then continue doing what they're doing. They take you to a friend's house and they, Junior, will you eat? And you look at your mom. Eat now, eat now, eat it now. Eat it. Nobody will tell you not to eat. Eat it. When you get home, you go and explain where you left your home training, or the last century that you ate last, that made you so famished that you now ate that food they gave you outside. It's not going to be very easy. But nowadays, you caught a child eye. Mommy, did anything get into your eyes? Mommy, why are you winking? Or, Mommy, why are you stepping on me? They don't know all these things because they've not been taught to identify these signs. But suddenly, you now get outside. You want to give them those signals. There will be no network. There will be no network. So the parent was like, I don't do this, I don't take this, I deal with them, I do. And the child said, Mommy, you don't do that though. Right in front of the teacher. And the teacher just did like, she didn't even hear anything. What's my business? It's a family problem. You go and settle it when you get home. You know? And even recently, I had the same issue with a child too. Dad was also always disrupting the class, and the parents came up with an idea that, I'm going to pull out the child, I'm going to take him to one of these very low schools, so that the child will learn that because you're going to an affluent school, it's a privilege, for the child to understand the privilege he's enjoying by being in the school he is at that point. And that was the agreement the parents brought up. So he said, I'm going to put him in that school for 1 week. So when he goes and I'm going to give him the idea that he's not coming back to this school, so that maybe when he gets there and he sees the way things are going, he will understand that it has always been a privilege. So by the time I bring him back here, he would behave better. And I said, that's a very fantastic idea. Let's see how it works. But in my mind, I just knew that this thing is a lie. And truly, by the time the child came back after 1 week, hey, hello, I've missed you. How are you? How was your experience? This and where did you go? Where have you been? And children, they will always tell you, I went to so school. For how long? Only 1 day. For you that say you're taking the child for a whole week. Now, they took the child just for 1 day, on the very last day that the child was to resume the following week. So that when the child comes to school and they ask you where did you go, it won't be able to say, I didn't go anywhere. So they took the child there only 1 day. The remaining 4 days, he was just at home, enjoying himself. And you expect that kind of child to act with discipline, when even you as a parent did not act with discipline. They struggle socially. And that's why you see children these days cannot boldly pick their friends. They cannot boldly say, if you don't like me, well, that's your problem. If you don't want to be my friend, or I don't want you to be my friend, or I want this person to be my friend. The moment somebody says, I'm not going to be your friend, you see them crouch in the corner and begin to cry. Why? Because they don't like me. Do you even like yourself? Do you know what you carry? Do you know who you are? And somebody does not want you in their circle. If you are a gem, well, and you know that you are a gem, you won't feel bad because you know that it's their loss. But these children have not been trained to be socially strong. And that's why they go through all this. Some even deteriorate to the extent that they have to see therapists simply because somebody refused to be their friends. I thought therapy should be reserved for adults, or even extreme cases. What is a child looking for in a therapist's office? I stand to be corrected anyways. But I know that even as adults, the Bible kind of always directs us back to look at children, to learn from them, because their life is very free. And that's why there's this slogan in Nigeria, adulthood na scam. Because you discover that once you suddenly become an adult, you have a lot of things you're going through that you never went through when you were a child. But these so-called children do not even understand that this is the freedom they have. This is the gift they have right now. Because they've not been made to understand it. They've not been helped to understand it. Another thing is they don't develop responsibility. No sense of responsibility. A child eats and the nanny has to come and clear it up. No responsibility whatsoever. And because of that, they begin to believe that responsibility does not apply to them. Rules does not apply to them. So you create a rule and they willingly flout those rules. They easily flout rules because they've not been used to having rules. They are the ones that make the rules. They are the ones that decide. I once worked in a school where I was supposed to run an assessment and a child told me, "Miss, I'm not ready to take the assessment today." Whoop. So I was like, "So when are you ready to take it?" And the child was telling me something like, "Next week." So I went to, because I was new there, I went to ask my supervisor, this is what this child said. And my supervisor said, yes, please. Giving me the assessment whenever it's ready. Oh, is this how we do here? Okay. That was interesting. And then I went back to class. I told the child, I said, this assessment is slotted for today. If you don't have any health reason or whatever that would stop you from taking this assessment today, sorry. If you don't take it today, you missed the mark. I will not reassess you because it won't be fair on others. And he didn't take the assessment, and I did not reassess him. I gave him 0 for that. Yes, I did that. But that helped the child understand something. Rules are rules. You don't do things because you feel like doing it or you don't feel like doing it. No. It's not about, I don't feel like doing this. And that was one of the ways where I was able to gain that child. This is a child that would not learn and would not allow others to learn as long as he's in that class. And this child suddenly said, "Hey miss, I want to participate." "Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to disturb anybody." And he did not disturb anybody. That's what I call tough love. It took me to have to do something that the child would not like to gain him. But if I had continued in what the school wanted, I wouldn't have gained him. I would have lost him. And he would have continued seeing that rules don't apply to me. I can have my way whenever I want and however I want. Psychologist Dr. Wendy mentioned something. He said children need autonomy the same way they need air. They need autonomy the same way they need air. Because without it, they can't breathe into adulthood. It's fine to embrace someone, but when you embrace too tightly, you stifle them, you suffocate them. They can't breathe. So when you don't give them the autonomy to fall and safely rise, when you don't create safe spaces for them to fail and learn from their failure, you're just building a ticking time bomb. Like some of the problems that we face due to over-involvement. See, parents questioning teachers' authority. Why do you have to do this? Why does my child have to do this? Why do you have to give online based homework when it's supposed to be paper based homework? Why should it have to be paper based when it is online based? Why do you have to tell my child to use computer to do this? Why do you have to send in worksheets? Or why don't you send in worksheets? Why is my child having to write notes? Why is my child not having to write? You know, they keep questioning teachers' authority. Sometimes they will even come and tell you, I don't want my child to sit beside this person. I don't want my child to be in this class. I don't want my child to do this. And why are you doing? These are some of the problems that we go through. We see parents manipulating grades. They manipulate grades. I remember even when I wrote my WAEC examination, it became so bad that there was a lot of malpractice because questions had been circulated, and you hear things like, my mom bought it, my dad bought it. I come from a family where no sorting. No. If you fail, you will gladly fail. You will repeat that class gladly. Nobody will sort anything. Nobody will push you. Nobody will do anything for you. The only thing they will do is they will give you all the support you need to pass on your own. Not if you need to go for extra classes, they will register you for extra classes and all that. But that by exam questions or pay teachers, pay systems to upgrade you and all that without actually meriting that upgrade, they will not. So it was so strange to me that parents, are you sure? As in, not you sorting behind your parents now and they're not aware, but parents actually paying the way of their children through. I was shocked. I was really shocked. And that's why you see parents, maybe sometimes when the children are supposed to repeat a class or something, or fail a subject or something, you hear them coming to fight the school. Why is my child having to fail? Why is my child having to repeat? Why is my child having to do this? They demand promotion of their children despite weak or poor results. And that's why you see today schools don't even use positions anymore. All these first position, second position, they know the chaos it causes at home, so they took it out so everybody can breathe. Yet they stopped using position. Now you still see parents, and that one that collected the award, does he have 10 heads? Forgetting that the person that got the award might have been just 0.01 ahead of your child. So it's just that 0.01 edge that gives the person the award, not because they are actually very good or much better than your child. See, parents keep pushing children, whether they can do it or they cannot. They keep pushing them. You have to become a doctor for somebody that when they see blood they vomit. When they see blood they pass out. And they tell the child, you must become a doctor. Shielding children from consequences of actions. We see this a lot. Children, because the children have been having their way, they've always been having their way at home, they think that would also happen when they get out into the society or into the community, and then you see them do some wrong things. We see cases of children even committing crimes and the parents quickly taking them out of the country so they don't have to face the music or bear the consequence of their actions. And we see these kind of children, when they go out there, they begin to behave anyhow. They become worse in that vice that they've started. There's a little story. There's a story of the magic well. And the story goes thus. A little boy, a young boy, one day mistakenly killed a man. It was a mistake. Not so young, don't let me say young boy. A teenage boy anyways, mistakenly killed a man. It was a mistake. a pure mistake. Probably he was playing and something hit the man, and who knows the health condition of the person, and the person died. You know, it was an innocent mistake. Of course, the law would not let it go. But the law would have understood that one, he was young, and the mistake could have been actually an innocent mistake. Even if the law would have its course, they could have tempered justice with mercy. But he quickly took the body out of fear, kept the body in a well, and said, when it's dark, I will go and dispose the body, because I don't want anybody to notice this mistake. By the time it was dark, he got to the well and the body was missing. The body had disappeared. He checked and checked. There was nobody. So he was wondering, is this well a magic well? So, okay. Another time again. A mistake, but not an entire mistake anyways, because this time around, you know, he had not gotten the full confidence yet, but just an outer of confidence. So when it happened, he said, let me go and keep this body in the well. He went to keep the body in the well again. I'll dispose the body at night when everyone is asleep. When he got there at night, the body had disappeared again. This well must be a magic well. So bodies disappear. That's interesting. And then, because of that, he developed full-fledged confidence, knowing fully well that he had his magic well at his beck and call. So he became a full-fledged killer. And at every point, when he kills someone, he throws the body in the magic well. He will go back at night, the magic well has done its job. The body is nowhere to be found. Fast forward to many years later, and his mom was aged. He had been taking care of the womb of the mom, and suddenly he was like, he felt so burdened. I can't continue dealing with this. I can't do this anymore. Let me just kill this woman and throw her in the magic well. So he killed her, threw her in the magic well, and he had stopped checking the well anyways, because now he has tested the efficacy of the well. He knows that yes, this well, the magic is very strong. It does its work without fail. So he stopped checking. So by the time he killed the mom, he didn't go back to check. Only for a few days later, the police showed up at his doorstep to arrest him for the murder of his mom. And he was wondering, what happened? Did the magic well not do his work? How did they find the body? How did they trace it to him? And all that evidences began to fly left and right. It was during the course of the investigation he discovered that the well was actually not a magic well, but his mom had been the one that had been disposing of the body before he gets there. She had been covering up for him over the years. If only she had allowed the law to take its course at the very first one, he would not have grown to be a full-fledged killer. So sometimes we shield our children from little mistakes because we are trying to paint a perfect picture to the world, not knowing that we are building a menace that will come back to haunt us. Shielding children from consequences of actions. We see some parents go as far as requesting daily reports from teachers. And so what happened today? And so what did he do today? Not out of concern or out of interest, but because they are monitoring, out of control. Some even request for access to CCTV. I want to see what happened. A child comes with his things to school, cannot take care of it, and then you're asking the teacher, you want to know how it is that a 10-year-old cannot take care of his own things, and then the teacher should go and look for it. But like I said in my previous speech, it's not that parents are the problem. They are not the problem. And teachers do not see them as a problem. Neither do teachers hate them. In as much as teachers do not like what exactly is going on. But they still do not see parents as a problem because we understand some of the reasons why they do this. And I'm going to outline some of the reasons. Number one is that some parents over-involve out of fear of failure. They are scared that if they don't do this, people will see them as a bad parent. They will see them as they're not doing what they need to do. So they are scared. The fear of failure. There is this saying, and there's a proverb that says the good child belongs to the father and the bad child belongs to the mother. So you see, out of this fear that, so that they will not say that I am the one encouraging you, then they over-involve. You see parents putting excess pressure even on the children themselves because they are scared of the world tagging them as a failed parent. They have a fear of the world. Fear of uncertainty. I don't know what can happen. If I don't do this, I don't know what they will say. I don't know what you will do. I don't know how I will handle it. I don't know. Fear. Ego. Ego is another reason why some parents over-involve. They just want to prove something. That, my child, my own type of parenting is top-notch, is spotless. They want to prove that they are better than other parents. They want to prove that they are perfect. Some of them even want to live through the child. I tried to become a doctor, but I was denied. So my child must be a doctor. Or because my father was a doctor, my mother was a doctor, I am also a doctor. My children too must be doctors. We must be a family of doctors. So that when they say doctors, they say, they are a family of doctors. Yes. Or we are a family of lawyers. We are a family of pilots. Yes. Ego. And they begin to put pressure. There's a story of a young man in Nigeria, of a man in Nigeria. We all know him. Because he comes from a family of doctors and his parents put pressure on him that, you have to also be a doctor, this and that. He said, okay, no problem. He went ahead, became a doctor, completed his studies, brought back the certificate and presented it to the father. Here, daddy, I've become a doctor for you. And then he told the father, this is not what I want to become. I only did this for you. Now it's time for me to chase what exactly I want to become. And he went ahead to study music because that's what he wanted to do. And that's what we know him for today. Ego. Next one is competition. Competition. Social media has even made that worse. People want to compare themselves to the other person. They want to prove a point to someone who is not even watching, who does not even care about you. They want to prove a point. My child got the best in math, best in English, best in science, best in geography, best in physics, best in the whole world, best in this, best in that. They want to prove to people. It's good if the child actually does that. Out of the fact that yes, they are well supported. Not out of you pressure cooking them. It's good. But when you have to turn everything around them into a pressure cooker, and you have to smoke, grill and fry them just to get that result from them, then what are we doing? Some they keep pushing, they keep over-involving, just so they can brag to the world, just so they can brag to their friends. And they begin to compare. If the child, you see, there are some children that are super smart, but because they find themselves in a class, I know of a child that I taught last year, and coincidentally I'm also teaching this year. This child, when I taught her last year, she was the best in the class. So at the end of the day, she got awards for best in this, best in that, best in this, best in that. But this year, her legs are shaking. Not because she has become dull. No, she's still super smart. But she has tough competition. Very tough competition. Very tough competition. And you see competition like you'll be seeing 97.8. You know, when you're computing results, you will need to change the Excel sheet to 2 decimal places. For you, in fact, sometimes 3 decimal places for you to know who came first, who came second. That's the kind of competition. And if this child does not get an award this year, if the parents are the type that over-involve, they will begin to put pressure on her. Is it that she's not trying her best? Yes, she is. But we need to understand that in as much as this child is good, other children too are good, they are trying their best, you don't have to put pressure on them. Support. Don't chase, don't push them to the wall. Support them. Some parents over-involve because they don't trust teachers. And I remember saying this in my previous speech. I said, if you don't trust me to be your child's teacher, your child has no business being in my class. If you don't trust that I am a professional and I know my job and I can carry it out to the later without you micromanaging me, then your child has no business being in my class. Because you will not tell a doctor how to treat you. You won't. You won't tell a lawyer how to fight for your case. Because you trust that they are you will even be begging them, please, help me. So you need to trust the teachers that your children are in their classes. Trust the teachers. Because the moment you don't trust them, you begin to micromanage. And some parents, the reason why they over-involve is not because they want to over-involve. Some don't just know how to draw the line between over-involvement and the balanced involvement. They just don't know the difference. They mistake involvement for control. They see it that when I'm controlling, oh, do this, do it that way. Why are we doing it this way? Why not do it this way? They see it as that's their own involvement in the child's studies, or that's the support they are giving to the child. So they just do not know. To be fair to them. For some, social pressure, social media. They want to paint the picture of a perfect child. They want to paint the picture of a perfect family. They want to paint the picture of a perfect parents. They just want to be painting pictures to people that don't even care. People that after they click on like today, they've gone to face their own lives. But they just want to keep painting these pictures. They want to keep painting these pictures to them. Now, let's look at what this does. Because I've already talked about what it does to the child. What does it do to the society when parents over-involve? What does it do to our society? In our society, we begin to have adults who can't solve problems. And that's why you hear employers who say graduates today are unemployable. Or because, not just because of the declining educational system in our country, so, but then most of these children have been pampered all their lives. They've been carried all their lives. So when it's time for them to stand and any little thing, and any little thing, they break down. No resilience, no problem solving skills, because they're not the ones solving their own problems. I remember when I was serving and I was at the NYSC camp. Till I left the camp, I kept reminding, sometimes I'll just stand in the middle of the camp and I just tell myself, you are in the midst of graduates. You are in the midst of graduates. You are in the midst of graduates. Because some people will do some things. You will ask yourself, did this person go to school? You now remind yourself, sorry, she's a graduate. He's a graduate. I reminded myself till I left camp. I was like, oh my God, now I see why. Sometimes employers say the graduates today are unemployable. No social skills, no social emotional skills, psychological skills, zero. Problem solving, zero. Analytic skills, zero. They cannot, okay, yes, the system is not, a speaker spoke about something this morning, said, even if the system is not working, instead of pointing fingers, instead of nitpicking what is not working, ask yourself, what can you do? Be a problem solver. In the midst of problems, that's where you see opportunities. But you hear things like, how much are they going to pay me? Well, instant gratification because they are used to it. Now, parents, before a child cries 1 or 2 times, iPad, tablet, computer games, chocolate. Before they ask 1 or 2 things, take. Instant gratification. They are used to that already. And because of that, we have adults who can't solve problems. And we have employers complaining every time, entitled generation. And there's funny skits on social media about Gen Z employees and all that, and then you see maybe what a normal employee would do, what a Gen Z employee would do, this and that. And it's always very funny. But then we see that sometimes in workplaces, in workspaces. And employers are always like, this generation are too entitled, this generation are too this generation are too that. In that same generation, we have those that genuinely developed properly. We have parents who did not over-involve or under-involve. But we have those ones that were cushioned through life. And because of that, there's a lot of problem when they enter into the workforce. Schools are beginning to lose authority. Most schools, there are still schools that still stand their ground anyways, and I give my kudos to them. Please keep it up. But most schools are beginning to lose authority. Parents come in today, why are you doing A? Why not do B? They move to B. Same set of parents coming tomorrow, why are you doing B? Why not A? They move to A. And then they come again, why is it A? Why is it not C? Then they move to C. And then they are being pushed left, right, up, down. They don't have their own standard. Like I said, the school business is not a business that customer culture applies. A school is not a restaurant, and the teachers are not waiters. Neither are the children products. So there's nothing like the customer is always right. But that's what they are doing nowadays. Especially when a parent has, let's say, like 5 children and they calculate, by the time 5 children go, problem. But they forget that even for a parent that over-involves, they know the truth. Sometimes they just need somebody to tell them. They know the truth. When they get to a school, I gave an illustration of a parent that said, I have only brought my child here to be taught math and English, not morals. And thank God for my boss. She said, I have not started this business solely to make money, but also to touch lives. If you don't want me to touch the life of your child, you're free to go. Did the parents go? No. Why didn't he go? He will see schools that will teach the child only math and English, that will not teach morals. Yes, but why didn't you go to those schools? They know what they want. They just want to see, they want to test the waters. Let's see if these people will follow. And the moment you follow, they begin to push you left and right. Left and right. He stayed. He stayed. And the child learns the morals. He could have simply left. Had another parent that the grandma was, in this case it was not the parent, it was the grandma. The grandma was a thorn in her flesh. She will come and turn the whole school upside down, create chaos and all that and all that. And then one day my boss had enough and said, it's high time you left. And really she took her child and left. After one term, she came back. They know the truth. They know the truth. And when she came back, the child that Yorubas will call that kind of child will kill you more. Once you enter a place, everybody knows you are here because you begin to disrupt, you begin to disturb, you begin to do everything. That child that used to be like that became cool-headed, obedient, and compliant to rules. The same thing with the parents that will come and start throwing tantrums up and down. In fact, I was passing by the child one day. She had passed by me. I looked back. Is this also so person? She's back. I had to ask the teacher, when did she come back? Oh, it's been a while. It's been a while. And nobody knows in this school. Miracle. That's interesting. So it's been a while that she's been in this. This is someone that no day would go past and you will not know that she's in school that day. Any day she's not in school, you will know because the whole school will be silent. And this person has been in school for some time and nobody knows. That's interesting. So they know. They know. Schools are beginning to lose authority. They're beginning to bend to customer culture. The customer is always right. And because of that, they are failing in that which they need to do. We have children that lack accountability. We have people who you can't talk to. You can't talk to them. And that's why we see a lot of things going on in our society today. Someone will say, oh, even for those that even have mentors, can your mentor actually tell you do this and you will do it? I was saying something this morning before I came in here. So the Bible says something, it says, you call me Father, where is my honor? You hear things like, even this person comes all the way from this to this. He can only advise me, cannot tell me what to do. And that person, on the day of the birthday, you will put on your social media, happy birthday to a great man, my father. But that your father will only advise you, cannot tell you what to do. I don't care what anybody thinks about me and you begin to mess up. People are beginning to lack accountability. Because they didn't grow up following rules. So some even believe that rules are meant to be broken. So what do you expect? Now what does healthy involvement look like? Because like I said, to some parents, to be fed on them, they actually do not know what it looks like. And that's why they are over-involving or under-involving. They don't know what an healthy involvement looks like. Healthy involvement is support, not control. It's support. I tell the parents of the children in my class, if I give homework and the child does not know it, if you notice that after prompting the child still cannot know it, cannot understand it or cannot do it, please don't teach, send it back to me. I will gladly teach the child again. That means the lesson has not been learned. I will gladly teach again. Don't teach homework. Don't teach. Because if a child cannot do what I have taught today, is it in 3 months when the child will write assessment that the child will be able to do it? Say, please don't teach. Send the child back to me. I don't mind. I will do it again. Support, not control. A child brings homework home, and the next thing you are calling the teacher. Why do you have to give my child 5 questions? Even if you have issues with it, tell the child to still do it. Let the child know that once homework comes home, it has to be done. Even if it is too much, then you can now call the teacher to ask. I want to believe teachers that are clamoring for parental involvement, they will be glad to explain why, the rationale behind it. But not 5 questions, that's too much. Please pack it. You're going to school tomorrow. I'm going to see your teacher. And then you go to school to raise chaos. No. Support, not control. There's anything you don't understand, the first point of call is the teacher, not even the school authority. Call the teacher. Ask. There's a difference between asking and questioning. Some parents question, and the teacher begins to feel like they are now elaborate, that is being watched under a microscope. What's going on here? And they are now thinking of what to do to defend themselves and all that. No. Ask. When you genuinely ask, they will be willing to explain to you everything that you need to know, because they understand it's a partnership. So if there's something we need to do together and you don't understand, I'll gladly explain to you. Trust the teachers. You've taken your child to a school, and you choosing to take your child to that school is because you trust that the teachers are capable of delivering what you want the child to receive. Because if you believe that they don't have the capability to do that, you wouldn't have taken your child to that school. So allow them to do their job. Trust that they are professionals who know their onions. Trust that they know what they are doing. Trust that they are being trained to help your child get to where your child needs to get to. Allow natural consequences. I can't overemphasize this. Allow natural consequences. I remember some time ago, my youngest son forgot his homework in school. The school was not too far from my house, but it was a stretch anyways. It wasn't something that you just pop in. It's like a 15-minute trek if you want to trek. So most times he has to take a transport there. And then he got home, his homework was not in his bag. I said, Mommy, I left my homework in school. Can my brother please follow me to go? I said, to go and do what? To go and pick my homework from school. Naturally, because he's the youngest, I couldn't have allowed him to go on his own. You know how the society is. So I told him, I said, sorry to disappoint you. He's not going to follow you. Number one, you're not going to do the homework because there's no other way you could have done the homework. You don't even know the questions that I would have said, okay, do it elsewhere. When you get to school, go and transfer it. You won't be able to do the homework. Number two, I'm not going to call your teacher to explain anything to her. Number three, you will go to school tomorrow morning. First thing tomorrow morning, you're going to do the homework and submit. And you're going to face the consequence for not doing it at home. After that day, he never forgot his homework again. Never. If I had shielded him, I would have had to deal with cases like that over and over and over again. The same way I'm having to deal with it in the students I teach. Say a child will come to school, you came with a laptop in the morning and you left it in school. How now? How? You left lunch bag in school. And then to make matters worse, sometimes some schools make teachers take those things to their houses. What were you looking at that the child forgot this in school? For a 10-year-old, a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old. and we're not beginning to build these responsibilities in them. It's not supposed to be so. Allow natural consequences. I talked about how some parents, when their children make some mistakes or do some bad things, they quickly take them out. Some even fly them out of the country so they don't have to face the consequence. Which was the same thing that happened in the Magic Well story. Because she did not want to allow natural consequences. The boy had to face a greater consequence in future. Allow natural consequences. They learn from it. Just like a child that falls and bruises his knees, knows next time that if I still want to run, I have to run carefully, knowing fully well that I could fall, I could bruise my knees. So if I don't want to bruise my knees, I have to work on running properly, not to fall. Allow natural consequences. Build resilience. Help them build resilience. Give them opportunity to problem solve. There is a situation at home. Ask for their input. Oh, we want to do this. What do you think? Sometimes they will give you some ideas that you never thought about. My second son has something. You know, you're talking about something or you're brainstorming on an idea, and the only thing he sees about everything you're saying is negative. And I'm like, why are you such a negative human being like this? Don't you even have anything good to say? Can't you even? I said, no, but, you know, I did not understand at first until I took a course in critical thinking. And I learned about the 6 thinking hats. And the black hats, when you're putting on the black hats in critical thinking process, you are looking for every loophole that could come out of that your perfect plan. Now this time you're not thinking of the good things that will come out. You're looking for negative things that can come out. Negative things that could happen, that could disrupt your plan. You know, you're about to say, the one we are not thinking about should not destroy the one we are thinking about. So that's where the black hat comes in. The black hat thinking comes in. You think about every negative thing that could disrupt what you're planning. So when I learned about it, I was like, oh, this is a skill he has. Because I remember when I was taking that course, the only thing I always failed in was that black hat. Because me, I'm an optimist. Even when things are going bad, I always see the brighter side of it. That is me. Maybe my name should have been bright side. I always see the brighter side of things. I don't ever see the negative. So when I was going through that course, and they say, okay, everybody put on your black hats, think about the loopholes that could come out. Sorry, nothing. My head is empty. No thought processes. Even when I try to force my brain to think, my brain cannot come up with anything negative. So I was there, and then a thought drops in my heart. This is something this boy does effortlessly. So instead of me putting him down the way I had always been putting him down, you don't even say anything good. So what I now did was, first, I made him understand. I taught them about the 6 thinking hats. Then told him about the black hats. Helped him to understand that this thing you have is actually a strength. And then I began to harness the strength. So when we are thinking, or when we are brainstorming on anything at home, say, Mr. Black Hats, let's go. What do you think? And I'm like, so this time around, it sees that it's strength. It looks at it. Mommy, if we do it this way, don't you think this will happen? Don't you think it will go like this? It's okay. That's a good one. Because I did not see it. I couldn't have seen it in 100 years. I couldn't. But he sees it naturally. I said, oh, don't you think? I said, okay. Oh, so what can we do? I have another son that is a white hat. That one, he can see all the good things. I said, okay, so now that we've seen what the black hat has seen, Mr. White Hat, what do you think? How do you think we can navigate it? It's okay, and why don't we do it this way? Why don't we? It's okay. Now I'm able to harness that. Now he does not see it as I am the problem. He now sees that I have a strength here that I can use positively. We need to help them. Encourage independence. Encourage independence. Your child talks too much. Say, hey, come on, you talk too much. No. Don't bring them down. Encourage independence instead. Partner with the school. Partner with the school. Meet the teachers. If there's anything you don't understand, meet the teachers. Let them talk you through it. I know I've had situations whereby some parents come to me. My child brought this homework home. I do not understand what to do. And I was okay, but I really want to help her in this. So what do I do? I said, okay, this is the method we are using in school at presently. So if you want to help, you have to go through this method. So sometimes I will have to teach even the parents, explain to them that, oh, this is it, this is it, this is it. For them to understand that, oh, okay. And because of that, they have been empowered to help the children more. Some will come, oh, you said I should not teach, but how do I guide? And say, okay, instead of doing this, why don't you do it this way? That way, we're able to get the results that we want from the child. Meet the teacher. Liaise with them. Read school emails. WhatsApp messages, read. You know, sometimes I'm guilty of this too, because I missed my work emails, then my personal life emails. I once mentioned earlier that I run a lot of training. So by the time this training sends me emails, that one sends me emails, this one does that. And sometimes I'll just read the heading, first paragraph, second paragraph, and I'm done. And then maybe a very important information is down. And I won't see it. Read school emails, because most these emails are vital information that the school wants you to know, to be aware about, on how best to support your child. Please, read school emails. Attend events. I know you're busy. I know you have a busy schedule, but please, attend events. These events sometimes give you an insight into their world. It helps you see how they are. Some children have dual personalities. Don't worry, it's not a disorder. They are very gentle at home, but in school, at home they are introverted. In school, they are extroverted. Some, the opposite is the case. They are extroverted at home and they are introverted in school. When you attend events, you're able to see, you catch a glimpse, if not even a lot of sight, into their world in school. You see how they behave in school, who they interact with, how they do things. Attend events. Set realistic expectations. You know your child is not so good in math, but you want your child to get the award for best in math. It's a good thing to encourage the child, yes, but when you begin to pressure the child to now do that, then that expectation is no more realistic. It's no more realistic. You have to understand that not every child will be first. Not every child will be first. Some children, their own strength is not even academics. Some, their strength is sports. Some, their strength is music. Just like the dean mentioned, when he was in school, he just wanted to get the barest minimum and just get out of there, because he wasn't concerned about what he was studying. Does that make him any less of himself? No. He knows what he wanted to do. I had a friend when I was in school, a young, he was in my department. He sees me like a big sister. I was in third year, he was in first year. So I was with this guy all through. We met when he was in first year. So because we were in the same department, he kind of looked up to me. So I was with him first year, second year. By the time he got to third year, we began to have problems in school. It was like, this is first year maths. I was able to cope. Second year, I was manager. See, that third year, nothing is entering. And I was trying to encourage him and all that. But then he said something. He said, see, this is not even where my interest lies. I actually want to speak. I want to do mass communication. I want to anchor programs. That's actually what I want to do. My hands just dropped. I was even trying to like, okay, anyhow, just finish this one. Just collect it and go, And he said, see, there's no way I can finish it. Because nothing is even entering. Even to score the D or the E, I cannot. And when I saw that, he had already made his resolve. And apart from that, he already had a plan in motion on how to navigate into his mass communication. He already started his programs and everything. I just had to wish him well. Because that is where he will shine. That is where he will shine. So now having to force him that you have to complete this math. So please, set realistic expectations for them. Remember that when we respect boundaries around these children, let's respect their boundaries. We help them to become better. A call to teachers. Please, don't shrink. Don't give up. Like I always say to my colleagues, see, this our job is what I call not the way Musa no go see for gates. We see a lot, we go through a lot, I understand. But don't forget that you're not just teaching a child, you're molding a generation. So you cannot afford to be discouraged. You cannot afford to let go. You cannot afford to be disappointed. You cannot afford to be discouraged. We see a lot of teachers that have had to leave the classroom space because they just cannot deal. They just cannot deal. They cannot deal. They can't deal with the children. They can't deal with the parents. They can't even deal with the school. They just can't deal. But I'm pleading, don't shrink. Because remember, you are still the signboard. You are the one that shows them what to see. So please, don't shrink. To schools, you've already used a fine-tooth comb to handpick these teachers. You know they are the highest level of professionals that you can get. Allow them do their job. And also shield them. Protect them. Don't leave them to parents. Don't play them around parents because you're trying to please your customers. Remember, the school is not a restaurant. It's not. So the culture of customer is always right does not apply. Have a standard and stand by it. Have a standard and stand by it. To our government, because everybody will collect, develop guidelines. In the UK is already doing that. They're already doing that. They have things like the parent liaison officer that puts parents in check. That puts parents in check when they are trying to over-involve, especially when they are now trying to pour it on the teacher. So the UK is doing that already. So government, please. And remember, I'm not talking to just Nigerian governments because this is not only a Nigerian issue. It's something that goes on around the globe, everywhere. Develop guidelines that will help teachers, help schools to be able to stand for what they know and be able to do their jobs in safe environments. Fund counseling programs. Teachers who need counseling. They need counseling, even if it is just to rant. I mentioned earlier that some time ago I had to see a therapist. Not because I don't know what the therapist wants to say. In fact, at some point she said, everything I want to tell you to do, you're already doing it. You already know it and you're already doing it. And I said, I know. I just needed somebody to rant to. I just wanted someone that I would talk to, that would not understand from family relationship or understand based on the fact that, okay, I know you. No, I want a neutral person who does not know me and who is not going to put the bias of relationship to just listen. So that whatever you're telling me, you're not telling me because you want to make me happy. If I'm doing anything wrong, you can tell me I'm doing something wrong. That's what I just needed, and that's why I'm here. Teachers need it. They need it. So please, fund counseling programs. Set up trainings to train teachers in managing difficult parents. Some private establishments are doing that already. They put their teachers through different trainings. Private schools are doing that already. Government schools do that for your teachers, and also subsidize it even for private schools, because private schools are spending a lot of money to do this. So subsidize it for them. Set up trainings for teachers that will help them to manage difficult parents. And to the society, please stop glorifying perfection. Celebrate growth. There's some children, maybe a child that is scoring 2/10 suddenly starts to score 3/10, and you're like, those that score 10/10, do they have 10 heads? No. That movement from 2 to 3, celebrate it. Because it sends a message to the child that if I can do this, then I can do better. And before you know it, they would actually do better. Celebrate growth. Celebrate growth. Stop glorifying perfection. And that's why we see in our society today, people don't care how you got money. They don't care how you made it. And you start hearing things like fake it to make it. They don't care. They just want to know, oh, you've made it. How you made it, you don't care. And that's why you see, there's this joke many years ago that a little child was asked, what do you want to become? And he said, Walai mo fe shashe. That, I want to be a Yahoo boy. Because he sees the people doing it, being encouraged by society. I hear cases of mothers, fathers, enrolling their children to learn how to be a Yahoo boy. Yes. And I'm shocked to my bones. I'm like, where are we going? Society, stop glorifying perfection. Celebrate growth. We even see, okay, even look at what we are doing now. See our audience. If this were to be a cooking show, that people will come and eat free food, or they will collect free money, or it is one dance that they come and dance, or even we see programs that glorify immorality, and you see everybody packed online raising money. Well, oh, this happened, we just want to support you with 10 million naira. And then at the end of the show, the winner walks home with 100 million naira. But then we come to educational institutions. The overall best graduating students is this. And then you look at the award, 100K. What are we saying? And we think, you see, the funny part is that the generation that is coming up, without teaching them 1 + 1 is 2, they know how to connect the dots. They are very smart. They were born in the era of technology, so they are super smart. And they look at it. This one, 100 million. This one, 100K. Without you telling me, I know where I want to be. I know where I want to go. You've just told me where to go without having to open your mouth. So please, society, stop glorifying perfection. Stop glorifying perfection. Celebrate growth, not performance. Celebrate growth. Our children need us. We need to know. They need us. We need to help them build this healthy independence. We need to understand that when we give them too little participation, it's just like a plant. When you give too little water, what happens to the plant? It dries up. So too little participation dries them up because they are just like a plant. But when you give too much, a plant that you give too much water to also does not thrive. When you give too much participation, you suffocate them. You suffocate them. We need to raise these children in a way that they grow into healthy individuals that do not have to rise to capacity that they have to rise to because they were pushed or they were pulled into it. No. Give them all they need and let them build themselves. Show them how to fish. Don't hand the fish to them. Because our goal is not to raise perfect children. That's not our goal. That's not why we're here. That's not why they have been given unto us. You know, there's this saying that our children are not our children. Even though we say they are our children, but they've been actually given to us to nurture, to raise. And I always say something to my children. I say, see, on the last day, I'm not going to just give account of how I lived my life. I'm going to give account of how I parented you. I tell my students, I will give account of how I was your teacher. Did I do the right thing by you or not? I tell my siblings, I will give account of how I am a sister to you. Have I been a good sister or a bad sister? I will give account. There are so many things I will give account to. So even for those that don't believe that there is a last day, I know you believe in posterity. One day, posterity will ask. So remember, the goal is not to build perfect children, but instead, the goal is to build capable adults. Thank you so much for listening. And I want to believe that we all now understand the difference between too little involvement and over involvement. And going forward, we will be intentional in balancing our involvement. Kudos to one country that is doing a very good job in that, Finland. They're doing an amazing job in balanced involvement. And I implore other countries to follow suit. On this note, I will be passing the mic on to the next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I trust we're in good health. It's been an amazing session with her, actually. You know, you could tell that she is a born teacher, somebody who knows her audience. And honestly speaking, I found it really interesting listening to the section. I was telling somebody some time ago that if you take your time to sit down in this hall and listen to many of the sessions, like, you're not going to go back the same way, because a lot of things have been discussed, you know, from religion to politics to we've had series of lectures even on education, medicine, you know. So I think this is beyond just breaking or setting a record. This is even about internalizing, you know, something great. So you find yourself holistic, robust in many aspects of life if you take your time to listen to this. So I try as much as possible, you know, to listen with rapt attention. All right, so this morning I'm going to be talking about Nigeria and critical thinking. she mentioned something about critical thinking, and I really found it very interesting because that is the area I want to feed us on this podium. Once again, my name remains Opeyemi Adeshokon, and it's been an honor to be here. What do we understand by the notion of critical thinking? There's nothing we are doing today that will make sense if we do not apply the concept of critical thinking. In fact, the idea of putting this together, is erected on the threshold of critical thinking. Once we lack the ability to think critically, I think we just stop existing because everything lies on these concepts. And, I'll start with a story, or probably two stories. The first one is personal, while the second one is from a text. And I want to use it to actually elucidate on the idea of critical thinking before moving into the concepts. There was a time when I was in Unilag, I think year one, then I was the class rep of my own class. And I don't know about now, but those days, we too can talk about those days now because we are done with schools, even if it's not long. Okay, those days, class rep used to be like a big thing. I think it's been tribalized now. But if you were a class rep or class governor those days, there used to be this respect, accorded to you. So you were a special person. So I was always representing my class. They knew me as an episode guy, very good at writing. So when I picked my phone, even when somebody asked, "Okay, where is the venue for the class?" I'll find myself writing an episode. "Hello, young woman. Today's venue will be this and that," and it was fun for me. But there were some people who felt like maybe this was getting out of hand. So one day, what happened? I went to a class and I was with my phone, and accidentally, I don't know how that happened, I left my phone on the table and I went home. So only on getting home, I realized that I couldn't find my phone. And there was one of my roommates who happened to also be my classmate. So he announced it on the group chat. So there was chaos. You know what it means when your class governor does not have a phone? Those days it used to mean that there will be no access to information because communicating with lecturers and stuff will be hindered, even though students will later find their way. But at that moment, you were important. So there was awareness on the group chat, and people were posting it to see if anybody had seen it for me. Later on that night, it didn't take long. Somebody reached out to me that a friend of mine, Peter, had seen the phone for me, and he said that Peter saw that I left the phone carelessly, so he took it, with the hope that I was going to give me later, but he couldn't find me. So what happened when Peter gave me the phone, I went to collect the phone, I was grateful. So look at where the problem came in from. When I wanted to type, I called myself the episode guy. So I wrote the episode to actually appreciate the fact that they showed concerns, for my phone. Then I said, thanks to Peter for picking it up for me. That was what I put there, and I was genuinely appreciating him. But the word I used there, thanks to Peter for picking it up for me, the guy was extremely angry. He came to my inbox and was like, "So what did you mean by pick up? By pick up, you mean I stole it or something?" No, this is not what I meant. But sometimes the problem with us is that in place of rational thinking, we over-explain. We are not armed with enough critical thinking skills. So what do? We buy into our emotions and over-explain without even having clarity. So in that moment, I now put myself in Peter's shoes. And you do not expect people to interpret something the same way. Life is not the same. What somebody sees as A can appear to you as a B. Then I try to think from his own way, that what if some other persons in class think about this pick up as a means of probably taking it. So I went back to the class group and then I clarified that what I meant by pick up is that he actually, kept the phone for me when I accidentally lost it, and that ended it. one thing that is missing in today's world, especially in our own society, is lack of critical thinking. And I will take it back to this popular novel, Native Son by Richard Wright. You know, it was one of the pioneers of the Harlem Renaissance. You know, you should have read Black Boy or any of his novels. You know, America used to be a very racist society, whereby there was racial discrimination between the white and the black. And I did American literature, so I'm a lover of the society and its uplifts. So when he wrote this story, there was a particular narrative in the story. A rich man's daughter, Mary Dalton, was strangled by a black boy. I think bigger. What happened in that novel was that the society was not fair. And when a society is not just, even fear could lead to mistakes. So he was working as a driver for the lady's father. But sometimes, even if you are working for a lady's father, you also help with the children sometimes too. So he took the girl out one time, and they came back, and the lady was drunk. So as the lady was drunk, he wanted to help the lady upstairs. And there's this belief that black people sometimes are attracted to white ladies, and the white ladies too sometimes are attracted to black ladies, especially sexually. So he took the lady upstairs, and he wanted to, he was living in fear, because that time for you to be seen with a white lady in such an enclosed place was synonymous to sin. What are you doing in a room alone with a white girl? What are you doing around the white girl? So even the society was divided. The whites were staying in this part, the black was staying in this part. So when Bigger dropped her on the bed, so Bigger was attracted to her bosoms, and he couldn't dare. But in that moment, he was just stagnated. Then what happened? The lady's mother walked into the room. She was blind, but there are people that are blind, but they could sense. Some people are blind, but when they enter a room, they could tell if people are there or some things are going on. So out of fear that, what if this woman, if the society was fair, there's nothing to be scared of. I just helped her, to come on bed, that she's drunk. But because he was scared that if the lady makes a noise, the mother wants to come closer to the bed and feel and then the mother might sense that is there. What did he do? He took a pillow and they put it on her mouth so that she will not talk while the mother, went out of the room. So the lady was trying to muffle, but in the end, he strangled her to death. And when he did that, he chopped her off and burnt her. Because out of fear, how do I tell them that I mistakenly strangled, a white lady to death? And from that place, it was said in that novel that if a white man rapes a white lady, nothing happens. They will just treat it, frivolously. But if a black man even looks at a white lady, seductively, your life is being aimed at. The whole place was blocked. The police were after him. You would think maybe he had killed the entire white people in the race. But what am I driving at? The person who came to be Bigger's lawyer, was a white man, Max. Everybody in that society wanted Bigger dead, lynched him, killed him. But the lawyer said something which is a product of critical thinking. Our point. He said, to me, probably it is not even Bigger that killed Mary. It is the society. It might not actually, fine, Bigger might have a shared portion of blame in the killing. Because after all, you cannot just say you kill somebody and all. But the fact that if the society was fair, it could have been a different story. Mary could have even been, his girlfriend. But because of fear imbibed in him by society, he had killed Mary. So critical thinking is very key. Now, what is the difference between critical thinking and thinking? That is the first point we need to explore. Anybody can think. As we are here now, every one of us is thinking, whether about our topic, about our life, thinking is a mental process. Everybody thinks. You think of what to wear, you think of where to go, you think of what to say, you process. But what differentiates critical thinking from thinking is that critical thinking is a thoughtful kind of thinking. It is reflective, it is evaluative, and then it is usually meant to decide. It is not a biased kind of thinking. It is a thinking that is purposeful. That is why if you apply the concept of critical thinking to everything, you hardly get angry at anybody. When somebody passes aggression on you, you might want to retaliate and say, why would you talk to me this way? Am I the cause of your problem? But a critical thinker will realize that something must have triggered this person. Nobody will just wake up and want to pass aggression. Is the person fine? What happened at home? So critical thinking enables us to even cut people slack in places where you could have acted on your emotions. It enables us to think deeply. Somebody who you know is very jovial, plays a lot, comes into the room and is looking desperate. Would you go to the person and still trying to play with the person normally? No. You think something is wrong. But we have persons that they do not have emotional intelligence, and then what happened? They will still want to go ahead and then they will be angry that you are not even the same person, not thinking that something might have gone wrong, a button might be missing. So a critical thinker would be what? Reflective. I'm telling you that there are sometimes that we will do something, and after we have done it, we realize that I don't think I did this thing the right way, and they will try to make amend. One good example is my boss at my PPA. When I came to the PPA, I didn't know who he was. He's a very good person, but then sometimes he can be strict, and being probably because of my own kind of generation, we Gen Z, or I don't know what we have, but we do not have patience we have this ego that how this person talk to me this way. After all, I am working, I'm not a slave and something like that. But you will learn the hard way. So usually, for instance, I'm used to WhatsApp message and all those kind, but he doesn't like it. He will say, in a responsible organization, you communicate with mail. So if, for instance, I want to say, sir, I will not be able to come to work, we say, Mr. Man, if you continue with this dodgy WhatsApp thing, go to my mail. And when you respond to mail, when you write him a mail, he will reply you really well. So at first I didn't understand that. Why is life this hard? We could see ourselves on WhatsApp. Sometimes we are online, you read the message, he says no. There should be documentation. At a point in time, WhatsApp mail can be lost. But if we need to prove anything to ourselves, we can always rely on our mail. He says sometimes I could be in Abuja and I might not even be with my devices, but you can enter your mail from any part of the world. Can I enter my WhatsApp anywhere? And I started reasoning with him. At first, when I sent him a long message through WhatsApp, he typed it, he condemned me, and I was sad. But he came back later on and then he said, I know that might have been a little harsh, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean it this way, but I'm trying to train you. What did he apply there? Critical thinking. He reflected on his action, and he deemed it right to actually come back to apologize. So it is a reflective kind of thinking, evaluative, meant to actually make us a better person. Now we must differentiate again between critical thinking and overthinking. There's this concept of overthinking. Some say I'm an overthinker. And we say it sometimes in a way that maybe it is cute, but overthinking is not the same, it's not synonymous with critical thinking. You can go mad if you overthink. Overthinkers sometimes are not rational. They base their thinking on emotions. So if, for instance, now you are coming to the podium to think, and somebody is looking at your shoes, and you're like, what is he thinking about my shoes? Did he think I get it from Yaba? Is he trying to look down on me? That is overthinking. Because you are missing out the part of rationality, and you are basing your thinking on emotions, biases. In the end, what do you have? You have somebody who is not a well-cultivated thinker. Your emotions lead you. Sometimes overthinkers, they can read meaning to even facial expression. Some people might be looking at you, but they are not even looking at you. They are looking through you. Their mind is not on you, but because you are an overthinker, what is this person thinking? He's trying to look at my clothing and stuff. So overthinking is not the same thing as critical thinking. A critical thinker will evaluate every part of it objectively, put themselves in another person's shoes, and after they have done that, they will now come to conclusion. The last speaker said something very interesting, which is also what you learn from critical thinking. She spoke about black cats. if you are not educated, I think if it was in the past, when we are not exposed to some of these concepts, a black cat, like you said, would have been misinterpreted to be maybe a bad person, a negative person, a naysayer. But these days, there has to be somebody who can think, differently from how other person would have thought. If everybody is on a positive mindset, somebody needs to be the negative bullets. And something about organization, because sometimes we want to please our boss or our employer. Everybody say yes sir, yes sir. But you realize that somebody who says no, might actually be the person who the boss will like more. I've worked in a place whereby, in a school, the man liked me more because I always found something different, in his opinions. Whereas everybody just saying yes sir, yes sir. But I do this respectfully because this is also part of a trait of a critical thinker. Sir, I think this might not work in a place like this, and let us hear it out. Because part of critical thinking is also being fair and genuine. When you say something, you mean it, and it's not. We have what we call constructive contribution and destructive contribution. If you are a constructive contributor, you are coming from a place of progress. You are not trying to attack somebody because you want to destroy the person. You are just trying to let the person see other things that they might not see. So we have got to take that seriously. Now, I want to reference the idea of black cats still under this concept of critical thinking with a movie I watched sometime last week, World War Z. I just saw it on my system. It's been there for a very long time, and I watched it, World War Z. And do you know something? An illness broke out. It's like a zombie movie and everything. But even beyond all of this, magical realism and stuff, there's still a lesson to learn from every movie. So I don't watch movies anymore. I'm very critical of movies I watch because I always want to learn and I take my time. I read each. Sometimes I even bring that quote from movies. So what happened? I think US had been invaded by the illness. It has engulfed the whole place. Then I think they just saw that in Israel, that Israel had been able to curtail the whole thing, that the zombie biting something had not gotten there. And then they sent a delegate there to confirm, and they were surprised that why is it that everybody is getting this, but you guys have been able to build bridges and everything? How were you able to get the information? And there's something I learned there. The man that the delegate was speaking with said something. He said, we got the report that something like this is coming. And even though everybody, in the committee, did not take it seriously, what did we do? We now appointed somebody that the person must always have a contrary opinion to whatever thing it is generally agreed on. If we say God is good, there must be somebody who is ready to say that, maybe God is not good. I'm just trying to tell you the extent to which they expect you and a black cat to go. If you say, okay, we are trying to break and set new record here, there should be somebody to tell us that, why do we have to do this? This is not necessary. And do you know that it takes even a brilliant mind to be a black cat? Being a black cat is a mark of intelligence. It is not always a form of negativity. I'm being serious. And that is the truth. For something that appears really very good, you might not find something to say this is something bad about it. But a black cat will take their time, and then, in fact, you'll be able to even say that this is something, bad about it. If we say marriage is a beautiful something, there are people that will give you reasons as to why you should never marry. If we say love is very beautiful, some persons will give you boatloads of reasons why love is the most, the ugliest thing on earth. And it is also a part of what? Critical thinking. Because for you to be able to find out or bring out what is wrong, you need to think critically. Are we there? So we need to pay attention to this. Now, why do we need critical thinking? It helps to identify new solutions. A critical thinker will find solutions to everything. Even in the strangest of places, they will find a way out. And in today's world, everybody needs a problem solver. Some will say, I think relationship these days is transactional. That, okay, there's really not like genuine love anymore. It's because everybody is looking for a problem solver. You can't tell somebody I love you when you have not eaten. And that's the truth. When somebody tells you I love you, there's no food on the table, and you feel irritation. But when the problem has been solved partially, even the I love you will flow. So it helps us to identify new problems, and then we find solutions. Again, it is the cornerstone of self-development. If you apply critical thinking to your life, you will self-develop. You will not even take things personally anymore, because rarely do people do things because of other persons. You realize that. Some persons could not move forward because they are sometimes too over-concerned, about what somebody says about them. There's tendency that if somebody comes to this room now and tell you that, I think you are a bad person, you don't even look good. Even if you get like 15 other compliments for that person, do you know that you might spend your time brooding over what that one person has said? And you realize that most times it is coming from a perspective that might even be biased. So we have to, apply critical thinking for self-development. Also, it is needed to navigate today's world. The society today, if you are not a critical thinker, you cannot move forward. I was giving an example of Nollywood, and I was using Funke Akindele as an example. A movie like Behind the Scenes, Excellency, and other movies she has done. Why do you think Funke Akindele is getting more views? Because she has moved away from the traditional ways of promoting movie to a more natural, advanced way that she knows it works. You cannot these days just produce a movie without doing any kind of commercials. You're not advertising, you're not promoting it. Even if the movie has a very good story, you know how many movies have good storyline, but they are not being watched because they are not promoted. But you see her doing different clothes, dancing around. Somebody started this critical thinking. Music these days, all of these apps that cannot pay money, Spotify, the streaming and everything, monetizing of your account on Twitter, everything is erected on the threshold of critical thinking. So we need this to navigate today's society. Those days, even for schools, I'm sure that many people can relate. It used to be a traditional kind of teaching, whereby a teacher will go to school. The learner will see the teacher physically, pass knowledge across. But these days, because of some person's critical thinking, there are now different ways of carrying out teaching. When I was teaching some time ago, like around 2018 or 2019, in a secondary school, I don't know, we must have come across this. They were telling us to write lesson notes. And if you are a teacher, you will find out that writing lesson notes can be quite difficult. But some teachers find it interesting. It depends. But I don't know, but if you look at our own kind of generation, we are not like very stable. We are not a kind of generation that will calm down and say, we want to start writing notes again. So one of the things that sent me from that school was lesson notes. And I was always telling them that if I can bring the textbook to school, to class to teach the students, why do I have to start writing the note again? Isn't that double work? You say no, you need to get the notes. Because if you leave school, the other teachers might come in that they want to form. I said, okay, even if I leave school, they still have to write their lesson notes. They said, yes, but they will have something to write from. So I didn't really see the idea of the lesson notes. Only for me to now realize that later on, I think these days, there's even digital lesson plan. You don't have to write anymore. Some schools have even gone advanced that they've created their own website that you can get all the notes from them. And you don't need to go. So it is easier. You as a teacher that you cannot focus on other things that you can use to promote your learners rather than still battling with lesson notes. Maybe what will not be your concern, what are the teaching resources I have to use? Maybe create a creation of your own slides, make it more pictorial, maybe you want to use graphs, cards and the likes. But imagine that you have to write 10 lessons. I'm telling you, it got to a stage that when I'm writing the lesson notes, I will sleep up on it. And apart from sleeping up on it, coherence will start lacking because you just announces this thing and you are tired. And it is even worse when you are in a school whereby you have to teach two subjects or more. A school, I told them that I studied English. They said, you are a language teacher, you should be able to take French too. I said, what is the correlation between English and French? So we are able to now navigate the world much better because of critical thinking. Now, what are the features of a good critical thinker? And I want us to be asking ourselves as I'm listing them that, do I have these features? Do I have these characteristics as a critical thinker? Number one is curiosity. How curious are we? A curious mind is a mind that asks questions. They want to know. But we shouldn't mistake curiosity for stupidity. A curious person would ask only intelligent questions. Sometimes our idea of intelligent question differ. If a child asks you, for instance, Mommy, why do you think people eat? That is not a stupid question. Even from that question, you know that the child wants to learn. But I know that there are some questions that are off the limit, especially being asked by adults. But a critical thinker is somebody, for instance, if I come to this room and I say, okay, why are people sitting on chairs? And I say, I'm a curious person, I have to ask questions. Are they supposed to be sitting on the floor? Where we know that of course, they are part of the listeners. But a critical thinker is curious. They always want to know. They don't just, they are go-getters. They don't restrict themselves. So that is one feature. Another one is open-mindedness. A critical thinker is open-minded. What does open-mindedness, what does it mean? It means that you are not restricted. You always want to explore. You want to pay attention to another person's view. You are not just stuck in your own thinking. You do not believe that, okay, whatever I know is what I know. Whatever I think is what I think. Other people are wrong. No. You must be open-ended. Because for everything that is said, there is always something for you to gain there. When I was in university, sometimes I will call tutorials for my classmates. When I call tutorial for them, they will think probably that, okay, maybe I just want to come and share knowledge. But the truth of that scope is that I also know that if I come there, I'll get some things from even their own questions, and discussions. So I'll open my mind. So sometimes I'll just, okay, what do you guys think about this? And I'll start taking it in there. But if you are not smart enough, you are just on the podium and you want to be the only one speaking to a set of your fellow classmates that you are learning the same course, and you don't think that you have something that you can also learn from, then you are not a critical thinker. Now, another one again is analytical mindset. Being able to analyze and connect the dots is one feature that makes you a critical thinker. You can connect the dots. They do not need to tell you a lot of things before you can make connections. You know why this is, why that is. If, for instance, now, if somebody tells you that, oh, you need to be at least 12 in the room, no, but if you are not up to 12 in the room, that is not. You as a critical thinker, you know why you have to be 12 in the room. You know that there's an implication for that. But somebody else might just say, why? Why should you be 12 in the room? Of course, they wouldn't say you should be 12 in the room if there is no reason. So have you been able to analyze and make connections? Another thing again is skepticism. Skepticism is another feature of a critical thinker. Having doubts. But this doubt is healthy. This doubt is healthy. And what does this mean? This means that for every journey, you realize that there's always a chase. That is why sometimes you are at the bus stop. You want to take a bus, and then a car comes and just say, where are you going? Sometimes you would also look at it and say, should I enter? You would think. And even your thinking can be connected to the kind of faces you see in the bus. There was a day I was going to Badagry. We were just like all guys in the bus, and a woman just, she waved the bus to stop, and she wanted to enter, and she just looked around like this, and we were like, enter. The way we were saying enter, she wasn't like, these people, she just ran away. She swore in Yoruba, because she felt like probably there was an intention behind having only guys in the bus. We could say she's wrong, but that skepticism is okay. It's protection. When we went on a trip to Badagry in my final year, we didn't inform the school management UNILAG, and there's a penalty for that. Because we knew that if we inform UNILAG management, they are going to take a lot of time to get to us. But then, if we had informed them, there would have been enough security. Because they will give us good buses in working condition, and like security will follow us there. But we didn't inform them. So we went to go and take all these red buses going to Ikorodu. All those broken red buses going to Ikorodu. But while we were on the journey, I just told, my secretary that he should have some money with him. That we just have to have some money with us because we don't know what might even happen. That was not because I even had the intention that maybe there was going to be a breakdown, but it was because I knew that you just have to be prepared. And then what happened, that very day, we encountered a lot of problems. Somebody fell inside the water at first. As we were going to the point of no return, somebody fell inside water. They had to remove the person. Around after 8 or 9 in the night, one of the bus stopped working, and we were with over like 80 or 90 students from Unilag. University of Lagos students, 80 or 90 of them were in trouble. Some of them were year 1 students, and around that, and I realized it is that day I learned something new. Because when we were going on that journey, on that trip, there was this ecstasy. Students like were playing music in the bus, everybody was enjoying themselves. But I realized how everything can just go south because people started fighting. We're not begging this one. A girl was fighting another girl. Why are you looking at me that way? Well, we are trying to sort out the issue of boss. So that very day, I was challenged, and I was the president. I'm like, there's no problem. I'm going to jail. This thing. I'm like, I can't escape. Okay, this is how I want to ruin my life after spending 5 years in school. This trip is over. I'm already writing an episode that. More than that, I'm sorry I left it now. Because what do I want to say? And that's, anything can just happen. Being in Badagry by 9 with students, anybody, what if bandits, anybody just come in and start shooting at us? So that moment I was stuck, I was begging someone, please stop. Okay, the driver now ran away. So around that after 10, I now told, my secretary, how much is with you? We went to the park to go and get another bus. Before the bus got there, maybe to 11, with a lot of students, some students were crying, mommy. I was shocked. But you know what we did? Then I applied the critical thinking skill. I said, let's do this. One bus is working. Ladies, other level students, let us park them in one bus. Those ones that, so I picked out the homolies, like the difficult ones, that I know that they can withstand some things, like the guys, my classmates, those that are So I said, let this first bus be going. We got to school. The second bus got to school around to 1 that day. But thankfully, nothing happened to anybody. But it was that day I realized that if you do not have critical thinking, if we didn't think about that, we are waiting to go at the same time, a lot of things might have happened. So that was one very, challenging experience. So analytical mindset, skepticism. Another one again is reflectiveness. But it is difficult to be consistent with reflectiveness. I used to deceive myself when I was in school. When I first entered school, as a young boy, you have dreams, and you have goals you want to achieve. Sometimes I was utopian. In my household, my parents were very big on education. You have to make a first class. That's like the way you can break it and stuff. So when I entered school, I set my goals. I said, I don't want to talk to anybody, no girlfriend, nothing. I want to finish my class and then go back home. The way we deceive ourselves that nobody should know me, especially when you think you know something. But I haven't even passed 1 week when they get asked me that, you write nice okay, let me have your number, and I'm like, okay, I think I'm going to lose focus here. But I remained steadfast. So what I used to do those days, I bought a cardboard, and I wrote one big inscription. What have you done today? Put it at the front of my, this is my bed, my door at the front, I pasted it there. So that if I look at it, what have I done today and I've not done anything, that's okay, let me do something, I must achieve it. Then, my goal for the semester, my goal for the year, read this thing and everything. So I was living a kind of regimented life. That this is how I want to, but I cannot lie that a lot of rules were broken along the lane. In fact, there was a time that, second semester level, I fell in love with a model. I lost my steez. She was just like my classmate, and I'm like, if you think you've seen it all when you enter university, it's like you are just in another world entirely. And I wrote a 4-page episode for her. Yes, there's this poem I read that time, Andra Will, As Love Been Blood Written. the man wrote the poem with blood. He cut himself and he wrote it with blood to show the significance of the love. So I wrote my own in red pen so that, you know, after I'd written it, I folded it. I like put sellotape. You know, we put sellotape to prevent it from tearing apart. Put perfume, wrap it up, and put it in an envelope. Then after the class that day, I just said, I want to see you. I want to say, what's happening? He said, okay, I'm not doing that. I said, no, just, I gave her the envelope, and then I ran back to my hostel, put off my phone and stuff. I said, I've lost focus, I know, but God will understand. So, the truth is reflective, but those days I used to reflect. You know, you must reflect on your action. If you reflect on what you do every day, there's tendency that your other day will be better. Okay, today did I do well? Okay, where were the places I went? What were the things I did? You know, how did I speak to this person? You know, did I comport myself in this situation? So reflectiveness is part of critical thinking as well. Then we have being objective. These days, what kills us sometimes is subjectivism, even in terms of politics, religion, and tribe. You know, I was telling somebody some time ago, okay, for instance, the sitting president, you know, I was saying, okay, that you cannot support somebody based on only religion and tribe alone. Because when the outcomes come out, will you say Muslims and Yoruba are benefiting more from this economy? No. So if you want to support a president, support the person based on conviction, you know, logical connections, truth. Not because this person is from my tribe, it doesn't matter. Whatever happens, we have to be there. You know, whatever happens, it has to remain there. So a critical thinker is objective. You know, they weigh their views and, you know, they are able to make the right connections. Are we together? So these are some of the features of a critical thinker. Now let's move on to one interesting theory, and we are going to learn from it. We are going to do a bit of calculation here, and it's still part of critical thinking. There are a lot of critical thinking skills. We have Fassion's critical thinking skill, you know, but the one I want us to apply today to learn from is Paul and Elder theory of critical thinking. And we are going to focus on three main parts. You are going to learn from this really greatly. We are going to look at the element of thoughts. Number one, we are going to look at intellectual standard. Number two, and number three, we are going to look at intellectual traits. Element of thoughts, intellectual standard, and intellectual traits. And I could tell you categorically that if you apply this to your life as a person, you'll be able to navigate any situation. It works. You know, I was taught by my professor, Adeoshin from University of Lagos. If she's watching here, I hope she's proud. Okay, so now the element of thoughts are these. Number one is point of view. The first element of thought we have is point of view, and it's part of our reasoning. For everything we want to think of, we already have a point of view. In fact, we can even say that there is already something in us. We are not tabula rasa. For every issue, we already have something in us already that is going to affect the way we are going to perceive it. If you are talking about the issues of women, being a woman, you know, you might already have a point of view as which you are going to see it. So the first thing that comes to play as part of the element of thought, of our reasoning, is what is our point of view? How do we perceive it? Number two is purpose. Purpose. There's always a purpose we want to achieve, you know, on every reasoning. If you are thinking about something, you have a point of view, there's a purpose, there's a reason, you know, behind that thing. If you are trying to say that God is the greatest, there is a reason behind that. There is a purpose. There are some things that you have seen, you know, that now inform your point of view. That's the element of thought. Another one, still other element of thought is questions at issues. We always have questions to ask. Even though you have something you want to discuss, you have a perspective, there are always questions in our mind. You know, humans are questioning animals. Questioning higher animals. There are some questions that run through our mind. That is why whatever anybody is saying, you do not take it in. Even when you resonate with them, there are still some questions you want to ask. The next thing is information. there's always a piece or some pieces of information that we have about our reasoning. You know, if I'm thinking about, can Nigeria ever be great? There's already information at my disposal that is informing that thinking. Maybe I'm thinking about this, maybe the Nigerian policy, maybe I'm thinking about Nigerian politics, maybe the Nigerian education. There's something that I already know about Nigeria that is informing the information. The next one that we have after information is interpretation and inferences. You know, interpretation, how do they understand the part of our reasoning? What do we mean by inferences? I think we've heard that word before. Inferences is like, what can you deduce? There are sometimes that people do not use all their mouth to talk, but you can infer, you know, from their action or from even their words, you know what they're trying to say or what they're trying to do. That's why, so she gave an example, last week I gave an example, she said, when we're growing up, you know, that your parents did not even have to tell you some things, you will know, even from their eyes. Even from a positive expression, you know the negative implication. If they look at you, somebody wants to give you food, and they tell you, eat it now, eat it. You can imply that eat it, you know, is different. When I was younger, anytime my mother, you know, if she wanted to enforce this, she just, okay, if I come back, please don't wash the plate, leave it for me. You know what she means by that, you know, you dare not leave it. If I come back, don't wash the plate, leave it for me. It is a positive statement, but you know what can be inferred from it. So it is part of element of thought, of our thinking and interpretation. Then we have concepts. You know, this is more theoretical. You know, concept could be what is the theory guiding your thinking. You know, for instance, now it could be a learning theory like constructivism, behaviorism, you know, connectivism. It could be a literature theory. Is it reader response? Is it deconstructionism? Is it structuralism? This is more theoretical, you know. Then assumptions. There are some things we assume, you know, and it's part of element of thought. Assumptions could be something negative as well as positive. Sometimes our assumptions could be right, could turn out to be right, and sometimes they could turn out to be what? Wrong, sentimental, bias. You know, so people say, so I assumed. You know, so assumption is also part of the element of thought. Then we have implication and consequences. For everything you reason, for every element of thought or reasoning, there's always implication and consequences. If you think somebody is a bad person, what will be the implication? The way you start acting towards them, you know, might be influenced by that you're thinking. And then, please don't sit down with me. Okay, I'm fine by that. I don't want. They give me food, please, I don't want to eat it. It's fine. You know, for instance, now there's this argument. The Muslims and the Christians, I think there are some sect of Muslims that do not believe in eating maybe Christmas food. You know, they have assumptions or their own beliefs about the food. So what is the implication? Sometimes if you give somebody that does not eat it, even if they collect it, they might throw it away eventually because they don't buy into it. So the consequence of their thinking is, you know, maybe destruction, you know, or maybe discarding. So these are elements of thought by Paul and Helder. Now, these elements of thought are now evaluated. These are critical thinking framework by the intellectual standards. If you have this element of thought, you now have to evaluate, assess them by this intellectual standard. What is the first intellectual standard that we have? Number one is clarity. What you are thinking, your reasoning, your thought, is it clear? What is clarity? Clarity is avoiding ambiguity. You know, you are clear. There's no any form of misinterpretation. When I was at an NYC camp, there was a lady who was my friend and the guy was my friend too. So they had an issue. And I noticed that what the guy said might not actually be what he meant, but it was not clear. What was the problem? He wanted to be friends with this lady. So they were chatting. So one time, then we were on the parade field. The lady was being very nice enough. So she had some sweets with her. So she gave the guy one of the sweets. So the guy saw that as an act of love and stuff. So he collected the lady's number and they were chatting. And it was like, what he made was like, oh, that's, thank you for giving me the sweet. And the lady said, you are welcome. And I said, okay, I hope you are sweet as your sweet. Because and I want to be closer to you because I want to be licking your sweet. Okay, I think the main thing said, I want to be licking your sweets. And the guy swore. He swore to me that what I mean is that maybe because she might be buying more sweet. I said, how do you want us to understand that, in Nigeria context, when we have things like eating your work, I said I want to be licking yours. He said no. So the lady was like, how kind of stupid person? Why would you say licking? They were licking my sweets. And when the guy was not like, he was trying to explain. But sometimes when you miss clarity, you go explain tire. And that's the truth. Clarity prevents us from explaining. I want this, I don't want this. I'm not this kind of person. I want to do this. But when I don't know, you are hedging your way. Sometimes it's disclarity. For instance, even in English grammar, if somebody says something like, call me a taxi. Call me a taxi. It could mean two things. It could mean refer to me as a taxi, or what? Call a taxi for me. What makes it ambiguous? Lack of clarity. If I say something like, when I was in the toilet, I left the water running. When I was in the toilet, I left the water running. That statement is ambiguous. It has two meanings. Who or what was running? Is it the person or the water? That is what? Lack of clarity. So, if you lack clarity, what happens? You will be misunderstood. Another one again is what? Another intellectual standard for testing critical thinking is accuracy. What do we mean by accuracy? Accuracy means correctness. Be correct, be on spot. In English, it will mean, okay, avoid errors and stuff. But in other contextual places, it means be correct, be specific. You understand? So don't say something that, for every piece of information you get, you must validate the authenticity of that piece. One of the problems Nigeria is facing today as a society is misinformation. We don't even know what is real anymore. And it is even much more difficult in the world of AI. We are in trouble. Because these days, AI can create. I was watching some reels on YouTube, and I was seeing some things being said by Muhammad Ali. I'm like, and I found out that this is Muhammad Ali AI, and not the real Muhammad Ali. And we could still be getting some things to differentiate AI from the normal persons. But to get to a point, if they could achieve this, we will not be able to tell the truth again. I saw that AI now, they are not using it to art movies. The only thing that will still help us to differentiate probably is the voice, the mechanical robotic voice. But other than that, just I'm in my company today, what is going on? And then you are like, what is going on here? That means if care is not taken, AI can start producing movies. Now it is short reels. Before you know it now, you just be seeing AI production in Netflix. So we now have to, but now you have to confirm every information. In fact, there is the need for digital literacy, part of critical thinking too. You have to be digitally literate. What is the information you consume? If you want to know a true mark of an intelligent person, test the person's digital literacy skill. If somebody can consume anything they see online, there's a probability that they do not have the capacity of being an independent thinker. So if you see something like, what is this thing? Is this true? There was a time that, about the Nigerian World Cup, somebody posted that, they said that, they have overturned that Nigeria will not qualify, that, whereas it's a lie. When I saw this, I said, so I went to the official pages. Super good pages, nothing was said. When I went to CAF, nothing was said. I verified my information, and that is how I live my life. Because I believe that a little piece of misinformation can actually cause a lot of damage, even to people's reputation. So we have to be accurate. Another intellectual standard to test the element of thought in critical thinking is precision, also known as what? Conciseness. Be exact, be specific. Don't gargle around. A critical thinker is specific. They know what they want to do. They know what they want to say. They are not scattered. So precision is very important. Another thing again is relevance. For instance, if you have a topic, if you notice something that while I'm speaking, I try to relate whatever I'm speaking to critical thinking, and I think most speakers have done the same thing. So even when you want to tell a story or you want to dabble into something, you still have to ensure that it is relevant to your speaking. Why? Because when you begin to lose focus of your topic, then we cannot call you a critical thinker. Because even if a critical thinker can give you 20 instances and you're able to see how each of them relate to whatever it is they are talking about, It is not everybody that can do that. I used to have somebody that people used to laugh at him. The digression will be too much. That if the topic is nouns, he will have digressed that you not come out to us. Please, what am I even talking about again? Because he has digressed too much. But if you are talking as a critical thinker, you are also not losing sight of your topic, which is your thesis statements. Now, another one again is depth. The thoroughness of your thinking. Making different connections. We have breadth, the multiple views to look at it, breadth and depth. We have logic, the reasoning behind it. We have significance. How important is your reasoning? How important is your reasoning? Is your reasoning going to? There is this aphorism that says that it is better to keep quiet than to say something that does not make sense. And sometimes it's okay. Sometimes somebody might look wise, but the moment they open their mouths, the stupidity will fly out. That is as a result of not having right thing to say. I'm sure that I'm telling you that there are instances of people that you respect so much, but when you hear them speak, not even in terms of how their delivery, but what they say, you are disappointed. How can this person be saying something like this? The vulgar expression or the incoherence and everything, and you are exasperated. You are not happy with them. Okay. So again, the intellectual standard, we have fairness. That is why lawyers are trained critical thinkers, because even if you are judging your family member, you cannot allow your emotions to ride. You have to go by fairness. You have to judge them rightly. When I was in university, one of my supervisors, my brother was one of my supervisors. Sometimes my brother will see me like this and then he will ignore me. There is nothing like brotherhood, in the examination hall. There are things I know. Sometimes, we humans cannot lie. That in such situations, we always want to expect that this person, you cannot say you don't know me. But he will say that, what about those that do not have brothers? What if I'm not in this situation? Or what if I'm not in this position? So fairness is beyond even every frivolity, every sentiment. You come clean and say, okay, I have to do the right thing. So you're not okay, because my sister is the 1 year, I should be able to get this slot. It should be meritorious, it should be well deserved. So intellectual standard is fairness. Do you have the fairness to judge? When there are two persons, one is somebody you know, one is somebody you don't know, and they have to get one thing from you, can you fairly decide who should get it based on the principle of fairness and intellectual standard of fairness, and not based on your personal relationship? The most disappointing moment of my life was when I ran for a competition, and I realized that some of the judges had their candidate there. It is becoming difficult for Nigerians to some extent to even trust competitions, maybe even writing or speaking or any of those, because some persons, I've seen where somebody just said, come and participate, come and participate, can change your name, but I'm the one here and we don't have to do that. That is not a critical thinker. Even if you are a judge and you have your family member, as part of the people participating, in fact, you can even be more brutal to them. You don't have to, if you give them or call them slack, you are not presenting yourself as a critical thinker. You have to be thorough, you have to be fair. So these are intellectual standards. Now, this is where the calculation works. If you combine the element of thought with the intellectual standard, 1 + 1, it will then give you what we call intellectual traits. If you have these traits I'm going to be exploring soon, it means that you have been able to fully combine the element of thought with the intellectual standard, that both of them have now been commingled, and then they can now produce these intellectual traits. Number one of these intellectual traits, gotten from the combination of element of thought and intellectual standard, is humility. Humility is not the same thing, as maybe foolishness or maybe being a coward. And I'm telling you that you can be humble and at the same time respected. Respect is not fought for. Respect is earned. And how do you earn your respect? You earn your respect, by doing the right thing. Some people, when in a place where they cannot get respect, they just rough it with arrogance. You do not need to announce your presence in a room. If you are a worthy person, your presence will announce itself. The way you carry yourself, the way you talk, the way you relate with people. So that is humility, is when you have or know some things, you have something that somebody else does not have, but you can still relate to them. If you look at the kind of speakers that we have here, we are not on the same level. Some are bigger persons, some are, even some seated in this room, if you know where they have been. But everybody is here, you can relate with anybody, you can ask questions and everything, because we master the principle of humility. A critical thinker is humble. Because sometimes you don't know who is who. I watched a reel on Facebook some time ago, whereby a guy entered the office. He was just employed, so he entered the office, so he saw a black man, and the black man was trying to talk to him. He just dismissed him and was like, please, I need you to help me bring something. He started ordering the black man around. He was being arrogant eventually, and the black man was like, okay, sir, all right, sir, what else, and was being humble. So later on, he now realized that this same black man is the CEO, the owner of the company is even working. He was shocked. I watched another one of a woman, a black man, he came to pick his daughter in school or something, and the woman was, chanting some racist, words at him and said, okay, who are you? Are you sure you're the one that gave birth to this child? You don't even look at this thing. And he embarrassed the man. She embarrassed the man. She kept talking down on him. Until one day, I don't know what happened. I think her husband came. Her husband that she respected and everything. Only for the husband to see the man and say, this is my boss. This is the person that is going to give me the contract and everything. And that moment she apologized and she was like, I'm sorry, please, but that is not humility. It shows that she only respects him because of the level, but she does not have that skill inherent in her. So humility is ability to open up, and it's part of critical thinking. It's a feature of critical thinking that whatever you think you have today, there are people who have more. Dangote is the richest black man in Africa, in the world, and then the richest man in Africa. But there are still some people that even have money than he is. But you see him, invite him for this thing, you see him at Ogun State, that this thing, it goes for everything. And I was making a reference one time that somebody cycled Dangote's phone and it was Android. And I was like, Dangote is using Android. Does he have to use iPhone 17 Pro Max to show something? Whereas he can simply communicate. It's not like he cannot afford the luxury. Of course, he can buy thousands of it, but maybe the way he just think that he doesn't have to do this. When Mark Zuckerberg came to Nigeria, just something simple. No camouflage, no extra, So humility is very key and it's part of critical thinking. Another one again is courage. Intellectual trait, courage. Courage is not the same thing as being insultive. Sometimes we mistake courage for insults. If somebody is talking and say, no, you're saying nonsense, I say, I'm right, I know that is not courage. Courage is the ability to speak, stand up, and then do the needful, even when you are in a place whereby you cannot talk. For instance now, maybe somebody is not feeling too good, and then they don't know how to say they want to go. And then maybe they are shy, and then you stand up and say, oh, sorry Dean, this person is not feeling good, and I think that the person needs to go. You've exhibited courage. It's not the same thing as insult. A critical thinking person has courage. That is why they are curious. They can ask questions. They are not afraid of people, but they are not disrespectful. When something does not sit well with them, they can talk. They will rather talk, and get your feedback than gossip, or say things at your back. You don't do that. When I was working for a woman some time ago, and I think she slashed our salary. Usually in an organization, one thing that does not allow organizations to grow is back talking. Instead of you to go and meet the person and express your agitation, people will rather gather and they will be talking, that man is a very bad person. So I went, I said, good afternoon. I said, what? I said, ma, I don't understand. We got our salary. Thank you first of all. You have to learn how to appreciate. I said, thank you first of all, but we got our salary instead. Is there a reason for that? And she said she was even going to inform us that she was even expecting somebody to come, but she has not had the time, that they are going to pay it back in the following month, but something happened, that she's sorry for not even informing us. You know, that way, you know, for me to have come up, she found it even much more valuable than if I had gone back to speak with other persons without providing solution. So a critical thinker is courageous. You know, also empathy. Put yourself in another person's shoe. You know, you are empathetic. A critical thinker does not say, okay, if it is not me, it doesn't matter. I don't know who has read this poem by Leo Shindari, Not My Business. That is one problem that we have in Nigeria. If somebody is dying sometime now, you know, what happens? We might just overlook. And I'll give you an example. I showed lack of empathy last week, and I regretted it. And I'll give you an example. Why did I show lack of empathy? Because of lesson. There was a day I was in a bus with my young cousin, and you know, we learn in Nigeria a lot. You know, he wanted to get table water, and as he wanted to get the table water, you know the way a Nigerian is. First of all, get the water before giving her the money, because if the bus moves, there is tendency you can throw the water down, but there is tendency that if the person has collected the money, he will not pursue you, and that is the truth. So I was trying to educate my brother. You know, in the bus, he wanted to give the man the money first. I said, you don't do that. You have to get the goods first and then give the person money, because you can still throw the goods on the floor. This guy, this one very annoying looking guy, he seems frustrated. The guy that was selling the water, what did he do? He dabbed my mouth. He dabbed my mouth from the window side. You know, just said, shut up, and you know, there was no way he could calm down traffic. And I expected people in the bus to say something. Everybody minded their business. You know, so I wanted to be proving stubborn head. I wanted to be headstrong. But I realized that if I continue, this guy can finish me in this last window. What if he just go and give me a scar? So I kept quiet. So that day, you see, sometimes we learn, and it is not a good thinker will okay, even if it happens in this situation, it doesn't mean to happen in other situations. But that day, I said, I'm not going to be putting my mouth with, even if somebody is dying in the bus, you know, when I got home that day, I passed all aggression on my cousin. Any small like this, you know, that is how you go and give this thing out, you know. So last week, I was on the bus, and truth be told, I entered the bus 1,000 naira, but we've covered a lot of distance, you know, from like Abule Egba to Oshodi. The driver told the girl 800 naira. That was what everybody heard it. I heard it. So when we got to Anapaja side, the lady now asked, the lady gave the driver 1,000. So the lady asked for a change. That I have 200 naira change. The driver said no. That it is 1,000 I called it for you. It is 1,000 I called for you. And everybody. So I wanted to say that, but I said let me maintain myself. And they dragged it. You know, everybody is frustrated right now in this country. They dragged it and they started even generational chorus. I just used my MP and said, when you guys are done, you know. But I'm like, I didn't show. What if I had told the conductor that we told this person, but you Nigerian conductor are not like normal citizens. They will drag you along with in the mess and then you'll be dealt with. So, but it is lack of empathy. When you say not my business, I should have put myself in her shoes. That what if I was in her shoe? How would I have felt? Lady was pain. Even when the man eventually gave her the money, she didn't collect it. She said, "No, my cost must stand." You know. She said my cost must stand, and you know there are always peacemakers in the bus. So when they threw the money that a man picked and said, "Young man," said, "Sir, if you say anything to me, the cost will go back to you." You know, the man drops to you know, but it is lack of empathy. As that 200 naira is, it might be that she has budget for it, but we are not sensitive. Sometimes I give reasons that even in Nigerian buses, it's like we are treated like animals. What matters to the conductor is, let me just park people. It doesn't matter where you sit. It doesn't matter whether you are comfortable. It doesn't matter whether you know. It is lack of empathy. If you are empathetic, okay, let me do this. Okay, are they comfortable in a seat that 4 people can not comfortably sit? You park 5 people there. You know, there was a time I had an issue with the driver. You know, the seat that is closer to the entrance. Sometimes the conductor wants to share it with you. After you are paid and you are complete, you say, okay, please adjust. I say, no. Why can't you leave out one seat and say, let me sit down there? And nobody will take the seat. Say, no, that, you know, it doesn't matter. I just want to rest there. So empathy. A critical thinker must be empathetic. Something happened even in this place that shows that there is empathy here. when we were at the lodge house, and I didn't even go to my food after I spoke, I went back. The register came, and I was like, I didn't go to my food. And she was like, oh, you didn't come to the hall. That I said, no, I didn't know that we were to eat tonight. I thought that maybe we are skipping some. He said, no, that there's provision from, and she explained, and she said, okay, maybe when you have time to bring to come around, you can come and get the food. My intention was that I was going to skip it and sleep. I just heard some knocks on my door. She sends boys to bring me food. It's empathy, isn't it? Some people will not care. They're like, you don't get me. This is my business. Why are you not there? But she shows that even if you are not here, you are entitled to food. So that is empathy, and it is a critical thinker. That how will you feel? What if you are not sitting right? And this place is not a place you can get food anywhere. You have to be strategic to get food. We know the usual joints. All right. Another thing here is integrity. A critical thinker has integrity, and I'm referencing one of my lecturers, Professor Adeosun Oyinike. If there's something I learned from that woman, it is integrity. She says integrity will take you far, even where your name may not reach naturally. Integrity will take you there. And when we were in school, she taught us what it means to mean integrity grading. Anytime she gave us assignment, she knew that students most time will go to ChatGPT and go and use it to write. Do this for me. Don't instruct ChatGPT. Go and write this for me. You know what she will do? Sometimes she will not even mark the content. What she will mark is integrity. If I give you an assignment, you are meant to use your head to do it. But some people can't use ChatGPT to write it. What will she do? She has a ChatGPT checker, plagiarism and AI checker, turn it in. So she will just subject your work to that ChatGPT. If she sees more than 50% there, you failed. She said, I'm bringing people to have integrity. And there are sometimes that students sometimes they want to buy lecturers over. She has never collected money. Even when you think that she might need money, she has never collected money from anybody. She will say, when you are teaching the students, you don't collect anything from them. It doesn't matter how good they want to present it. When you are done teaching them, they have graduated. If you want to come and reward you, they can reward you. But I just want you to appreciate me for what? I'm not even done teaching you. You've not graduated yet. It's part of integrity. So most times what we lack is integrity. We sacrifice integrity on the altar of eatability. What can I gain at the instance? Pocketability. Last year, I was preparing for my NYC. I had about 250K. I said, okay, I'm going to use part of the money for deployment, and I'm going to take the other money to camp. That was my plan for that, that money. Then I'm like, okay, I was having issue with my banks then, I could not. So one of my friends, who happens to be my best friends, you cannot say somebody is your friend until money brings you guys together. Because if there's even friendship, even money spoils friendship, I'm telling you. And never ever trust anybody totally with your financial, status. So what happened? I told him that, bro, can you help me keep this money in your account? I'll be getting it back in like 2 months' time. That this is what I want to use it for. Please don't lock it. It was around January I gave him. So that March I said I was going to get it. He said no. And then I said, oh, there's a technical issue here. I'm a science student, so I know how to do that. He said he's going to make sure. So, and sometimes, I'll ask him what's up. We'll talk about other things. So the day I needed the money to do my deployment, I messaged him. I'm like, bro, the person that wants to help me. So, send me 150K. Send me 230K. Take 20K there. Take 20K. Send me 230K. To my account. Send 150K to this account for the person to do deployment. Send it to my own personal account and then take 20K. He said no problem. But I tell you that up to that moment now, the money. In fact, our friendship is beyond ruined. It is non-existent. Honestly speaking, it is non-existent because it led to blackmailing. He said he locked the money up. Somebody said we need money, and he said he locked it up in carry rights for that. He mistakenly locked it up for 6 months. That after he now locked it up for 6 months, that when he wanted to tamper opening the carry rights, because he wanted to tamper to open it, to not give his so many stories. He told me sometimes he said he has transferred the money. He lied. So you are frustrated to give up, but you learn a lesson. What it shows is lack of integrity. It's lack of integrity. If somebody gives you something to keep for them, can you keep it exactly the same way? There was a man that if you give the man maybe 1,005, the same money you give the man will not change it. It's not that, let me just do some change here. No, he will live in the same way. That is part of integrity. Do we have that integrity? It is part of critical thinking. Our reputation must mean more to us than whatever it is that we have to eat. Because if you sacrifice integrity, what you have is what you will lose your standard, and it will be shame. So a critical thinker must have integrity. Another one again is perseverance. Perseverance, linked to resilience and endurance. Can you persevere? Do you have undoubting doggedness, to process some things? Sometimes we do not have patience anymore. Even Rema said, before you can be the boss, you have to first of all what? Serve. Like nobody can. You cannot just get it at once. You have to persevere. It's part of critical thinking. In life, you have to serve somebody before you can be served. It doesn't mean that you have to go to the restaurant and start serving people. No. But whether you like it or not, you have to pass through mentorship programs. You have to pass through people that that you look up to. So, do you have the endurance? Or you want to say, okay, when this thing is not doing good, I just have to leave. When this thing is not working, I just have to leave. Even in businesses today, if you are not a critical thinker, you don't have the skill of perseverance, you'll be frustrated. You start a business or you start posting on your wall or Instagram, you're seeing one like, one comments. Even your like is like from your mother. Go, my baby, I'm telling you, there's a friend I know. She does great contents, motivational speeches and everything, and she will take her time to shoot the videos. But how many views in the end? I see some likes of Pella, another person's, they just say, and people are streaming. Surprising. Jollof Rice Challenge, the place will not contain people. I'm telling you, the place will not contain people. So, but you have to persevere that your own time will come. You are being critical that nothing lasts forever, and then, apart from nothing lasts forever, that everything pays off in the end. My clergyman used to say something. He said, for every prayer you pray to God, it answers that you may not know. Sometimes you are praying for money, but probably maybe you are meant to have a short life. Maybe God is using that prayer for money to cover short life. That there's hardly any prayer that goes to a waste. That even you just saying that God bless me, that prayer is in as much as there's intentionality there, that it is answered. I don't know how true that is, but I think it makes sense to some extent. Now, another intellectual trait again is confidence in reasoning. Do you have confidence in your own reasoning? Like, how confident are we in our own reasoning? Sometimes we doubt ourselves even before people doubt us. Some of us, we do not believe in ourselves and want people to believe in us. So if you don't have confidence in your own reason, what would you do? In the end, you will not achieve anything. And a critical thinker is with confidence. 99 impossibility in 1% possibility, 99% steals. We say that sometimes we show that even sometimes when you are not prepared, you have to have confidence in your own reasoning. Now, let me give you a good example. When I was in university, I didn't start well with a good CGPA. I think I started with maybe 3.85 or thereabouts. And the goal was to make a first class. So it was as if that goal had been hampered by that starting. But another feature of even a good critical thinker is that you learn from experiences and even mistakes. So I thought about it. What is it that I am doing wrong? Okay, I'm combining work with schooling. It doesn't work for everybody. Sometimes people will say, for instance, maybe you are a student in university, you are teaching. Yeah, you are supposed to be telling. No, sometimes it is something different. What you are teaching in school might not be what you are learning in university. Let's not scam ourselves. The only thing that you are teaching in schools, it makes you disciplined and you have some core value, but it doesn't necessarily improve whatever you are doing in school. And I told myself confidently, even when I did not see it coming, I said, this first semester on the level result will be my worst result in the university. I'm not written other courses, I don't even know what is coming up, but it was just that confidence in my own reason that I want this to be my worst result. I wrote it down somewhere, and that was my worst result. So when I got to 12 level, I upgraded, started having 4.5, 4.8, 4.9, then I had a 5.0 in my final year, and I was able to make my grade, my June grade. So even if I was not sure of how that could be possible, I had confidence in my own reasoning, and that is critical thinking. But sometimes you say, I cannot even do it. Or start asking somebody, do you think I can do it? Do you think it's possible for me to do this? The first thing you have to say is that I can do it. I missed some rehearsals for these things, and it was very regrettable. I couldn't afford. So I'm like, can I still come and speak? What if I fumble? What if I go and drop the mic and everything? But I just told myself that I can do it. I'll come here, I will learn from people's art, and then I will blend along, and I'll be able to do it. And I'm doing it. So last point here is fair-mindedness. Part of the intellectual trait, you must be fair-mindedness. In whatever thing we are doing, we have to have a fair mind. Whether it is in our religion, whether it is in our tribe, whether it is in even at your place of work, even in your relationship with people, be known as somebody who has a fair mind. You are fair-minded. You are not biased. You are not sentimental. Nigeria is a multicultural country, and it means that even in this room, we have people from different tribes. We have Igbo, we have Yoruba, we even have Hausa. But the beautiful part of Nigeria is that even though sometimes we are tearing ourselves apart online, when we meet physically, we connect. When I went to camp, I learned a lot of things I wouldn't have learned if I had camped in my state in Lagos. And what did I learn? I learned that what you see is way more. In fact, one of the drama we acted, I co-wrote the drama we acted in Cram. It was to promote unity, among all of us. And I could see Igbo people there, the Edo, the Bini. I camped in Delta State, and everybody we made friends. Sometimes they say, this Yoruba boy, this say this Igbo girl. So what me of Kedu, lot of things that we learned, even the culture. Some of us that were not even from Edo, we found ourselves putting on big carrying stick, and then we were enjoying ourselves. That is now the sentiment begins to die out. Now begin to see that we are one, in hand. So why should you give a Yoruba person an opportunity ahead of an Igbo that deserves it, understand, because of tribe? But if you are fair-minded, you realize that you should bring the opportunity, and the opportunity should be based on what? On merits, and not of favoritism and sentiments. We did a lot of dances. There was even an opportunity for everybody to come and showcase their culture. Yoruba people came, the Igbo people came, and you see the people were shouting in the air for every of the cultures. And the judges, they were being fair. The way the criteria that they used, they told them what was wrong. Those that didn't win, those that won, they told us what they did right. So you must be fair-minded. That is the trait of critical thinking. So, ladies and gentlemen, to round off, I have looked at what critical thinking is. I've been able to differentiate critical thinking from ordinary thinking. I said, thinking, everybody thinks. As you are here now, I think even per minute, we could think up like 20 things at a time. You are here, okay, I think I'll have a place to be. I want to see the dean, what is going on there, okay, I did this. We are thinking that every minute, or even every second. But what differentiates normal thinking from critical thinking is that everybody, even mad people, think. Something is going on in a man's head, but critical thinking is purposeful. It is evaluative, it is reflective, it is aimed to arrive at a decision making. It is not bias. And critical thinking is also even part of creative thinking. So I also explore the skills that critical thinkers, what are the characteristics or skills that we see in you that we know that you are a critical thinker. So today, if somebody passes aggression on you, think that this might have come from a place of, maybe anger, or maybe there was something wrong with the person. Don't always think that it's all about us. The problem with us sometimes is that when something does not sit well, we always think it's about us. If somebody comes to the room and the person looks at you and he hisses, why must he think about the fact that you have done something wrong? Even in relationships sometimes, maybe you text your spouse and the person does not reply in time, and you are really thinking that maybe something is wrong, and maybe it's about you, maybe have you done something wrong. Perhaps you can call them slack. Okay, what if they are busy? What if they can't just access their phone for now? What if something is going on? What if something has happened? You know, if you do this, if you apply this concept of critical thinking, you realize that for every A, there's a B angle to it. The Dean of Eloquence and I think his board of committee that thought about this Guinness World Record, it is critical thinking. Okay, people have achieved 5 days speaking marathon. You could have said, let us do 10, but what if we stretch it fast to 20? You know, let us give whoever is coming to come and break this record a tough run. Can you see? Why didn't he say 10? So, and everything that has been put in place, you know, why this golden mic here? So we need critical thinking. Why do we have two mics here? Maybe probably for more audibility. You know, why do we have this kind of publicity? You know, and there is always a reason, you know, behind everything. So I think I've been able to pass one or two things across. And with this said, I would like to pass on the baton to the next speaker.
Wow. That was a proper educative speech. Thank you very much for that. My name is Emmanuel Akwamile once again, and it's a privilege to stand here and give my speech. As I always say, I'm a medical doctor by profession. However, most of my speeches, or practically all of my speeches, are not really on health, as we know it to be in terms of sicknesses and illnesses, but in terms of the whole person. And today, I'm going to be talking about something very peculiar, something we are kind of familiar with. We've talked about it in different forms. We've probably come across it also in different ways. And the topic of my speech today is going to be exploring purpose through content creation. And you see, this particular talk is going to be, I'm going to break it down, starting from the last word, which is creation, then content creation, and then exploring purpose. You see, starting with creation. I'm on a project currently. I'm writing a book, or let's say I've written a book, I'm editing it currently, and the book is from the first chapter of the book of beginnings, which is Genesis. And what sparked that inspiration was, you know, as a young Christian, you know, having, you know, given your life to Christ and everything, I started asking myself, okay, so what's next? Like, okay, all right, I'm a Christian, what next? Like, you know, and everybody was practically telling me, you know, evangelism, bring other people to Christ. I was like, I'm not cut out to be a pastor, you know. I'm not cut out to be, like, that's not like where my line is. You know, I'm an academic. I love reading. I love studying. I love creating stuff and things. That's what I do. So what is now what aside from, okay, yes, getting to heaven, what next? Like, what other thing is there in that line? And coming across that book of Genesis chapter 1, I was, let's say, instructed now on the fact that the one true attribute of the person we all admire, or of the entity that we all look up to, which is God, has been thoroughly overlooked. That's actually where the whole topic of this creation comes from. You see, that one true thing that he thought of. You know, sometimes that's a question like, why is Genesis the first book of the Bible? Why not Job? I mean, some people say that Job was written before Genesis and many other things. But why? I mean, it's a many concept. It's a concept that is usually passed around. And I saw that the first attribute, the entity called God, that many people worship, Christianity and every other religion, the first true attribute that he reveals to us is creation. It says in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And if that's the first true attribute, then what, as human beings, what are we supposed to really, really, you know, imbibe in our everyday actions? I gave a talk on why Nigerians remain stagnant in life. And one of the causes, or one of the points I raised was, you know, lack of creativity. One of the reasons why many of us are not really hitting those targets or getting to those positions or living the kind of life we want to live, it's not really because we don't have the discipline or we don't have the desire or we are not hardworking enough. It's just simply a matter of tapping into something that's just inside you that you've not just explored, and that's your ability to create. Creation is bringing, if you check the dictionary, you see creation defined as bringing something out of nothing or bringing something out of something. And you see, creation in itself, as our last speaker really, brought, I'm not going to enter that aspect again, which is thinking. Creation itself defines us as humans because of all species in this world, of every single species of living organisms, only humans can create. Only humans can think. Well, humans have a much higher level of thinking, let me use that word. So, if this inherent ability in us, which is the ability to create, is always there, so why are we not tapping into it? Why is it always eluding us? Why are we always making the same repetitive actions? You see, currently now, content creation is like the new, it's the new thing. Everybody's creating one form of content or the other, one form of thing or the other. But you've really asked yourself, how many creative contents do you see out there? Or how many things are actually born out of someone sitting down, apply the principles of critical thinking as have been, discussed earlier, and brought out something that no one has ever seen before. One of the biggest, one of the things I'm most grateful for in terms of decisions I made when I was very, very much younger. Much younger, around 7, 8 years old, was I gave myself it, or I told myself that if I don't do anything in this world, if I don't if I don't do anything at all, I'm going to do something no one has ever done before. You see, when I said that, I didn't really say it out of so much knowledge. I knew nothing. I just said it out of desire and admiration, because I read a lot of science inventors. I read about the people that invented aeroplanes. So when I was watching the video of the first aeroplane making its first flight, I was like, wow. I was just trying to marry what I saw in the video and what I'm seeing in reality today, and I was like, wow. So I just told myself that I was going to do something no one has ever done before. And despite my journey, because I'm a medical doctor, I spent a lot of years in medical school and every other thing. One thing that has always kept me, I was sitting down there I was walking, and the person sitting down beside me asked me, said, all the while you'll be saying you're a doctor. I said, you have been sitting down here, you have not seen you do anything relating to being a doctor, because I'm actually a data analyst, or let's say I'm a data scientist. So I work with Python, I work with various other languages. So he was seeing me walking, and he was asking me the question. And another person could look at me and say, oh, probably I'm doing it because I'm looking for a side hustle and all. But the true reason why I ventured into tech was because of this thing that has been with me from when I was young. Because I was asking myself, what can I create? What can I do? In fact, when I was younger, I really, because I told you I drew inspiration from things that I watched. And one of the things I watched was the first flight. And when I saw the first flight, the first thing that occurred to me was, planes don't flap their wings. Like, that was the first thing. Like, yes, they drew inspiration from birds, but I know birds flap when they want to fly, except when they want to soar, and then they take advantage of the wings. But they don't really fly. I don't see any flapping going on. So I was like, okay, I'm going to create the first flapping plane. That was my first, and really, because I had a very, very fast schooling. So by 7 years old, I was heading JSS1. So by 8, 9, 10, 11, by 12, I was heading SS2, going to SS, So I had knowledge of physics, I had knowledge of technology, technical drawings. So I picked up my I picked up my paper, I started drawing, I was actually designing one. Like, I designed it, I tried to look at the principles applicable to flotation, everything. And I put it down on paper. And I was like, okay, this is going to be my first invention. And I think back to that moment, and I was like, I'm grateful for all those things, because if not for those things, really, I don't know if I'll still have that notion, of pursuing, my dream of doing something that no one has ever done before. And I thank my parents too for that. I mean, for encouraging me, even though yes, they didn't really have the phone, because when I showed my dad, I was like, oh yeah, let's start building. It was. I mean, that's actually where the whole thing stopped. I couldn't progress from there because of funds and all that. Another scenario, I'll bring, and I'm actually bringing these scenarios actually because the people that will be watching this are not just adults, young people. In fact, that's actually where my major focus is. When I mean young people, not people, because I'm actually quite old. I'm talking of people in their 8 years old. I mean, that are 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, 11 years, that have very bright minds. Because there are many aspects to creativity, and one of the aspects of creativity is desire. And you see, creating from desire is much more prominent in people that really don't have responsibilities. They're not really thinking of how to survive the next day. So I really, if you as a young person is hearing me, please, this is for you. Another scenario I want to bring out was still on this drive that I had. When I was in, I think SS2, if I can remember, I schooled, my secondary school was Baptist Academy of Banikoro, and I was called to be part of a science competition. So there were different aspects to it, to do a debate. There was a portion of, like, as science students, we are going to create something that we are going to present. And the competition was to hold at the technical college at Yaba. Now, when I was selected to be a part of that competition, I was told to be part of the science project because they already had people, so they were just looking for someone to just fill in, the gap. So they called me to be a part of it. And when I had that opportunity, I was like, wow. Oh yeah, I went online, I went to search, I was like, something that nobody has ever done. The truth was, the purpose of that competition was really not to really see how innovative people were really. It was just to more like promote, the technical colleges, because they had students that were into engineering and they really built things. So it was an avenue for them to show those things they've built, not from someone to just bring something from the blue. So myself, I just went out there, I went online, I researched, and I was very good at chemistry. So I was basically researching chemical products and all. So I came across a concept called hot ice. Hot ice, I'm like, hot ice that is hot. I'm like, wow, oh yeah, let's look at it. So I went, I did the research, the chemical combinations and everything. I bought the chemicals myself. In fact, my parents will never forget that experiment I performed at home. I went to the back, because we had the balcony, so I went, that was where I did it. I took bath, I took, local things, and I started my experiment. I was dealing with acids, I was dealing with bases, I was dealing with corrosive substances as a very young boy of 11, 12 years. And just to show how passionate young people can really be when they want to pursue something. And thank God for the support, as I said. Now, at the end of the day, I created ice. As to whether it was hot, well, the person that, because when I created the ice, it was not like the regular ice, of course. It was just sodium bicarbonate crystal, and I put it inside the freezer, left it overnight. I wanted to test whether or not it would, become cold and all. And the whole point behind that experiment was the fact that that particular compound could not, there was no heat to be lost. So it would not be cold, even if you put it. So really, when I brought it out, it wasn't cold. But when I presented this at the competition, I told them. But first, funny number one, the presentation was even really bad because local everything. So by the time they saw it, they were like, "What is this?" Very, so dirty looking and everything. So I would try to explain this hot ice. But at the end of everything, I looked at it. I was like, okay. Because I told you I was trying to explain why tech, why come into tech at this point, especially in the concept of Nigeria today. Now, I dabbled into trying to do construction or build something, be an inventor. I dabbled into trying to run chemical experiments myself, And these areas were areas that were not so, number one, funds, I had issues with funds and everything. So, traveling back to recently and still pursuing that same goal of creating something out of nothing, or creating something that no one has ever done before, led me into tech. Now, I was talking about creativity, different aspects of creativity. I said number one, creation or creativity from the aspect of desire, which is more prevalent in young people. And that's why I gave the whole explanation of my own self-running, my own desire to do something no one has ever done before consistently and everything. So, this aspect of creation, number one, as I've said, it's an inherent ability you have as a person. And if you don't apply it in your life, if you don't apply it in what you are doing currently, if you don't apply it in your profession, if you don't apply it in your business, then there's a high possibility that you'll be stuck. And number one, so if you are looking to be creative, or you are looking to do something no one has ever done before, you can try your desire. What are the things you want to do? What are the things you've had ideas about? What are the thoughts you've had? Those things, no matter how ridiculous they are. I watched a skit recently. The person said ideas are worthless. And I was like, ideas are worthless? Yeah, that was the person. They said ideas are worthless. And then he went further to say that some 10 years ago, when smartphones were just the new thing, one of his friends was discussing, they tried to take a selfie and the person found it difficult to take the selfie and was like, what if we had a stick that we could just hang on and just use to take a selfie? That was an idea about 10 years ago. And said his friend mentioned it, and that was all. And then fast forward back to this current age whereby selfie sticks are now the main thing. People are using it. If that person had, rather than just idea, I have a good idea, but execute it. He said ideas are worthless, execution is the key. So creativity is not just thinking, it's not just having ideas, it's not just I have a desire to do this, I want to do this, you write it down, you draw a goal, you have a goal, a scoreboard or something, you just think. No. It requires you to execute. So your desires, bring it out. Take attempts. You see, another reason why I gave those illustrations about my young self is that after having the idea of saying, okay, I want to do a plane, or I want to construct a flapping plane, I went, towards the tail end, I didn't have funds to go about it, but taking that first step to drawing a design is really important. I said previously in one of my speeches, I said the hardest thing is always to take the first step in every action. But taking the first step qualifies you for that journey. Because if you don't take that first step, then it means you are not meant for that idea, you're not meant for that process. So another aspect of creativity you may want to explore is to create from problems. Now, if probably your desire is quite bland and you are faced with a lot of responsibility and everything, you are busy here and there, your business. Look at problems currently in your space. There are always problems in every space. There's always something to solve. There's always something that someone is looking to solve. And then do some form of creativity. Tap into that creative aspect of yourself and bring out something you can do, something you can solve. Construct something different, completely different from what everybody has been doing. Because as I said, lack of creativity breeds stagnancy. It hinders growth. I've talked about desire, I've talked about problems. Now, another aspect of creativity you may want to explore is from your experiences. You've had lots of experiences. You've had you've gone through a lot in life. You've gone through, one of the things I've seen throughout all the public speaking or public speakers that have come up, is that many of them, especially those that, I've tried to, one of the questions I usually ask is, why is this person so eloquent? I usually ask that question a lot when someone is, really talking, and say, why is this person so eloquent? Why is he just flowing? And then I try to think about what he's saying. I discovered that these people talk mainly from their experiences. And that's creativity. Talking from your experiences, impacting people's lives from your own experiences. Drawing conclusions, some people even create products from their experiences. They've gone through something in life, They don't want another person to go through that, and then they create something out of that experience in order to benefit another person. As I've said, if you are not creating anything, if you are not creating something, if you are not creating, a product, if you are not creating a service, if you are not creating something that someone else can use, then you are completely living below your potential. You are completely living below the kind of standard you're supposed to operate in. You are completely living below the state you were designed to function in. Another aspect of creativity we want to explore is to create on your skills, or create based on your skills. Now see, skills are things we learn. Even public speaking itself is a skill. You learn it. Music. I do music too, and we all say that there's really no. You can't say someone is a born musician per se. You have to learn it. Yes, some people are much faster in learning than others. But then, with all these skills that you've learned, all the ability to write, ability to talk, ability to drive, and various other things, rather than just following the status quo and just going along with the flow, just the same thing everybody has been doing, why not take that same skill and create something new out of it? You see, just thinking that you want to create something new or create something that has not been done before goes a long way in the way you approach that skill. For example, many people are learning tech, many people are doing AI, many people want to make money through AI, many people want to do it. But the people that have startups are very few. Relative to the people that are learning. The reason is because those people that are bringing up startups are thinking on a more creative line than those that are learning, and are just learning skills. Both people are learning skills, but one person is being creative with that skill is learning, another person is not. So creation or creativity applies in all aspects, and this is one aspect we can take advantage of. So there are 4 things. Number 1, you create based on your desire. Number 2, you create based on problems you see. Number 3, you create based on your experiences. And number 4, you can create based on your skills. Another one is to create based on your own talents. See, everybody has talents. Everybody has one thing they are always good at. Some people discover it very early, some people discover it late. And talent is something, people say talent is not everything, I agree, but I can tell you that in some cases, talent will beat everybody hands down. But how many talented people out there are very successful? Not really. There are many talented, really, really talented people, really talented. You see them and you're like, no. You see children that do some amazing things. But then, growing up, you see the thing about growing up that I found very annoying to myself, which I had to correct over and over again, is that experience, especially in Nigeria, the experiences you face want to always throw your mind out of the kind of picture you want for yourself and to give you the reality it wants for you. And it only takes someone that is very dogged and someone that insists on saying, no, this is what I want. If you're not that kind of person, you'll find it very difficult to carry on what you want. Now, I was talking about talent. Creation based on your talents. Let me give you a simple example. Someone can write poems. He's talented in writing, and probably he is more in line with poems. Now, poems are things that, they are literary works, and they are aspects of literature that inspire. Some of them pass emotions. Some of them different things. Now, this person, what goes on, the trend with talented people is, what they do is, especially in our current age of social media, is they have this talent, and the first thing they want to do, is to, let people know, and then at the initial stage, you discover that they are really, really going forward. I'm still using the example of poems. They go out, they present these poems in the form of spoken words, and then you see them talking very, and you're like, wow, amazing ideas and everything. And then you look at the trend. This same person that was, so out there previously, you listen to that